Grab your coffee and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bet.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, oh, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
The who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it
Legend? Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Here we go. It is a Thursday on the Daily Tip on BetMGM Network. Good morning. Always great to have you with us. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. We have baseball, and more baseball to talk about in our first segment with the postseason in full swing and the Yankees getting the boot in 620, even more from the diamond as things go bad to worse for Bill Belichick as well in Chapel Hill. We'll get to that in 40 minutes. We bring in Pat Boyle from Infinity Sports Network to help us preview the Giants before tonight's Thursday night football matchup against the Eagles, and we're one step closer to the weekend. That's always a good thing. Chelsea, how are you?
Yeah, good morning. I feel like I say this every day, but it truly is the best time of year. Like yesterday, we had 4 baseball games on, starting at 2 p.m. Central Time. I had a pot roast going, and there was a little chill in the air. I don't know if it's gotten to D.C. yet, but we have finally gotten fall weather here in Tennessee.
I didn't hear anything that you said, except for pot roast. You got a pot roast to cook in. No. I heard everything but nothing. Like, I heard you talking, but when you said pot roast, I was like, oh, tell me more about this pot roast. I haven't eaten this morning. I'm hungry. I've lost like 4 pounds this week because I've been working so much. I'm ready for a big, hearty meal, preferably one that has been slow roasted.
You got to invest in a crock pot. Or maybe you already have one. You got to start using it. Because I feel like it's great for people who don't want to cook at night. Because, like, I used to be a night person before we worked this damn shift. But now it feels like most of my energy is like in the morning. So I make a pot roast or whatever in the crock pot in the morning. So by the time that I am drained completely empty by 6:30, I don't know what time that time is for you. But like if it's like 6 o'clock, I ain't doing anything productive, including cooking dinner. So I feel like crock pots are great in that regard.
Oh, that sounds great. Dylan put in the chat, my 2 favorite things are pot and roasts. He nailed it. That's your joke of the day right there. I'm like, oh, my God. This guy's already 2 for 2 this morning. I could go for a good pot roast. The one thing we don't do is we don't cook much. Like, if we cook in the kitchen, it's a rarity. Every now and then, Catherine will get a wild hair, and she'll be like, let's make something tonight. And I'm like, okay, let's do it. But 9 times out of 10, it's just like grabbing something out of the fridge or getting DoorDash. That's the one thing I wish we were better at. I mean, it's not a big deal, but we're just so busy that carving out any sort of time to do that is sort of difficult because if you want to prepare a good meal, it does take time.
Well, not in the crock pot. Like, I'll tell you a little secret about my baked potato soup. You literally cut up potatoes. Okay. You put in chicken. You put in chicken broth. And
that's it?
Yeah. At the very end, you put in, like, heavy cream and you mix it. And then you put on shredded cheese and bacon at the very end.
Oh, that sounds
like,
good.
Do you think you could do that? It's not hard.
Well, when you were listing the ingredients, I was like, if she lists one more, I'm out. When you went to 3, I was like, okay, I can do that. I was like, if she adds like a 4th and 5th, paprika. I'm like, no, okay, now I gotta make this simple. I can do that. Yeah. That sounds good. Den says he had a slow cooker yesterday. A new slow cooker recipe.
It was the worst thing ever.
It was bad.
Oh, it was terrible.
Spill it.
I got it right.
What was it?
We did spill it. I got it from TikTok. It was like this chicken thing, right? So it was supposed to be this like chicken casserole situation but it was topped with like Red Lobster biscuit mix.
Oh my God.
And I saw this thing on TikTok and I was like, this looks beautiful. And I should have known that this is clearly fake because I don't know about you, Chelsea. I've never browned anything in a slow cooker before.
No.
You brown it in the oven.
Right.
On TikTok, this thing was brown, and I'm like, it looked like it was beautiful. And we tried it. It was I put 4 chicken breasts in there, 2 cans of cream of chicken, which full stop right there. who in God's name has ever needed 2 cans of cream of chicken for one dish? Not a single person. So right from the jump, I was like, this is not going to go well. I put Greek yogurt in there. I followed the recipe to a T, and
Nice.
then I did the biscuit mix. And we cook it on high for 3.5 hours. At like the 2-hour mark, I'm like, let me just see, like, is this browning? Like, how are the biscuit topping looking? It's just like completely disintegrated into a blob at this point. And I'm like, this is not going to work. But maybe that extra hour is really what's going to take it to the next level. Spoiler alert. It did not. So we went out and got sandwiches instead.
Oh,
because
no.
I'd looked to my wife and I was like, you go lift that up and see if you want to eat that. She lifted that up and she was like, I'll toss it. And I was like, sick. I'll go get the sandwiches.
Oh, man. That's a bummer. Especially with the biscuit
And then the
mix.
worst part is that you have to clean the slow cooker, and it looks disgusting.
Oh, no.
That is the worst part of crock pots.
Oh, Chelsea, you got to get on crockpot liners. No cleaning.
They stick to the bottom of the pan, do they not?
No. Oh, no. We just popped that bad boy right out, and I was so heavy because there was so much crap in there that it kind of like overflowed a little bit. We just popped that bad boy right out and done. So no cleaning.
Ah.
Well, that's the one.
Today's
positive
show
we can
is
take away.
only crock pot talk.
Crock pot only. Coming up in
Baseball
hour
what?
2, crock pot maintenance. Coming up in hour 3, easy crock pot recipes for the beginner. Okay. Justin, let's hear about that bet you had in the stove last night that came home.
Yeah, at least Aaron Judge is cooking something up for us. So my theory was that Aaron Judge is the only trustworthy Yankee in the lineup, really. So I had him over his hits, or it was over 1.5 hits plus runs plus RBI, because I also had a sneaking suspicion that they were going to walk him. So I was like, okay, he can score a run off of that. But luckily he had 2 hits and an RBI, so that was an easy winner. If you're going to lay the blame of the Yankees on something, being eliminated out of the postseason, it ain't Aaron Judge. What a postseason he had, but obviously not enough for the Yankees to stay alive.
Well, 1-2 for me. Love the bets. Fortunately, the Tigers came home. Donkster had Cubs on the money line against the Brewers. So for the week, you're 3-1. I am 3-3. The Donkster 3-0 here on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. And we got to get to this Jays-Yankees game because Toronto is moving on. They win 5-2. The Jays plus 155 on the money line. Total set at 8.5. The under hits. Vladdy Jr., George Springer, each drive in a run. And then in the 7th, Nathan Lucas comes up in the clutch.
Shoots one into center field. He's come through. Clement in to score. Jimenez right behind him. And Nathan Lucas has delivered.
He goes 2 for 5 with 2 RBI. And in a bullpen game for the Jays where they use 8 pitchers, the Jays eliminate the Yankees, advancing to the ALCS for the first time since 2016. They were the ones singing New York, New York after the game. Whew, did not expect the Yankees to go this quietly, but credit to Toronto.
Toronto looked like the better team in this series. I think that is the bottom line. Even though I know most of the national talk radio shows are going to be, how did the Yankees lose this? Because I will say this, the Yankees are not some piddly little team with some piddly little payroll. They have a bunch of good players on their team. But the Blue Jays, man, those first 2 games really set the tone. And I'll hand it to the Yankees, them staying in this series and fighting back in Game 3 showed a little resiliency, but it was just too little too late. When you surrender 23 runs in your first 2 games, including one of those games where your ace was throwing, and then you have to win one, in a winner-take-all situation, it's just too little, too late against a very good Blue Jays team that not only was good the entire regular season, but also peaking at the right time.
Aaron Boone, when asked about his job after the game, he says he expects to keep his job. He's under contract. Do you think he will?
This is a tough one.
Yeah.
Because I don't think this series, the blame is at the feet of Aaron Boone. It's just plain and simple, they got out hit. And I don't think it was a managerial decision. It's just when you get beat this soundly in the first 2 games, I don't know. It's not Aaron Boone that went out there and held Max Fried's arm as he gave up 7 earned runs. That was supposed to be your guy. So I don't know. It's different in New York because everybody is just so impatient, and you didn't even make it to the ALCS, and he was already skating on thin ice. This has been a storyline for the entirety of the postseason. But I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either, but I think your point is well taken, which is, look, Louis Varland started this game for Toronto, and he pitched the day before, and this was, again, a bullpen game for Toronto. This set up perfectly for New York to send this series back to Toronto. They had the hitting advantage, at least on paper. They were huge favorites in this game, just did not matter. Blue Jays, the better team, they are the ones moving on. In the NLDS, the Dodgers may lead the series 2-1, but the Phillies have some life now after winning last night. 8-2 out in LA. The Phillies plus 150 on the money line. Total set at 7.5. The overhits. And Kyle Schwarber, my God, puts on a show starting in the fourth inning.
Have been a major story. Schwarber gonna send one way out of here. How far will it fly? My goodness. Kyle Schwarber with a tape measure shot up on top of the pavilion and right. That is one of the biggest bombs you will ever see.
And that is not hyperbole. It goes 455 feet, call courtesy of CBS. He is only the second player to hit a ball that far at Dodger Stadium, and he joins Pittsburgh's Willie Stargell, who did it twice in 1969 and 1973, and he had even more in the tank.
A 3-run fourth, and now Schwarber, a high towering fly ball. That one is deep. Hernandez will watch it fly. It's another bomb. Kyle Schwarber has done it again. And the Phillies have busted it wide open here in the eighth.
That gives him 23 homers in the playoffs, third most all-time, number one amongst lefties. Trey Turner said about that first home run, it's ridiculous how far that ball went. 117 miles an hour off the bat. This is how you get back in a series.
Absolutely. This is the high-end potential that we expected from the Phillies. And that's why the first two games were such a disappointment from Philly, because they have this great lineup. They have these guys that have a ton of power. And until last night, we didn't see much of that power. It was a power outage. No home runs from, the top three guys, let alone, they can't even get hit. So last night, we finally saw the top of the lineup come alive. We had 7 hits across the board for Trey Turner, Kyle Schwarber, and Bryce Harper. And that's what you need from your big-name guys to produce in the biggest situations. And I'll say for the Phillies rotation as well, we talk about managerial decisions. It was certainly a decision to start Aaron Nola, somebody who did not have a great regular season, but they used him almost as an opener in this situation, and he got the job done. 2 innings, scoreless, 3 strikeouts, and then hands the ball to Ranger Suarez, who did his job. 5 innings, 1 earned run. It almost felt like a start for him. And then, they didn't even have to use Duran as their closer in this one because the game was so out of hand and they had some run support. So top to bottom, this is what we expected from the Phillies in the postseason. I just wonder if it's too little too late.
I think it might be, but that's what killed me yesterday on this handicap because I had the Dodgers in the first 5. And first of all, Yamamoto has not given up that many runs in a performance in more than a month, but I did not realize, which I probably should have taken this into account, that Nola was going to be on a quick hook because we were talking yesterday, why isn't Ranger Suarez starting this game? So, when you get to the postseason and you think about making some of these bets, you're going to see decisions that you don't normally see, during the course of the regular season, and this was one of those times. And it's understandable. It's just hard to know exactly how it's going to go down.
Exactly. Like, even looking back at the Blue Jays game, would you have expected the Blue Jays to win a game that was a bullpen game?
Right.
Like, it's one of those weird things where, logic just is not in the picture. But for the Phillies, here's the thing about Aaron Nola. He does have good postseason starts in him. And he is the longest tenured Philly, and he's done a bunch of games in the postseason. So he has been there, done that before. It's just, I wasn't sure which Aaron Nola we were going to get because it does feel like it's one thing or the other. It does feel like he's either really dominant and he looks amazing, because Trey Turner said this after the game. He said, hey, that's the Aaron Nola that we're used to seeing. Or you have the Aaron Nola that's what we saw during the regular season, which was a guy with a 6 ERA. So it was a gamble, but Rob Thompson won it on that one.
Can we go back to that Schwarbomb, as they call it? I watched that home run from a few different angles, and man, Yamamoto put a fastball high right down the middle, and as soon as Schwarber saw that, he just turned, and that thing was a monster shot. I think it was Kevin Burkhardt on the call, maybe? I forget who that was on CBS. I think it was Burkhardt. Whoever it was, like that, when he says you will hardly ever see a ball hit that hard and that far, he's not kidding. Only the second player ever to go outside of the park. Just what a moonshot.
Oh, absolutely. And it also broke him out of a slump. Like, that's the other thing. He wasn't hitting at all. Like, I think he was, 0 for 8 in this series with a bunch of strikeouts. So it feels like Kyle Schwarber is one of those players that is very streaky. Like, we see the best of him. Like, usually it's in June. Like, June Kyle Schwarber is, amazing. But maybe this will start, a great stretch for Kyle Schwarber. Again, it just feels to me like it's too little too late. Because do you think the Dodgers are going to be kept under 3 runs for another game? Just doesn't feel like it to me.
Yeah, I don't think so either. And the series price reflects that. Dodgers minus 325. The Phillies plus 260, and more baseball is on the way. Along with this, another report is out, and the Bill Belichick era at North Carolina could already be coming to an end. That is next on the Daily Tip. It is the Thursday. Come on back.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Oh, it's Thursday. We're almost there, guys. Thank you for waking up with us here on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. I'm James. She's Chelsea. More baseball coming your way. It's so much fun to have baseball during the week. Man, got the Tigers, Mariners. Tomorrow, that's going to be a great game. We're going to talk about that. The Yankees gone. A lot of storylines that we get to follow. Double D's putting in the chat, happy Friday, Junior. Okay, we're almost there. It is not a good Friday, Junior, for Bill Belichick. So we've seen these stories start to trickle out. And you never know with anonymous sources, right? Like, you can generate an anonymous source and sort of generate a story if you try hard enough. But now we are seeing story after story after story about how bad things are allegedly getting at North Carolina. So, according to Ollie Connolly, Belichick is discussing buyout options at UNC. A number of UNC coaches and staff members have described communication as, quote, weird and distant over the past few weeks. One coach says it is, quote, rats leaving the ship. And now, this always happens when a school wants to get rid of a head coach at a cheaper price. Ollie is also reporting that there is allegedly recruiting violations taking place. So ostensibly, this is to reduce the buyout. Okay, we're gonna make sure we pay you to go your own way, but look at these recruiting violations. Because of these violations, that means we don't want to pay you the full buyout amount. So who knows how many of those are true or not. Regardless, it looks like that Bill Belichick is not long for Chapel Hill, and we're 6 games in.
I don't think this season could have been more of a disaster if they tried, right? Like, I don't think things could go more wrong than they're going right now. And the thing is, if you are looking at these sources and you're like, I don't know if I trust them, it's from all different sources. Like, it's from WREL, which I believe is the CBS affiliate, in Raleigh. It's a TV station. Then you have like the 24/7 sports wing, which is like Heels 24/7. It's by all of these different people. So it's just, how are all of these different journalists getting at the same conclusion? You get what I'm saying? And then we have like accounts from parents of members of the team. So it's just too much smoke to believe that there is not fire.
One UNC defensive assistant says this, quote, anonymously, what we've done to these kids is effed up. That's not a good sign. Is this the right move by Carolina? I feel like that it is. This was a fit that did not make sense from the start. Initially, we all asked the question, why in the world would Bill Belichick go and coach the college game? He has some college ties because his dad was at Navy for a long time, and he's always had, sort of a soft spot in his heart for the midshipmen. But why would he go to Carolina? What does he need to prove? Why wouldn't he wait for a job in the pros? So that seemed strange. And then, of course, he brings along Jordan Hudson, and then that got weird immediately. And then we've heard reports, too, that when Carolina would pony up for different recruits, that they were competing with group of 5 schools. Like, they were going after players who weren't necessarily worth the money that they were handing out. Like, it just seems like every move that they have made outside of marketing this whole thing has been the wrong one. And I think Carolina just needs to cut bait. Sometimes you have to say, we had a lot of great intentions here. We did as much as we could to make this work, but it's not working. So before this turns into a full-fledged train wreck, because it's already going down the tracks, we need to start fresh, and it looks like that's what they're doing.
Yeah, it would be one thing if they were like losing close games and you say, hey, it's his first season. Yeah. It's hard for him to compete with the likes of like Clemson because, they're getting a bunch of NIL money. But it's not that. And the culture seems absolutely broken. And it's wild to me now that Bill Belichick's legacy, we're going to have so many like what if questions about, number one, what if Tom Brady wasn't his quarterback? I don't know if that one's necessarily fair. But now it's, what if he wasn't dating Jordan Hudson? Do you think that this project at Carolina would have been still a disaster if he didn't have all this other nonsense?
Maybe. It's tough because, unfortunately, in any sport, and especially in the NFL, which evolves so quickly, it's hard to stay relevant for a long time, which is a credit to what he did for so long in New England, right? Mm-hmm. But the game can pass you by. You can get to the point where you don't evaluate like you used to. You're just not the head coach you used to be. It happens all of the time. And so I certainly don't think the Jordan Hudson thing helped. Like, she was not a benefit to him. At the same time, when we saw the end of his tenure in New England, it looked like this is a guy that maybe needs to sort of have a soft landing in the media, which is what he may do now. But I will say that the number of people coming out and saying that this affects his legacy is something I do not understand. I think it's really obtuse and simple thinking. I know that people will look back and say, okay, at the end of his career, it wasn't great, right? But people really want to lean into the idea that all Bill Belichick did was have Tom Brady as a quarterback. And I think that is monumentally unfair, and I think it undercuts what it means to be a head coach. I mean, I'm sorry to go off here, but when you think about what a head coach doesn't just show up and have a great quarterback. A head coach has to hire great assistants. A head coach has to develop culture. A head coach has to talk with the staff and draft the right people. A head coach has to bring in the right free agents. A head coach, like Bill Belichick, has to coach the defense. A head coach can develop Tom Brady. A head coach has to make in-game decisions. And people just ignore all of that and say, see, you're not good without Tom Brady, ignoring all the other facets of the job. Like, this is not a great end to his career, which it looks to be. It doesn't take away from what he did in New England.
Oh, absolutely not. Like, the guy still has 8 Super Bowl rings, 6 with the Patriots and 2 with the Giants. And mind you, he's a defensive mind. So, like, he's the guy that's behind a lot of these defensive moves for the Patriots. And the thing that's wild to me that people are forgetting is the culture that he created in New England. And that is definitely on the coach. And, you know, to an extent, Tom Brady, I'm sure, helped. But, like, the whole do your job thing. And the fact that New England was, you know, a landing place for projects in the NFL where guys would have, like, these behavioral issues. They would have some potential. They would go to other teams and be terrible. And then they come to New England and they'd be fixed. Like, that is on the head coach, and that's on the culture of the team.
Yeah, and great head coaches, guys who win Super Bowls, often have, you're not going to believe this, great quarterbacks. Look at Andy Reid. Coached in Philly forever. Oh, he can't win the big one. Goes to Kansas City. Gets Patrick Mahomes, boom, he's winning Super Bowls. Look at the Eagles. Knock Jalen Hurts all you want. He was amazing in the Super Bowl last year. Teams would love to have a guy like Jalen Hurts. Look at Tom Brady. Look at the best teams in the league. They have great quarterbacks. That's generally the way it works. You need a great quarterback most of the time to get to the Super Bowl. So I'm not a Bill Belichick defender, but I don't really understand the idea that suddenly he's ruined everything just because the end of his career wasn't great. It's like that for a lot of coaches. It's like that for a lot of players.
Right. Very few people ride successfully off into the sunset. So it's just one of those things where, like, I think people are just very short-sighted. I think the upsetting part, it's people who should know better who are saying this. Wasn't this like Tony Gonzalez?
Yes.
Somebody playing the NFL and should know better.
Right.
And they said this about Russell Wilson, too. And I think a lot of it was Richard Sherman just being petty. It's just,
it was. You
you guys should know better. Like, you see this up close and personal. It's hard to be successful in the NFL. One, it's hard to be consistently successful in the NFL. And, like, nobody's going to do it for their entirety of their career.
Do you remember when Jerry Rice was playing for the Broncos? Do you remember when Emmitt Smith was playing for the Cardinals? Do you remember when Joe Namath was playing for the Rams? You know what I mean? Like, even the greatest of all time or some of the great players in NFL history going back, they end their careers at places that you forget about. It doesn't mean they didn't accomplish what they accomplished during their careers. So I really don't get it. One thing I do get is that the Tigers saved my card yesterday. Of all teams, by the way. The Tigers, you guys. But they did. They beat the Mariners 9-3. Tigers minus 110 on the money line. Total set at 8.5. The over hits. Mariners on top 3-0 after A.J. Hinch almost made me punch the TV, pulling Casey Mize, who was pitching great in that game. Oh, my God. I was so angry. But they tie the game, bottom of the 5th. Then they break it open an inning later.
5 spot real quick, and now 2 more.
Baez, first playoff home run in 8 years, has put Detroit on top by 4.
Call from FS1, Baez and Riley Green, each with homers to put Detroit on top for good. Tigers tie the series. They win at Comerica Park for the first time in a month, and this was crazy. They score the franchise's most runs in a postseason game since the 1968 World Series. But we get a Game 5, and now the Tigers are the favorites to win this series and the favorites in Game 5 because Tariq Skubal is going to be on the mound.
I still think my biggest question is, what offense are we going to see from the Tigers? Because yesterday was kind of an anomaly, but maybe not an anomaly if you look at the entirety of the season. Because once upon a time, the Tigers were one of the best across-the-board teams in all of baseball. Like, they have good hitters on their staff. You know, they have a good roster in there somewhere. It's just we didn't see it for most of the last month of the regular season and most of the postseason. They've been in a lot of low-scoring games. So I don't know if Tariq Skubal is going to get the run support because, Jenks, to me, Tariq Skubal feels like the constant here. He's going to give you a great start here. I have no doubts about that. The guy's an absolute gamer. He's going to win the Cy Young. But my question is, do you believe in this Tigers offense to give him enough runs?
I don't know. Like, are you going to be stunned if the Mariners win 2-0 or 1-0?
Oh.
You know what I mean? When A.J. Hinch pulled, I just want to say again, when he pulled Casey Mize, I was like, oh, my God. I was so angry. It was a terrible decision. You made such a good point yesterday, which is a lot of these teams, not necessarily the Tigers, but especially the great hitting teams that have a lot of power, that have a lot of guys who can, send it out a yard, generate run production. They can make up for mistakes. And I feel like A.J. Hinch got really lucky yesterday because the Tigers generally don't have a lineup that can get you off the hook like that.
Especially the Tigers. So, yeah, A.J. Hinch owes his team one.
Oh, my God.
Or at least it owes that
bad.
lineup one. But again, it does feel like the Tigers are gaining some momentum. And we've counted them out before because, at the end of the regular season, this looked like a team that had already cashed it in. They say, okay, the Guardians have our number, whatever, but we have a tie series. So, I mean, anything can happen. And I will say, Tariq Skubal certainly gives them a great chance. If I'm him, I'm getting everybody like their favorite meal the night before because the good news is this as well, is that the Mariners and Tigers don't play today.
Yeah.
They play, was it on Saturday? Not today, but the next day. So Skubal's going to get some extra rest as well, and so will the bullpen. So all of the factors are certainly lining up for the Tigers. We'll just see if they can take advantage.
Yeah. I mean, it's all right there for the taking. The Tigers a -140 favorite. Game 5 tomorrow afternoon, 4:40 in Seattle. Looks like George Kirby going to go for the Mariners. Also yesterday, the Cubbies tied with the Brewers 4-3. Cubs -120 on the money line, and the overhits with the total set at 7. The Cubs get all they need in the first off of Quinn Priester.
Bush with a drive, right field. Frelick goes back to the track, to the wall, gone! Tie game! Michael Bush, a leadoff bomb once again.
TBS with the highlight. Bush becomes the first player in Major League history with multiple leadoff homers in a single postseason series. He goes 1 for 4 in the day, and he gets some help.
Pete Crow Armstrong delivers with a base hit to right. That'll score 2, and the Cubs have the lead in Game 3.
Once again, call courtesy of TBS. Chicago also escapes a bases-loaded jam in the 8th, and they hold on to that one-run lead. So that's how it ends, and the Cubbies stay alive. I was surprised here. I like the Brewers at plus money, and the fact that they hit up Quinn Priester was something I did not see coming.
Yeah, the only reason I didn't bet on this one is because I feel like Jameson Taillon is at least a veteran pitcher and at least has like some good potential in there. But at the end of the day, the Brewers just didn't hit like they have been hitting as well. But I think my first reaction to this win was like, okay, that's a cute win for the Cubs, but it still feels like a Brewers series to me. Do you feel that way?
Yeah, I feel like we're booping the Cubs on the nose. Do you know what I mean? Boop. Boop. You guys are so cute. Boop. That was a nice win. Boop. You're not going to win this series. Boop. It's not nice. But I just kind of feel like the Brewers weren't going to sweep everybody, right? It's still baseball. It's still competitive. This is the way it works. And, yeah, I didn't think Priester was going to get hit up, but I feel like the Cubs are kind of on fumes. They're good enough to pull a game here and there, but this still feels like Milwaukee's series to me.
Yeah, it still feels like the Cubs just don't have the bullpen depth. or even
Yeah.
like the starting depth, because they have some guys hurt. And again, like they've had to rely so heavily on their bullpen, even dating back to the wild card series, which I guess was not that long ago. But like my point still stands. The fact that the Brewers didn't have to use any of their bullpen because they didn't play in the wild card series. So again, it just feels like the Cubs, like this was a nice morale boosting win, but it's not a lineup I necessarily trust. So we'll see if we'll be on Old Takes Exposed with us laughing and booping them on the
I
nose,
know.
but hopefully not.
Stupid radio sportscasters boot Cubs who end up advancing over the Brewers. Okay. Boop, boop. It's fun to do, though. Coming up in 5 minutes, time to find out what we expect from the Giants tonight in the Meadowlands. We'll bring in Pat Boyle from Infinity Sports Network. Boop. Next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. The Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Back on a Thursday in the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Hope you're having a great morning. Always appreciate your time. Chelsea's here. I'm Jinx. Got D-Day, Double D, and Dylan as well. Legendary show coming up. Jackson Dart looks to get another upset win in the Meadowlands, this time against the rival Eagles, and we will talk to Pat Boyle of the Pat Boyle Show on the Infinity Sports Network. Before we get to Pat, please tell this story that you were reading about regarding Cam Scadaboo, which is hilarious.
Okay, so there's this article on ESPN.com about Cam Scadaboo and like some of the crazy things that like he does, which, you know, kind of falls on the nose. Like if you ever see him, like this just feels like his personality. So they talked to his mom and said this. Okay, so it was really hard to keep him in a car seat. We call him Houdini. He also used to put on his brother's shoulder pads and run directly into telephone poles. Like imagine being this kid's mom. That feels like an absolute nightmare, but I will say it has prepared him well for the path ahead.
I mean, sometimes you know what you're going to do, know what you want to do, even as a kid. And this kid knew. He just wants to run into people and run over people. And that's what he's been doing at Arizona State and even now, just flattening people. So that's his game, and he knew early on. So let's talk about this game, and maybe we'll throw in a little Cam Scadaboo talk as well. We bring in our friend Pat Boyle, host of the Pat Boyle Show on the Infinity Sports Network. You can hear him on WFAN and here on the BetMGM Network. Pat, good morning to you. And let's start with the G-Men tonight, hosting the Eagles. What have you seen out of Jackson Dart thus far over a couple games?
Yeah, good morning, guys. And first, I would just like to say for Mrs. Scadaboo, for Cam's mom, you know, you take the millions of dollars he's going to make in the NFL and you deal with the CTE later, right? That's money now, CTE later. I think that's a win for most people. And I take it from me, when my sister's got 4 boys, they're starting to play football. They run into each other. I think the telephone pole is not far off from their future. But yeah, Jackson Dart, look, it's been a mixed bag. He did enough to win in his debut against the Chargers, where he burned them a couple of times with his legs. He had that great 16-yard touchdown run where he bolted right up the middle. And that's kind of how this offense has been designed by Brian Daboll. It's to allow him to use his legs, right? Allow him to be a dual threat. For any NFL rookie, it's going to be tough to throw against defenses. It's going to be tough to go through all the progressions, run the operation, get to the line of scrimmage, recognize blitzes, recognize coverages, and then still make the right throw and put the ball where it needs to be. So you didn't see a ton with his arm, but he made the throws he needed to make against the Chargers and win a football game. And that was awesome. It was a great debut. And then, you know, with that then comes the added expectations, and they go and play the New Orleans Saints, and he turns the ball over 3 times. You know, he still made a lot of good throws. He actually threw the ball 40 times, which was encouraging to see that many throws, that many completions, 26 of them, and over 200 yards. And with the 2 touchdown passes, both to his rookie security blanket, not rookie, second-year tight end security blanket, Theo Johnson, but he also turned the ball over 3 times, which is what you're expecting. So the highs, the lows, it's been a lot of good, it's a lot of bad, and that's probably what you're going to get the rest of the season from Jackson Dart. But I think the future is brighter than it's been in the last couple of years for the Giants, which is definitely a place to start with.
I know that mentality can only get you so far in the NFL, but I will say this. For a team that's kind of, I don't want to call them in the cellar, but like the Giants are not in a great place right now. For a team like that, it almost feels good to have a couple of rookies like Jackson Dart and Cam Scadaboo who just kind of have that energy all the time. And it feels like, I don't want to say like they're too stupid to know that they're like on a bad team, but it just feels like they're young and dumb and they're not going to be affected by like, you know, the media noise is saying, oh, the Giants are losing again. Do you think they've injected new life into this team?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, absolutely. Right. It's like, I think you hit the nail on the head. Like they're too dumb to know how bad of a team they're on. So just like Malik Neighbors, I mean, you see Malik Neighbors, it kind of felt like within a year, he kind of has that grizzled veteran look about him. Like, wow, yeah, this team does suck no matter how great I am. And then, you know, a terrible torn ACL ends his season. Like, I was incredibly excited to watch Jackson Dart throw the football to Malik Neighbors and Theo Johnson and have Cam Scadaboo run it. You take Malik out of this offense, and it's just not going to be anywhere near as good as it could have been. So that's really frustrating. But I do think that these guys, they've brought some physicality to this Giants offense. Scatterbui's the human bowling ball. That story about him running in a telephone pole completely checks out. And Dart's not afraid to run people over either. So, yeah, I think it brings some physicality to this Giants offense, and it definitely brings some youth and some spark. I mean, if nothing else, it brings it to Brian Dable, who knows maybe now his job could be extended by another year. That's for sure.
That was my next question, Pat, which is how hot is that seat and how much does he need to win for the rest of the season to stay in that role?
Yeah, I mean, it's still pretty hot. I don't think it's as hot as it was after week 3. Then he makes the change to go to Jackson Dart. And look, I mean, who knows? He should have been fired after last season. Joe Shane should have been fired after last season. It should have been a holy triumvirate. It should have been a new GM with a new head coach and a new quarterback. And so now you run the risk of putting the quarterback in a lame duck situation with a quarterback and a new GM that didn't draft him if things do go haywire. So John Mara basically was too lazy. And I say that in he said it himself. He was too lazy to fire Brian Dable and Joe Shane. He was like, yeah, I don't want to have to go through the process again. Okay. It's only your job as the owner, but then he doesn't really give a playoff mandate. Just said he hopes he feels a hell of a lot better than what he does right now. So it's really tough to gauge how many wins do the Giants have to get? If they get 3 wins, if they beat the Colts and score 45 in a meaningless Week 17 game, does that save Brian Dable's job again? I think you need to see enough progression and enough, enough building from Jackson Dart. I think, honestly, the defense can look as bad as it's been. They'll fire Shane Bowen, the defense coordinator, after the season. He's a stiff. He's got no idea what he's doing. As long as Jackson Dart progresses and looks better and better by the end of the season, I think that's enough to keep Brian Dable and Joe Shane their jobs, because you can then make the argument to the owner, John Mara, hey, we hit on our quarterback. We've got our guy. Our number one receiver tore his ACL 3 games into the season. We're going to get him back. Just look how much better we're going to be next year. And so it seems like it's hot on the surface, but as long as Dart gets a little bit better as the year goes on, the Giants could win 4 games, and I think Brian Dable will be back.
All right, so let's talk about the now. We have a big game tonight, divisional matchup, Eagles and Giants. Giants getting 7.5 at home. What's the game breakdown here? What are the key matchups, and can the Giants keep it close?
Yeah, I mean, at the expense of looking like an idiot, I was big on the Rams last week. I didn't think Mac Jones would, with a banged-up PCL, throw for over 300 yards, and Kendrick Bourne would have the game of his freaking life. And also that Kyron Williams would fumble on the 1-yard line. Not that the Rams were going to cover anyway. So at the expense of looking like an idiot, like a lot of Rams bettors did last week, it's another divisional game on a short week. And I still feel like this is the get-right game for the Eagles. I still feel like they win this game comfortably. They've dominated this series historically. You know, with the Niners and the Rams, over the last year and a half, McVay had Shanahan's number, but for a long time, Shanahan owned McVay. And so it really, I guess, in hindsight, it wasn't that surprising. To me, this would be a big surprise if the Giants win this game tonight. And I know the 7.5, the 7 in the hook is appealing for a lot of folks. Like, hey, you know, look what the Patriots did. Look what the Niners did. The Giants can keep this within a touchdown. The Eagles, it's all dysfunction. They look broken. You got A.J. Brown and Jalen Hurts and Saquon having private meetings, and they can't run the ball and they can't throw the ball. To me, this feels like the get-right game, because what's the Giants' big strength? It's their pass rush. Well, I'm pretty confident the Eagles can neutralize that with their great offensive line. Landon Dickerson, he's ruled out, but the rest of the offensive line is good to go. And even though they don't look, unbeatable like they did last year, this Eagles offensive line, they're still elite. And so that's how you neutralize a good pass rush, is with a great offensive line. That the Giants still can't stop the run. And you add in now the narrative angle. Saquon coming back to MetLife again. He ran for $176 against them at MetLife last year. I still think Saquon's got that bitterness in him of like, I'm going to show you again what you missed out on. I tried to stay here. You let me go. And now I'm going to run for another 150 yards down your throat. It just feels like all the problems the Eagles have been having. It's a Giants secondary, again, that has a lot of issues right now. Guys, rookies last year, Phillips and Newbin have taken a step back this year. They still have a big-time issue covering number one receivers. So if there's a game where it's Saquon runs for big yards and A.J. Brown maybe doesn't have a lot of yards or a lot of receiving, a lot of catches, but A.J. Brown probably finds a way to get into the end zone. It just feels like it's a get-right game for the Eagles, and their defense is still very good. They held the Broncos to 3 points until the final 10 minutes of that game, and then they got caught out of nowhere. So, it's anything can happen. Short week divisional game, but to me, this feels like it's a get-right game for the Eagles. I think they win it by 10 or more.
He is host of the Pat Boyle Show on the Infinity Sports Network. You can also hear him on WFAN and here on the BetMGM Network. Pat, we appreciate the time, and good luck to your sister's kids. We got to keep them away from those telephone poles.
Yeah, absolutely. Really quickly, too, some props if you guys want to hear them.
Yeah, go ahead.
Speaking of Theo Johnson, 6 catches on Sunday against the Saints, 3 in Jackson Dart's debut against the Chargers. The one Eagles' weakness is they do give up a lot of catches to tight ends. So let's go Theo Johnson over 3.5 catches. No Malik Neighbors, no Darius Slayton in this game either for the Giants. Who's that security blanket? It's Jackson Dart's tight end, over 3.5 catches for Theo Johnson. And let's take Cam Scatterbo anytime touchdown, right? Plus
okay.
155. Yeah. If somebody's going to get in for the Giants, it's either going to be him or Dart. Why not just the human bowling ball running back who they're going to run it with? And then I think Saquon, you can push that narrative tonight. Saquon over rushing yards and maybe break out the ladder with it here. I think he has another massive game against him.
Oh, love that. Cam Scatterbo running into the end zone and then runs right to the goalpost and starts banging his head against the stanchion. And that could be his touchdown celebration. Thank you, Pat. We appreciate it.
Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
That would be amazing. That's his thing. Like every time he gets in the end zone, just bam, bam, bam. Human wrecking ball. I would love that.
Until he gets a call from Roger Goodell and he's like, hey, listen, we're trying to crack down on CT. Can you please not do that? Thanks.
Right. You're not helping this, okay, at all. Please, stop. Coming next in the show, we will focus more on the game tonight. Prop bets we like. Chelsea's going to have a ton of those, and I'll sit back and say, yeah, I like those too. Eagles and Giants coming up on tap next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Grab your coffee and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker back.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, they're like, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
Le who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the Dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it
Legend? Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Rise and shine, people. It's a Thursday here on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM. And that means one thing. We have Thursday night football. We will get into our favorite plays for Eagles and Giants, a divisional matchup, a 7.5-point spread, but maybe props are the way to go. At 7:20, we do have 2 baseball games on the card today. Can the Phillies stave off elimination for one more game against the Dodgers? Do the Cubs actually have a chance against the Brewers? We'll talk about all that and more over the next hour here on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM. All right, Jenks, so I know we complain about people who complain about their fantasy football team, but how mad do you think people are that drafted Saquon Barkley pretty high up in their fantasy drafts? Right now he sits with 267 yards for the year with only 3 touchdowns. Whoa. There was a day last year where I feel like every single prop for him was just out of control. It was like, okay, his prop is 109 yards for the game. His anytime touchdown is minus 225. Like, those people have to be in shambles right now.
I mean, and imagine if you took a rushing prop and hit the over based on last season. Then you got to be dying. Like, oh my God, he hasn't done anything. So whether it's fantasy, whether it's wagering, I mean, early on, I'm sure in the first few games before we started to see, oh, maybe this is a trend this season, I'm sure the books took a lot of money on his overs before people realized, oh, he's not going to have nearly the season he did last year. So across different spectrums, it's been a disappointment. I think he's probably going to break out of that tonight. I think Pat made some really good points in the previous segment, but I would have never guessed this. I think he's going to get better. He has to get better, I believe, as the season goes on. But yeah, a lot of people upset with that, and I get it.
I feel like it's really tough for running backs in particular to have like consistently great stats, like year in and year out. Because like think about the best running backs in the NFL. Think of, Christian McCaffrey, how dominant he was at one time, and he just can't stay healthy just because it feels like he has so much tread on the tire. Same goes for Derrick Henry. He's having a down year. And even like there was a break between Jonathan Taylor being the best running back in the NFL. Like it used to be Derrick Henry, Jonathan Taylor, 1A, 1B. Then there was like a gap there. He was kind of hurt. And now he's back to the top. So I feel like it's not a matter of like Saquon losing any skill or talent. I just feel like the running back, by essence of all of the hits that you take and all of the snaps that you get, it's just really difficult to be consistent.
I think it is. I think what surprises me about Saquon and something that I don't buy just yet is that this drop-off has been so significant, right? Like, rarely do you see someone go from, okay, through the course of the regular season, the playoffs, I'm going to rush for more than 2,000 yards, and then I'm barely going to get 60 a game the next season. Like, it's one thing to slowly decline. It's quite another to just drop off a cliff. So I think this has a lot more to do with the Eagles' issues as an offense as a whole, because these are systemic issues. It's not like everyone else is performing. It's just Saquon who isn't getting it done. A.J. Brown isn't happy. The Eagles' offense is one of the lower-rated offenses in the NFL. Like, it's near the bottom in, like, expected points added. So no one on that offense is performing well. If everyone else was doing great, then you'd say, okay, maybe it's Saquon. But I think it's whatever the scheme, whatever it is going on, they're just not performing well as a group.
I think that definitely goes into it as well, because as somebody who bets, like, regularly on props, it is difficult to get offensive props and their overs when a team can't get a bunch of first downs. Because, like, think about it. It's less opportunities for you to make that one big play. And I think that's what's really been missing from Saquon's game this year. Like, last year, his longest rush was like an auto bet. He would break off one of those, like, signature huge runs. It felt like every single game. And a lot of times it would be in the first half. This year, his longest run this year has been 17 yards. He's just been completely lacking of those big breakaway plays that kind of boost his yardage total. Because obviously when you have like a 48-yard run, that's going to make your stats pop off the page a little bit easier.
Well, and then it opens everything up when you are that balanced, or he's such a factor on the ground, like he just couldn't be stopped, and that made throwing the ball easy because teams would have to commit to more people in the box, or what can we do to stop this guy? And then all of a sudden, it's easy pickings in the air if you're Jalen Hurts, which is why at the end of last season, sort of after A.J. Brown was complaining, what happened? The Eagles' offense started to sort of come alive. Saquon had a lot to do with that, but everyone's frustrated right now.
Oh, absolutely. But I will say this. Maybe it is a get-right spot for Saquon tonight against his former team, the New York Giants. So the spread in this game, 7.5. Eagles, road favorites here, total of 41. It's very low. I think this might have even dropped to 40.5 overnight. But Jenks, let's start with Saquon, because it does feel like it's going to be the Saquon game. Whether he has a big game or not, this is Saquon returning to the Giants, and it feels like he would probably want to make a statement. But here's the sabotage factor, is Saquon Barkley has been on the injury report this week. In fact, it wasn't like for sure that he was going to play until yesterday. He is going to play in this game. I'm just not so sure that he's going to get the full workload, because we saw this last week. Like, he only had 6 carries for 30 yards. So maybe if this game does get out of hand, this is your sabotage factor. If you play the over 81.5 rush yards for Saquon Barkley, is the fact that they're not going to be running him into the ground. Or at least it feels like that wouldn't be a super smart move on a short week for somebody who's dealing with knee soreness. But again, like if he has that big chunk play that we saw all of last year, 81.5 does feel like a buy low spot for Saquon. Does it not?
It does. And, you know, it's interesting, too, is that when you think of that Giants defensive line, like this is a beastly defensive line. With Thibodeau and Sexy Dexy and Brian Burns. I mean, these guys can get after you. But like Pat was saying, as good as they are, they're not necessarily great against the run. And then you take the revenge factor. Like, I never know how to put a number or put a handicap into a revenge factor game. But if you're the Giants and you're not good on the defensive line, if you're the Eagles and you want to get Saquon going and he wants to get going and it's prime time, and you need this anyway, like if the Eagles are going to be successful this season, and they are successful, but if they want to open up the offense like they did last year, don't they need to get Saquon going? They can't continue down this road where the offense just kind of plods along like, you're not doing anything. I feel like if there's a night where Saquon can go off, like this is it.
Absolutely. Like the matchup feels like a good one because as we have been alluding to, like the offense is complementary where when one thing works, the other aspects of the game works. And it just feels like the secondary of the Giants should be an easy spot for Jalen Hurts in this passing game to get going as well. So it does feel like a buy low spot on Saquon if you're interested. But whenever it's a buy low spot, there's also risk involved. It's harder to make a case when like the numbers just haven't been flying off the page. I do think that if you believe in Saquon to return to form, maybe you look at his longest rush. It's 18.5, juice the over at -120. Again, that's what's really been missing from his repertoire. And it's like, how many games is he going to go without having that in his bag? And it just feels like tonight would be a huge night. And if you're worried about, you know, the carries and maybe like lay off him at the end of the game, maybe that's a way to circumvent that. All right, Jenks, so let's talk about the spread in this game. Because obviously it's a divisional matchup. It's a short week. I think if you are taking the names off the jerseys, you probably want to make a case for the underdog just because of the level of chaos that we've seen in the NFL lately. But it's been domination station. Eagles against the Giants. They have won outright in 7 of the last 8. And like in most of these instances, they're also covering the number. And if we're talking about buy low spots, it also feels like you could make a case for this being a buy low spot on the Eagles, who have not been dominant this year, but maybe it's lurking under the surface. So I feel like I would lean towards the Eagles, but it's not going to make the card for me.
I would kind of lean towards the Giants here, especially after hearing Pat. God, I hate when I have a handicap and then someone comes on who is very close to the team, says, oh, I like the other side. I think I would actually go Giants here. At some point, the Eagles are going to get it going, I guess. But it's a short week. which lends itself to an under. I really like the under in this game. I mean, 41's pretty low, but I think we could probably still make a case for the under. But ultimately, when you're talking about a division game and you're talking about an Eagles team that doesn't really move the ball, even though the Giants may not be good against the run, they are still very good at getting after the quarterback and putting the quarterback in pressure situations. That's how they got the win against the Chargers a couple weeks ago in the Meadowlands. And I know we keep waiting for an Eagles breakout, but we just haven't seen it. And I just don't know, especially in a divisional battle where your opponent knows you so very well, if this is the night when they can cover 7.5. Like, that's a big number for a divisional game, especially on a short week. I understand the case for the Eagles, but it's all based on at some point, right? Like, I don't like basing a bet on at some point the Eagles offense has to break out. Yeah, maybe the talent's there, but we haven't seen it. So I think the Giants want to, they obviously want to lean on Jackson Dart, hope he doesn't turn the football over like he did last week and slow this game down, make it a slog, keep it within the number. I think they can.
I just feel like there's too much volatility involved on both sides. Because like you said, this is a buy low spot because we haven't seen much from the Eagles to support this argument. So, I don't want to buy into that. And then you look at the Giants, and it feels like they're a super volatile team. One week, they're beating the Chargers, and Jackson Dart looks amazing. The next week, they look like a very young team. They have all these really costly turnovers. So it just feels like this game could go in so many different directions that it doesn't feel like something I want to bet on. I do think that there are some prop plays worth considering in this one. So you know me and the short and dumpy passes to the running back on short weeks. I feel like this is a good spot to bet on Cam Scattaboo in the receiving game. And it is a low number for him. Today, it's not super high when it comes to his receiving yards. It's set at, let's see, that's a touchdown prop. Just kidding. I think it's 13.5. It's something in that neighborhood. 13.5. I'm going to hit the over there. I think he gets at least 3 catches here. That's what we saw last week. He had 6 catches for 45 yards, especially against his Eagles defensive front. I feel like we see a lot of check down passes from Jackson Dart to Cam Scattaboo.
I like that a lot. And I'll tell you a play that I feel like is slipping under the radar right now is Jalen Hurts anytime touchdown at minus 140. Most weeks, this is sitting at minus 200, minus 220. Like, this is a cheap price on Jalen Hurts. And don't you know that everyone's going to be on Saquon Barkley tonight for an anytime touchdown? And I'm not saying he can't get there. The Eagles will certainly try to get him into the end zone. But I can also see the Eagles running a play where there's some sort of misdirection and everyone keys on Saquon and Jalen Hurts just waltzes into the end zone. Like, as much as the Eagles might want Saquon to get a bit of revenge, you got to win the game. That's the number one goal here. And Jalen Hurts scored a touchdown in the first 3 games of the season, hasn't scored in the last 2. And in a game like this, if the Giants aren't as good against the run as I thought they were, which is what Pat was talking about, why not take Jalen Hurts, who tends to get into the end zone most games, especially when you're getting him at this price?
Yeah, to be clear, this price has gone up. The lowest I can find is minus 130. It's minus 135 at BetMGM, but other books that shall not be named do have it at minus 130. But there is this play that I don't know if you've heard of it, but it's called the tush push, and it's very successful most of the time. So, think about this. If the Eagles are on the 1 yard line, Jalen Hurts is getting a touchdown. It's unstoppable. So it feels like one of those plays where I like quarterback or I like anytime touchdown bets where a guy can score in multiple ways. Jalen Hurts can score on the tush push. He can score on a quarterback keeper where he scrambles around and runs in the end zone. Or he can throw it to A.J. Brown or whoever. So it just feels like there are so many ways he can get in the end zone. And plus, I do think the Eagles offense, I'm not going to say they get right and score 50 in this one, but I do think they have a good shot to score multiple touchdowns in this game. So it does feel like a good play. We have not talked about the total at all yet. I'm not super interested just because it feels like too low of a total. I don't want to sweat 40.5, but it's not going to shock me if this game's low scoring.
No, I think that's exactly what it's going to be. And also, look at it this way. The Giants are going to be without Darius Slayton as well. So now you're without Malik Neighbors and you're without Darius Slayton. I mean, maybe a Wan'Dale Robinson prop is the way to go because it'll either be Scadaboo out of the backfield or it'll be Wan'Dale Robinson. I mean, they don't have a lot of weapons here. So the Giants are going to have to find a way to manufacture points. And with the Eagles' offense being as bad as it is, like we can just kind of see a back-and-forth battle where both teams struggle to get on the scoreboard.
Yeah, so 40.5, though, is too low for me. So I'm not going to play that. I'm probably just going to play my props. Maybe you look at Jackson Dart over his rushing prop. I do think like the quarterback rushing props in primetime are usually a good look, but it's pretty high at 35.5. Juice the over at minus 118. All right, coming up next, maybe we don't get a good game on Thursday night for football, but maybe, just maybe, we get two great MLB postseason matchups. We'll talk about those next here on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Dale. The Yankee lose. The Yankee lose. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Hey, let's do it again. The Yankees lose. The Yankees lose. Yankees lose. Let's go, baby.
But you don't take it personal. I get it.
One more. The Yankees lose.
Oh, my God. I don't think there's anything else left to be said. Vlad, you were awesome. We'll see you in the next round. Go enjoy it, all right?
All right. Apologies to Yankees fans if it appears that we are dancing on your grave, but that was too good not to include in our show today. That was Vladdy Jr. of the Toronto Blue Jays, who eliminated the Yankees last night, joking around with David Ortiz, Big Papi, who also is not a huge fan of the Yankees. And Jenks, that very phrase, "da Yankees lose," was once uttered by Big Papi. So it was a nice ode to David Ortiz by Vladdy Jr. Oh, man. I know that there are players that are easy to root for on the Yankees, like Aaron Judge.
Yeah.
But there is something to the effect of, like, seeing a team that has always been like the evil empire of baseball.
Yeah.
Seeing them lose to a team that's almost labeled as a mid-market team, that just makes you feel good.
I mean, I'm not apologizing to Yankees fans. I'll dance on their graves. I'm not a Yankees fan. Vladdy Jr. speaks for all of us who don't support the Yankees. That was an awesome moment. And it's especially awesome because, A, he's sharing it with David Ortiz, and then, B, it was so pure, right? The fact that he kept wanting to say it like again and again and again is awesome. That was awesome TV. It was an awesome moment, and it was so cool to see him just thrilled with the win and the exuberance that comes with getting a huge series win over the Yankees, because this is massive for Toronto.
Oh, absolutely. And I do think this is what we want to see in rivalries, that they never die. You know, even when David Ortiz is not currently playing for the Red Sox, he still hates the Yankees, and it's very obvious. But it should be noted that the Blue Jays are also in the AL East, and I understand they're not the bitter rivals that the Yankees and the Red Sox are. But, like, the Blue Jays, I'm sure, are not fans of, like, sitting around and watch the Yankees have all this success either.
No, absolutely. And look, it's been a long time coming for Toronto. And even, you know, even though they've had success over the years, when you think about the marquee franchises in baseball, you don't generally go to Canada, right? They're not forgotten, but they aren't really grouped in with these teams that are sort of traditional powers in Major League Baseball. So it's hard for them to get your attention. And when they do, they want to make sure that you know what they're doing, and they did it last night.
Absolutely. Like, for a Blue Jays team that won 74 games last year and finished in 5th place in the AL East in 2024, what a turnaround. But we knew the potential was there, and it starts with Vladdy Jr. What a series he had, clubbing all kinds of big home runs, had a Superman leap, diving into home plate. So it was an entertaining series. Maybe not for the Yankees fans, but for us who don't mind dancing a little bit on the Yankees' grave.
And
all right,
also,
Jenks, we do have some
can I just say,
games.
too, that, like, when they had, like, they would cut away to, like, Jeter and A-Rod in there, like, that made it even better. Like, those guys weren't saying anything. They were just sitting there with, like, looks on their faces like, okay, I'll just sit here and take it. And they had to take it. I mean, that was just a great moment.
It was a tough week for Derek Jeter. Did you see where he had to miss, like, a parent-teacher conference because of, like, a rain delay, and he was mad about it?
Oh, I didn't. Oh, first that, then this. He's had better weeks. Tough.
God, you got to feel bad for the captain. You know, what a terrible life that he leads. I don't feel bad for him at all. All right, Jenks. So now let's get into the games tonight that we have in the MLB postseason. And if you are betting on baseball, go ahead and swing big on your next MLB parlay. Use a parlay boost token over at BetMGM to score a bigger payout if your baseball parlay hits. So we do have 2 games today if you want to parlay those. All right, so let's start with the Dodgers and the Phillies. The Phillies finally showing some life last night, clubbing some massive home runs at the hands of Kyle Schwarber, who I think that ball is still landing. Hit one absolutely into orbit last night and finally broke out of his slump as well. He was not, having a great series, But Jinx, I think the question is this. Like, the Phillies look good last night, but they're down in this series 2-1. And my question is this. Can you hold down the Dodgers for that many games in a row? Because it feels like to me that this Dodgers lineup is not going to be silenced 2 nights in a row.
No, I think I'm going to go with the Dodgers tonight. It's -120. It's a cheap price. And the Dodgers have only lost 2 straight at home twice this season. That's it. That's it. That's the list. And also, as good as Christopher Sanchez has been, he's faced the Dodgers 3 times this season, so they have seen him. And he's been okay. He's been average at best if you go back and look at his performances. And also, the Dodgers get Roki Sasaki tonight, who they can use in the bullpen, as opposed to last night when they used Clayton Kershaw, who got roughed up in a big way. That didn't really work out. It just feels like the Dodgers, kind of, I don't want to say they gave the Phillies one. They didn't give it away. But everything is coming together for a win tonight at -120. So it's a good price. You've got an advantage with Tyler Glass now, I believe. And I think the Dodgers are going to finally close things out.
I think so, too. Just because it feels like this Dodgers lineup, it almost feels like it's matchup proof. I understand yesterday they couldn't string together a ton of runs, but that was the only game in the postseason where they didn't go over their team total. This lineup is just inevitable. So it just feels to me where either you play a Dodgers team total or you just play the Dodgers on the money line, because it does feel like the Dodgers are the more trustworthy offense. Because, we saw a 1-game sample size where the Phillies top of the order actually produced. Last night we saw that. But Jenks, doesn't this kind of have shades of what we saw in the Blue Jays-Yankees series, where the Yankees have one great game where they look like they've put it all together, and then the next game they go quietly off into the night?
Yeah, I agree with that. And, when you look at different teams, it's easy to get caught up in the Yankees mystique, for example. But I think at the end of the day, the Blue Jays were just better. They were just better. The pressure is always going to be more in New York, right? We're always going to pay more attention to the Yankees, but the Blue Jays were just better. We saw that. And I got caught up in that last night. Look at this series. The Phillies are a good team, and they've been really close. They've been really close the past few postseasons, but the Dodgers are just better. They're a better team. And so the Phillies were going to get theirs at some point. Schwarber was amazing last night. Actually, Trey Turner, Kyle Schwarber, and Bryce Harper were all fantastic last night. 7 of 13. So, they had the 2 home runs, I believe 5 RBI, 4 runs scored, something like that. So they finally delivered. But that said, the Dodgers can match them, and they have a pitching advantage tonight. The Dodgers are just the better team here. So the series price is still Dodgers -325. Wouldn't touch that. But you can get the Dodgers tonight, I believe, to close things out at -120. I think it's a good price.
What about a total here? Because I think my initial read was, if you believe in the Phillies at all, if they can even contribute to the total, I think the over 8's a solid play. But it's also an elimination game.
Yeah.
And it's also a decent pitching matchup. Christopher Sanchez v. Tyler Glasnow, that's a good starting pitching matchup. And they will have Duran coming in at some point because, the season's on the line for the Phillies. They're going to use their best arms in this one tonight. So I go back and forth on that one. I go back and forth on the money line just because it feels like the Dodgers are the play to me. But also, the top of the lineup is good for the Phillies. And it would make sense if they, I don't know, look good in back-to-back games. So are you playing either of these? I know we've given our leans, but, are either of these making the card for you?
Maybe. I'm leaning Dodgers. And part of this is just a gut feeling. I know I said it earlier, but the Dodgers don't lose many back-to-back games at home. They just don't. Twice all season. So that and these bats, the Dodgers bats, they didn't go cold, but they weren't what we normally see. And I think tonight they probably get back on track. And even Dave Roberts said afterwards, we're fine. We're not worried about this. We feel fine, we can still close things out. We're not worried at all. And I don't think he was just sort of using managerial speak. I feel like the Dodgers feel that way, and they know they're the better team here. And I'm just not going to trust the Phillies. But it's great that they came alive last night if you're a Phillies backer. But throughout the season, the Phillies have been much better swinging the bat at home than they are on the road. They're too good to be shut out completely for an entire series. But I'm also not going to be completely surprised if those bats that, heated up last night suddenly start to go cold again.
Yeah, it just feels to me like if we're giving betting advice on this show, I want the larger body of sample size and like the more ammo. And it just feels like more ammo goes in the favor of the Dodgers. So like if I were to give out a side, I want the most logic, and I feel like it would be the Dodgers. They don't have team totals listed just yet over at BetMGM. I would imagine you could probably get a 3.5 since the full game total is 7.5. So a Dodgers team total I feel like is a good way to go. If maybe you think the Phillies bats come alive a little bit and you're worried about the Dodgers winning, but I think either of those plays are good ones. All right, Jenks, what do we do with this game since we don't know who's starting for the Brewers and the Cubs? So the Brewers lead this series 2-1, and the Cubs took one yesterday. Brewers -120, Cubs even money, total of 7 runs. So I think both of us are probably going to be on the Brewers to win this series. But can you make a case for this specific game when we don't have starters listed?
It's hard. I think it's difficult. The blind handicap. I think it might be Freddie Peralta tonight. If it is, I would jump all over the Brewers. I'll tell you that. And also, when you look at these series, right, what is the trend that we've seen thus far? And it doesn't always work out this way, but you have the Blue Jays and the Yankees. Looks like the Blue Jays are the better team. The Yankees get one, and they're eliminated. I think we're going to see a similar pattern tonight. The Dodgers are the better team. Phillies get theirs, and the Dodgers wrap things up. Like, the Cubs are a good team. They're not on the Brewers' level. The Brewers are clearly the better team. I feel like we still just don't pay any attention to the Brewers, and yet here they are with their pitching staff and all those bats who can explode at any time. So I feel like the Cubs got theirs, and then the Brewers are going to close things out. Now, I say all this, watch all the dogs win, but I kind of feel like that's how we're going to go tonight. And also, when you're talking about dogs versus favorites here, I mean, these are really close to being even. All these are really close to being coin flips. So when you're talking about the Brewers being a favorite, it's -120.
Right. Like, you still essentially get a good price on a team that had the best run differential in all of baseball by a wide margin. How many times have we said that on this damn show? And it just feels like the Brewers never get any respect. Because here's the thing for me. Again, it feels like if this was a larger sample size, and there is a reason you play 5 games in a series because they want the better team to win, the Brewers' offense is the offense that I trust more. They scored 9 and 7 in the first 2 games. I know they were quiet last night, but it just feels like it will be a return to form for this Brewers offense, I feel like, in this game. But I will say this. If home field advantage matters at all, this game's at Wrigley. Wrigley's going to be rocking.
It is going to be rocking. This fans are rocking. Don't come a knocking.
Hey, Donkster.
Sorry. You're like, hey, don't do that. Don't be inappropriate. I'm just looking. I'm looking around. I'm just searching for any inkling of who's going to start for the Brewers. I think it's going to be Peralta. I think I'm going to blind bet the Brewers. I really am. I know Wrigley's going to be rocking, but it looks like maybe it's going to be Peralta and Matthew Boyd. You don't trust Matthew Boyd here? Not me. No. I think I'm
trusted him in the other series. Remember, Sammy P was like, do you really want to trust Matt Boyd? And we're like, yes. And the Cubs won. So,
yeah,
I just think it's against the Brewers lineup.
That's
which is
the thing.
different.
Like, previously, sure. But now against the Brewers in this economy, no. In this economy, no. I think I'm gonna go Brewers here. I'm gonna blind bet it. I was gonna bet football, but now we've talked so much baseball. I think I want some baseball action. So, yeah, Dodgers and Brewers it is for me. These short favorites, I think, close it out.
I do think, like, if you want to make a case for blind betting on the Brewers, you would say this. You would say, okay, the Brewers have such a good offense that maybe the starting pitching matchup does not matter. Because think about it. It's kind of similar to the Dodgers where, if your lineup is so good where you're scoring 9 and 7 runs, your starter can have a little wiggle room. So, like, I think that's the bottom line for me is that, we don't know either pitcher who is starting for this game. So based on the available information at hand, which offense do you trust more? And I do trust the Brewers. I will say the Cubs have been much better at home this year, but I do think it feels like a team that's kind of running on fumes because it feels like it's going to be their same, like, relievers. It feels like they've trotted out, like, Drew Pomeranz and Brad Keller and Palencia, like every single game. So eventually that usually doesn't go in your favor because like the more familiarity we have with, bullpens when it comes to the other offense, the favor goes with the opposing offense because they see their stuff every single day. So I do think it's going to be the Brewers. We will see if it makes the card for us. All right, coming up next, it's time to go back to the NFL and play Survivor. Who wins this week in the NFL? That's next on the Daily Tip.
Coming up on the Daily Tip, find out who'll survive when the Daily Tip crew lets you know their favorite survivor picks for the NFL. Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legendary.
Back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back on Thursday, October the 9th. In a few minutes here on the show, we'll give you our survivor plays for this week in the NFL. Who's going to win outright? That is the question. Before we get to that, Jenks, it's wild to me how much sports betting has grown over the last 5 to 6 years.
Yeah.
And I feel like when you look back, it wasn't even that long ago when people were like, is this even legal? Because I remember when I first started in sports betting, which was 6 years ago, we were living in Las Vegas. I was pregnant with Blake, and I had a job with Picks and Parlays. Shout out to Craig Trapp for hiring a pregnant person to do a betting show. But I would post my videos on Facebook, and people would leave the meanest comments being like, is this really the example you want to set for your unborn child? This isn't even legal in Tennessee. Now all those people are the same people who are asking me, okay, what props are we playing on Sunday?
Right.
So my, how the tables have turned.
It's been quite a journey. And allow me to repeat myself. I know we've been doing this for so long. It's like the old husband and wife thing we always talk about. But I remember years ago when I was on the air in Austin and I made a joke about sports betting, and there was an audible gasp on the air. I remember Judy Maggio, who's a legend in Austin, fantastic person, and Judy was like, oh my God, he's talking about sports, and he mentioned wagering. I did it as a joke, and it was just I can't believe he did that. And then fast forward a few years, I'm on some sort of offshore book, which I won't mention, and gambling was illegal in D.C., but I'm on an offshore book. I remember this very vividly, and so my card won't go through. Why? Because the website has designated, oh, you're in Washington, D.C., this is illegal. I didn't realize that at the time. I call, I'm like, hey, I'm trying to get my card to go through. I'm trying to make a deposit. And the customer service rep goes, well, sir, that's because sports wagering is illegal in the District of Columbia. And I was like, oh, okay. And he goes, whoa, hold on one second. Just refresh your browser. I refresh my browser. He goes, did a button pop up? I go, yeah. He goes, try that. I clicked that button. That money went right through. Right through. So to go from all of those stories where there's audible gasping and then, somehow they let you in on the offshore books, even though it's not legal yet, to here we are talking about it and it's legal is crazy to me too.
Right. There's people at church that ask me about my plays.
What?
People who
what
you
would
would
Lord
think that
want?
would never. We don't bet against the angels on
You
Sundays,
think Jesus
right?
is on the Phillies tonight? What do you think?
But that's the thing. It's now sports fandom and betting feels like it goes hand in hand.
Yeah.
And it's a great way to feel like you have some skin in the game. And I'll always repeat that. It doesn't have to be sinister. You don't have to put your mortgage on things.
Right.
Bet responsibly. It's like going to Disney World, except for maybe you win some money in return. When you go to Disney World, you ain't coming back with money no matter what. You're never winning. At least in sports betting, there is a chance that you win.
Please gamble
but Jenks, the
responsibly.
slow creep. Please gamble responsibly. Call the number if you're feeling, like you're betting too much. But the slow creep has made its way to the NCAA. So the NCAA is now going to allow students and staff to bet on pro sports, not college sports, because I can see, where that could be a problem. But the rule goes into effect on November 1st. So again, they can't bet on March Madness. They can't bet on college sports, which I feel like makes a ton of sense because I remember being on campus at NC State and you would see somebody in a walking boot and you're like, looks like he's probably not going to play this week, but nobody has said anything. So it just feels like you get more insider information or, you go to a party, somebody's drunk and they let something slip. So I understand that. And obviously college kids, maybe are going to, be more susceptible to people saying, hey, if you just don't score 15.5 points, we'll give you a bunch of money. But it also is saying that college sports programs still can't take money from sports books as advertisers, which Fair. Okay, we see ads for sports books everywhere. I don't think that that's a huge thing. But again, it's wild to see how far sports betting has come. Were you surprised to see this?
A little bit. but I think we're going to see it continue to happen over time. And look, let's just be honest. There's just too much money in the game, right? There's too much money involved for these different schools, different entities, not to form partnerships where money can be made. And the crazy thing about it is when you've been in this space as long as we have, because we've kind of been in it from the very beginning, then it's easy to think, oh, this is everywhere. But it's not everywhere. Like, it's still growing. Sports wagering is still not legal in all 50 states. Most states, yes, but there are still states who have not approved it. Eventually, they will come around. These partnerships will be formed. These deals will be made. And so I think the key is to bring it along slowly and make sure the parameters are in place to make sure there's no undercutting of, the results that we see and that everything is legitimate. I think those things can be put in place. And also, this is where technology comes in a big way, right? Where it allows people to bet, but also we see these programs where if there are any improprieties at all, whether you're a college student, whether you're someone who's playing the game, where there might be a conflict of interest, those programs are going to catch you.
Oh, absolutely. Like, they use your social security number. Like,
right.
It's ironclad.
Find you.
And it feels like there is no conflict of interest if a college player is betting on the NBA or the NFL. Like, there is no, qualms that I have. If the normal person can bet on those things, if you're not involved in the sport, like, I feel like you should be able to bet on it, just like the rest of us. You can also bet on the NFL if you aren't in college, and I feel like that's most of our listeners. So let's try to pick some outright winners, and I tried for that transition. It didn't work, but it's fine. Let's play Survivor.
2 men enter, 1 man leaves. There can be only one.
Who will survive?
All right. I feel like we need to do like a lip dub of that. Like, we need to do our own TikTok of all the sounders on the show. All right, Jenks. Who will survive this week in the NFL?
Who will survive? Who am I going with this week? I totally forgot. Broncos. Taking on the Jets in London. I was talking yesterday about how bad the Jets are. They're terrible. They stink. They're awful. I mean, the number is 7.5 that the Broncos are laying. We don't have to worry about that because this is just an outright pick. But the Broncos defense is so good, the Jets aren't going to be able to move the ball against them. So let's just go Broncos and make it nice and easy.
Yeah, I like that one. I like a lot of teams in Survivor. I feel like it was hard to choose this week. But I'm going to go with one that seems very obvious, and this is also in my teaser. Going to go with the Rams over the Ravens. So Rams 7.5-point road favorites. Don't know if you've seen the absolute implosion of the Ravens over the last few weeks, but it's been bad. It is real bad in Baltimore. So especially the Rams coming off a loss, I feel like they will be focused for this game. Because that's the thing. Sometimes when you play these teams that are not supposed to be good, teams lose focus, but you don't do that when you're coming off a loss, especially to a division rival in primetime against the Niners. So I do like the Rams this week against the Ravens. Double D looks like it's more of the same for you.
Yeah, I'm going Rams versus Ravens. Ravens defense is awful. And I'll just say, just listen to Chelsea. Just everything that she said, I agree with.
Agree. We like that analysis. All right, Dylan, you're next. Who do you like this week?
Yeah, I'm kind of squadding up with Jenks here with the Broncos over the Jets. This is more just kind of full of double D here. Listen to what Jenks said, but also the Broncos are just way better than the Jets, I think, in every aspect. The Jets are looking like a bad team this year. Denver's defense is elite. I don't think Justin Fields is going to be able to move the ball at all, so give me the Broncos.
Let's go.
I do like trusting teams with good defenses because it feels like there's less volatility. Like, even if the offense is not firing on all cylinders that day, the defense is still going to hold you down. It feels like that's the case for the Broncos. All right, Den, you are last, and it feels like you're the one person that does not have a partner in a pick.
Yeah, old Denton Island over here. I'm standing on the corner watching you guys all have fun with your party over there. I'm taking the Chargers over the Dolphins, though. The Chargers have lost 2 in a row. I think they're a better team than that. They just ran into Jackson Dart with a lot of inspiration. and a returning Jaden Daniels, who's the best quarterback in the NFC. And now they get to play Mike McDaniel, who is a sad little offensive mind walking back in his capris, and Tua Tagovailoa, who I'm not 100% sure he knows what's going on half the time. So I think they're going to get the win. I think this is going to be a big win for the Chargers. It is very much a get-right game for Los Angeles, and I have a feeling that Justin Herbert is going to get right.
I feel like there are very few wins left on the card for the Dolphins. Like, it's just not a team that I am buying stock in. And I understand, they had their one little win over the Jets, but, like, look at the Jets now. Like, the Jets look terrible. So, like, even that win does not look as good as maybe it did back on September 29th. So, I don't know. I feel like Mike McDaniel is not for long.
No. Dead man walking. Dead man walking.
Bless him.
It's he and Brian Callahan, right? Your guy. I mean, not your guy, but you know what I mean.
Don't call him my guy. Not
That's
a
your
huge
guy.
fan of Brian Callahan.
As soon as I said, I was like, don't say that, Michael. Don't say that.
The worst part of, like, having one win for your team is the fact that, Brian Callahan gets to stay longer. And that's not a win for the organization. Like, have you ever been a fan of a team like that where you're like, okay, we are terrible, but we need to lose all of the games so the coach can get fired and we can start fresh?
Yes. And also, I think you guys could win this weekend. I'm telling you. I like you guys. I know you're getting 4.5 against the Raiders, okay? But I'm just saying you're a live dog this weekend. The Raiders stink. If there's a game you can win, this is it. But are you hoping that you lose so that Callahan is out the door more quickly? Or do you think, well, I still want him to win? How do you reconcile that?
It's tough because I think you need something to hope for. And, like, here's the thing. Because I don't have Sunday ticket, I am forced to watch Titans football. And so I want a watchable product. And it's absolutely miserable when your team is bad. So, like, I do want to watch some close games. But at the end of the day, like, what's our goal? Like, what's our ceiling here? 6 wins? No man's land? It almost feels better as an organization to shoot for, like, the floor and be like, hey, we're going to get the number 1 overall pick again, and maybe we can do something with it. And maybe we can build a team from the ground up. But the problem is, other than Cam Ward and Big Jeff Simmons, the drafting process hasn't gone well for us either. So there you go. Some positivity for you. Got to get to break. Hour 3 is next. We'll talk baseball.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Grab your coffee and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bat.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, they're like, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
Le who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it
Legend? Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Here we go. It is a Thursday of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Hope you're having a great morning. We are always thrilled to be with you. Coming up in our final hour, you know, we're going to get you set for Thursday Night Football and a battle in the NFC East. Giants and the Eagles in the Meadowlands in 20 minutes. Before we get started on Week 6, we'll rank our top 5 teams in the league and reveal our power rankings. Then we bring in the Donks to wrap things up at 8:40, along with our favorite wagers on this Thursday. Welcome to our audience on Stadium. How you doing? Good to see you. Good to see you. As we stream our final hour, we do so on X as well. I'm Jink. She is Chelsea. And if you want to stream us, we make it easy for you. Just go to BallySportsLive.com and the Bally Sports Live app, along with YouTube TV, DirecTV, Amazon Prime, and Samsung TV Plus. Chelsea, Thursday Night Football. Here we go. Another week in the National Football League, and I think a pretty interesting matchup. The Eagles are big favorites in the Meadowlands against the Giants, laying 7.5. The Eagles minus 400. The Giants are plus 310. The total is 41, and I tend to lean Giants here, plus 7 and a hook, but you can make a case for the Eagles that at some point maybe that offense gets together and takes advantage of this pretty bad Giants team. Not an official play, but how you feeling about this game?
I just feel like there's too much volatility on both sides of the coin. Because for the Eagles, whenever you say something is a buy low spot, there is risk in that. Yeah. I don't want to bet on things like that. I want to bet on surefire things. So I'm going to go to the props world. Because it just feels like the numbers just don't support the Eagles this year. And I think one of the tougher things in betting is to take the team's name off the jersey and say, what do the numbers say about this team? And the numbers are not kind when it comes to this Eagles offense. And maybe they do right the ship tonight. Maybe it is a get-right spot against a team that they've beat up on in the past, winning 7 of their last 8 games against the Giants. But it's just not one of those things I want to bet on. Then you look at the Giants, and it feels like there is a ton of volatility with a team that's led by a couple of really young guys in Jackson Dart and Cam Scatterbo. We've seen their ceiling when they beat the Chargers and look amazing, and the rush attack was really effective. And then you see them against the Saints, who are not a good team, and they're turning the ball over a ton, and they lose that game. So it just feels like on both sides of the equation, these are two sides that I don't really want to trust.
Yeah, I kind of feel that way as well. I think what it comes down to on my end is, can the Eagles move the ball against the Giants? They should be able to, because the Giants, while they're very strong up front, aren't necessarily great against the run. At the same time, the Eagles have had plenty of chances through 5 weeks to show what they can do on offense. And what have they done? Like nothing. Like even against a poor defense, are we convinced that the Eagles can move the ball at a prolific pace? And one thing that I don't want to put my money on is, well, eventually they're going to. Like, yeah, they have the talent, but we haven't seen it. That's like the due theory. Like they're due. They're due. And, you know, sometimes that does come true, right? When you have a big sample size, you know, it's like the Phillies last night. They're due to actually start hitting some long balls, right? These guys are too good. They were due, and it came home. But in the NFL, and in most cases, I don't want to put my money on something that hasn't happened yet that should happen. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Like, it's not something I want to put my money on. I will say matchup-wise, it does feel like a good matchup for the Eagles if there were a get-right spot, because of what you mentioned. The Giants have not been good at stopping the run, giving up 5.3 yards per carry. And it feels like this is a very easy parallel to make. The fact that we've been waiting on the Eagles to break out, and the fact that we've been waiting for Saquon Barkley to break out. And he's going to be the big storyline tonight, of course, making his return to play the Giants, the team that he once played for. And it does feel like a revenge spot for him. But Saquon, man, his numbers have not been good this year, at least compared to what we saw last year. Somebody who's averaging just 3.2 yards per carry, only 267 yards total for the entirety of the season, only 3 touchdowns. So, Jenks, we have not seen the explosive runs from Saquon Barkley. His longest rush this year has been 17 yards. So maybe you say to yourself, okay, here's a buy low spot on a running back that was the best in the NFL last year. So the number's 81.5. That does feel low, but there is sabotage factors lurking. If this game gets out of hand, it feels like the Eagles are not going to wear him into the ground just because he has popped up on the injury report this week with some knee soreness. So I don't know. It just feels like I'm not going to be shocked if Saquon finally breaks out, and I do think the team is going to want to give him a chance to like prove it to the Giants once again. It's just, how many games of sample size do you need before you say, hey, maybe this is just what the Eagles offense is?
That's where I stand right now. That's how I feel. I feel like, look, until we see otherwise, this is who you are. They are still trying to figure things out, and I don't quite know why. It's really interesting where, teams do evolve throughout the season. There's no question. Some teams get better, some teams get worse, and we could absolutely be talking about the Eagles in a few weeks and be saying, wow, that offense has really come alive. It just hasn't happened yet. Same thing with Saquon. I will say when it comes to Saquon, though, and I do think this is important to point out, is that I know he has not performed. I know it has been a really down year. But I absolutely don't believe the idea that, all of a sudden, how it is in the NFL, you hit a wall, you take too many hits, your production drops. His production has dropped off a cliff, like just completely fallen. So he's not slowing down. He just hasn't produced at all. And that makes me think this is more of an issue with the Eagles' offense as a whole. And hasn't what we've seen sort of made that be the case? Like, no one is really being explosive here. Jalen Hurts hasn't had an amazing year. A.J. Brown is upset. He's been complaining publicly, now privately. He hasn't been amazing. Saquon hasn't either. Like, everyone on that offense is sort of struggling to produce at a high level. So I think the talent is still there for Saquon. It's just a matter of when or if we're going to see it. Maybe it'll be tonight, but I also feel like a lot of bettors are putting a little too much emphasis on the revenge factor. Production is production regardless of revenge.
Right, that's mentality goes a little bit in the NFL, but at the end of the day, I don't know, storylines don't rule the games. Talent and X's and O's really are the deciding factor. But everything on the Eagles offense, it just feels like it's complementary football. When the passing game is working, it sets up the run game. When the run game is working, it sets up the pass game. And right now, neither of those are really working efficiently. So maybe if one gets going, maybe we'll see the other one perform tonight. But let's get into some bets because it feels like we don't really have a play on a side, or at least one that's making the card. So you mentioned this one. And I feel like this is going to be a popular one, especially for people who do same game parlays and you're looking for an anytime touchdown scorer. Right now at BetMGM, Jalen Hurts is minus 135 to score a touchdown. There is this play. I don't know if you've heard of it. It's called the tush push. It's very effective, and it's where Jalen Hurts gets his tush into the end zone. I feel like based on that alone, that play's unstoppable. It's not going to shock me if we see that tonight. And plus, I like betting on guys who have multiple ways that can get into the end zone, whether it's Jalen Hurts on the tush push, or whether it's Jalen Hurts on a quarterback sneak, whether it's, both of those things. I guess that's the only two options. But that's my point, is that Jalen Hurts can score in multiple ways. So I think that's a great play. Jenks, is that going to make the card for you?
Maybe. I do like, and it's going in the wrong direction, but that's okay. I like that play a lot just because if you're talking about what's going to happen tonight, everyone's going to be on Saquon, and I get that. And yes, I think the Eagles will try to get him into the end zone. But at the end of the day, what is your number one priority? Your number one priority isn't to make sure Saquon is happy and getting some revenge against his former team. Your objective is to win the game. So if you get close down on the goal line, can't you see the Eagles running some sort of misdirection where they line up Saquon in the backfield and everyone thinks it's going to Barkley, and then Jalen Hurts is the one who takes it in? I can absolutely see that. And also, this is a really cheap price compared to what it normally is. Early in the season or even at the end of last year, an anytime touchdown for Jalen Hurts was sitting at minus 200 at least. like at least. This is a really cheap price on that. I also like Jackson Dart under 180.5 passing yards. So who is Jackson Dart going to throw to? Malik Neighbors is out for the season. Darius Slayton is out. So you've got Wan'Dale Robinson. Okay, you have Theo Johnson at tight end. You have Cam Scatterbo. So he'll toss it around, but does he really have a deep threat or someone who can pick up big chunks across the middle or even down the sideline? No. These are going to be short, dumpy passes against this Eagles defense. And this is a rookie anyway who's still sort of trying to figure things out. Yeah, he was good against the Chargers because, the Giants defense kept putting the Giants on short fields. Against the Saints, we saw Jackson Dart look like a rookie, turn over the football. So against this Eagles defense, which is still really good, I don't know if he gets this number. I know it's low, but I'm going to go under 180 and a hook for Jackson Dart.
Well, usually when the Giants are good, it means Jackson Dart is not throwing the football. Like when he's throwing the football, it doesn't spell good things.
Right.
We saw it against the Saints last time where he threw the ball 40 times, but still only had 202 yards, which is crazy numbers. So it feels like one of those where it doesn't feel to me like he's going to be very efficient or productive through the air. Maybe the attempts are there. It's just, I don't think the big chunk yardage plays are there. And I think that kind of leads me into my next play is that I think we see a lot of short and dumpy passes to the running back. It feels like I play this almost every week in Thursday Night Football, but it makes a ton of sense. It's a short week, especially if you have a young quarterback, you're going to dump it off to your running back. You can't get the ball down the field, when you're panicking. And plus, we have seen Cam Scatterbo, who I am playing in this situation, have a much larger role in the offense now that Malik Neighbors is out of the picture. So he had 6 catches for 45 yards last week against the Saints, and you get a low number on him. 13.5 yards is the play for Scatterbo. Tonight, I'm going to hit the over for minus 115. Feels like a good play, and I like these plays where it feels like they can get it in like 1 catch. Or even 2 catches, It just feels like he doesn't have to do that much to get that number. And why would you not rely on somebody who's a human wrecking ball? I know it's not the rush game, but still, I think he's going to be involved in the passing game as well.
Would you look at an under here? During the course of this show, this total has gone from 41 to 40.5. It's gone down another half point. Oh.
Yuck.
I know. I know. Yuck is right. This is going to be a rock fight tonight. I'm still tempted to take the under.
I think the under is the play. Like if I had to lean one direction or the other. But like Jenks, in reality, when you are sitting there and you are watching a football game, how terrible does it feel to root for an under when it's this low?
It sucks.
Because like think about it. It can be an absolute rock fight and still go over 40.5. Like if this total ends 41, that's not a fun game to watch either. And it's just, I'm not going to do that to myself.
I would much rather cheer for a side, right? Where you've got some points, you're laying some points. That's the way to go. So if you're a big baseball fan, but you like the under, here's what you do. You bet on the under, and then you watch baseball tonight. That's what you do. But I don't want to watch this game and cheer for 3 and outs. Like, oh, that's such a grind. Like, that sounds awful.
Well, and also it's you are banking on the Eagles offense still not breaking out of their slump.
Yeah.
Because if the Eagles, return to form and they score some points in this one, and here's the thing, if the game gets out of hand, I feel like the Giants can score in garbage time. I will say they are a team that feels like they're not going to quit just because they have a couple of young guns, leading the offense and guys like Jackson Dart and Cam Scatterbo. Like nobody's looking at this team and saying, you guys are going to win a Super Bowl. No, they're going to have fun out there, and they're going to sling it around. So I don't know. It just feels like something I don't personally want to bet on. Do we think A.J. Brown has a good game? Like, I know he's wondering.
Yeah, good question.
He's not been somebody I want to bet on, but his numbers are still high, Jenks. 64.5 is not a low number for a receiver as somebody who bets on, like, receivers every single week. That's still, like, kind of high. Like, he would need to get a couple of long receptions to possibly get this, but we know he's been complaining. Does he get the ball more in this game?
Maybe. I just don't know. And also, too, if you're talking about such a low total, Like, if you want to make a case for the Eagles, you certainly can. But I never like laying 7.5 or a big number when the total is so low, because it tells you it's probably going to be a low-scoring game. And I say that because it makes me worry about the A.J. Brown prop. Again, it goes back to, eventually he's going to get his. Why? Because he had a talk with Jalen Hurts and Saquon Barkley? Is that going to immediately cure the offense? I don't think so.
And I also feel like at this stage where the Eagles are not dominating, they need to focus on winning the game.
1,000%. Like, win the game. This is not the NFL. This is not a weekend flag football game where you go out and make everybody happy. You're trying to stack dubs. Coming up next on the show, we'll have more NFL news. Stay right here.
Back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Thanks for being with us on a Thursday. The Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. You know what? Make it legendary. Let's go. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger coming up on the show. Before we get started on Week 6 tonight, Giants and Eagles, we will tell you how our power rankings have shifted in the league. So we touched on this a little tiny bit in the previous segment, which is the A.J. Brown situation. And so you see the look on your face like, oh my God. I know. So last week we saw A.J. Brown, and he put a Bible verse online to express his frustration. And then he was asked about that and said, yeah, I just want people to know that, I want the ball. It's like, yes, we know. We all know. We've known for years. But it didn't end there, because sort of under the radar a little bit, he had a meeting with Saquon Barkley and Jalen Hurts earlier this week. So Barkley was asked about it. He said it was a good meeting. Hurts was asked about it and said, it's just teammates being teammates. The Eagles have the 30th ranked offense in the National Football League, which is why if I ever hear anyone saying, Saquon has dropped off, I'm like, no, that whole offense is awful. But do these things ever work? Like, it's crazy to me that A.J. Brown did this publicly. It's clear he is unhappy. We all know, A.J., we all know. And yet it took another meeting with Saquon and Jalen Hurts personally. How is that going to help play calling? How is that going to help things? Do you know what I mean? Like, if you're not on the right page, you're not on the same page, you're not on the same page. If the scheme isn't working where you're not able to create explosive plays, what is Jalen Hurts going to do? What is Saquon going to do? Do you know what I mean? Maybe you're just smoothing things over with them, but I don't know why these meetings are necessary, and I don't know how they help. If they're just hanging out, okay, fine. But if this is a meeting to discuss how can we get A.J. Brown the ball, it goes way beyond just Jalen and Saquon.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right?
I think more than anything, you've got to get yourself in the mindset of a Devo wide receiver, because for me and you, it feels like we wouldn't need to have like a hands-on meeting to discuss my role in the offense. It feels like they are just trying to like pander to A.J. Brown here. And be like, okay, maybe if we fluff him up and say, listen, we're just trying to win football games right now. It's hard out here in the streets of the NFL. Everybody has the target on our backs this year, and things are not going that well for any of us. Like, Saquon could be like, yeah, man, have you seen my numbers? They ain't great either. So I don't know what they talked about, but I do think that these type of personalities do need to be catered to. But, Jenks, I did see something that I feel like is pretty good gamesmanship on the regard of Brian Daboll. Did you see what he said this week about A.J. Brown?
No.
He said, you watch the tape. A.J. Brown is open a lot. I feel like he's stirring the pot. Right?
Oh, my God. I love that. That's the perfect way to do it. I mean, look, the guy's open a lot.
He's open.
Yeah.
All the time.
A.J. Brown's like, that's right. I sure am. You're damn right. I'm open all the time. All the time. You see it. Why doesn't my quarterback see it? Stirring it. I mean, if you're Brian Daboll, why not? What do you have to lose? You're on the hot seat. Right? Like, okay, you're sort of keeping it at bay. Like, it's not scalding, but those cheeks are warm. Like, you're still on the hot seat. Why not, though? You got nothing to lose.
Right, and here's the thing. Like, when you have a personality like that on your team, people will try to use it against you. And in fact, like, the Eagles have been on, like, the barbecue spigot or whatever that thing is that they use at like Kenny Rogers Roasters for the entire season, right? Like, people want to pick apart whoever's on top of the mountaintop. So it's been pretty easy this year. And when you give, free ammo to other teams saying, okay, we've been having issues with A.J. Brown, aren't you going to hone in on that? Why would you not?
Yeah. Did you just mention Kenny Rogers Roasters, by the way? Well done.
Yes, and I'm thinking of rotisserie chicken.
I was too. That sounds great. That sounds awesome. Right? I thought about that, and then I was like, how about some Boston Market? That sounds good. And then immediately I was like, focus on what Chelsea's saying. I know. I get distracted. I know. I was like, lock it in. Come on. Live on the radio. What are you doing? That was a good call. The barbecue spigot. I mean, you're right, though. I don't know what the Eagles are going to do. Maybe, narratives can change like that in the NFL. So who knows? Maybe tomorrow we're talking about, things finally opened up. I just don't know if I see it, but there's always a shot. Maybe that talk will end up opening something up for Philly tonight in the Meadowlands. Okay, let's throw out our top 5 teams this week.
Jenks and Chelsea tell you who has the power.
There's a power struggle.
After the weekend in the NFL.
Best team ever.
I love that He-Man sound, or Double D. God, I used to watch He-Man all the time growing up. I love that. Freaking hold his sword up, get struck by lightning, and then bring it down and yell, I have the power. So cool. I'm a child. Chelsea, let's do top 5 in the NFL. These change from week to week, and we don't like to overreact, but certainly you can see different things that make you think, okay, I like this team here, this team there. So let's hear your top 5.
I'm looking at my list, and now I feel like I left somebody off. We'll talk about it in a second, but here's the list, and we can argue about it. So until proven otherwise, here's the thing. PSA, before you pick apart my list, it feels like there is no team in the NFL that doesn't have its flaws. So keep that in mind when I have my power rankings. So number 1, I'm still going to go with the Eagles. I understand they lost this past week, but that is to a damn good Broncos defense, and that's their only loss on the season. If we're treating this like the AP top 25, I feel like based on the results, the Eagles are still number 1 for me, and they are the reigning Super Bowl champs. Maybe they figure it out, but, one of the few teams in the NFL that only has 1 loss to their name. Number 2, we're going to go with the Bills. I still have questions about their defense, and, of course, they are coming off a loss as well. I think that some of the problems in that game against the Patriots can be rectified, and they weren't, characteristic problems of turning the ball over. So the Bills are still a very good team. Number 3, going to go with the Lions. I feel like the Lions have been a perennial power in the NFC, and even losing both of their coordinators, they still look like a dominant team with a extremely high-powered offense. So for that reason, they are number 3. Number 4, going to go with the Bucks. I feel like Baker Mayfield is flying under the radar still.
Yeah.
People don't want to give him credit. He's putting up MVP-type numbers this season. Does he win it? Probably not. But the Bucks also have a very good run defense to go with it as well. Number 5, going to go with the Rams. I still think, even though they lost to the Niners, that was a great head coaching matchup. And I still think the Rams, if I'm any team in the NFC, that's a team I do not want to face in the postseason. And I'll say honorable mention. Jenks, neither of us have the Colts on our list. Maybe I should have put them on. It's just, as a Titans fan, I hate the Colts, and I don't want to talk about them. So there's my list.
I always find it funny when people hate the Colts. It just goes to show I haven't been to the Midwest. It just cracks me up. I'm like, you hate the Colts? Who hates the Colts?
They're division rivals.
No, I get it. I get it. It's just not my wheelhouse, right? Because even in Texas, I was always about the NFC East. I never liked the Cowboys, but certainly that was the division that, everybody talked about because Dallas was right there. And then I come here and I fall in love with DC, and I'm a Commanders or Redskins fan. And so I've always been like NFC East, NFC East, NFC East. And then every now and then I'll hear someone say, yeah, I hate the Colts. I don't know why. It just strikes me as funny. But of course, I get it. It's a divisional rivalry. Do you believe in the Colts yet? I mean, hate aside, they look really good.
They have the best points differential in football right now. They are 4-1.
They're legit.
Maybe it's time to start respecting them. I think the problem for me, and I said this is like the AP rankings, which maybe there is some respect carried from year to year, where certain teams get a little bit more credit. And maybe the Colts just don't get that in my book yet, because I understand their offense looks amazing right now. But Jenks, would you bet on them to win the Super Bowl? It feels like these type of teams need a year to progress. I feel like this has been the Chargers for me, where the Chargers look good in the regular season, but they have been unable to take that next step. Maybe it's this year. I don't know with that offensive line. But do you get what I'm saying? It's just, it feels like you need to be in the power rankings for a while, for a couple of years, before making the huge leap to winning a Super Bowl.
They don't remind me, but I was going to say it's similar in some ways to what we saw at the Commanders, right? Last year, in that, look, they're built differently, and you're not going to compare Danny Dimes to, JD5. But what I'm saying is they came in with no expectations at all, and they have a new quarterback, all right, or like someone who is, new to the franchise at least. And then all of a sudden they way overperform relative to expectations, and I think they can go a long way, but there's probably a few pieces missing to keep them from winning it all. Do you know what I mean? Like, they're definitely improved. So I think because of that, you probably just put maybe a sprinkle on them just in case crazier things have happened. But I certainly don't think when they get to the top tier teams in the NFL that they can hang with them. But they're a legit football team.
I will say this. It does feel like the AFC isn't quite as deep this year. Like,
Yeah.
if there's a year for volatility in the AFC, it's this year because Joe Burrow is out. Like, I don't believe in the Bengals. The Ravens are having a disaster of the season, which means Lamar Jackson is out. And the Chiefs look beatable, but we've said that before and they've gone to a Super Bowl. So it just feels to me like it's like, hey, you got to beat the Bills. And that's still a very tall task. But I don't know what the odds are on the Colts to win the AFC. But as long as they get to the AFC Championship, you have one side of the coin for what I would imagine is pretty good plus money.
Yeah, it's worth just taking a look at. That's all. And by the way, when you look at the Colts, what they've done this season, they should probably be undefeated. I hate to boil everything down to one play because, a football game is never really about one play. But also when you have A.D. Mitchell give up that touchdown, there's a difference between, this is a fumble, it's an interception, and I'm running into the end zone, and I let go of the football before I should. I mean, it changes the complexion of the game. Saw it with the Cardinals last week. Colts could be undefeated right now. Okay, little top five here on my end. I'm going to go, let's start with 5. Packers at 5. So we haven't heard much about the Packers, and they are really banged up on the offensive line, but these are not season-ending injuries, so they are going to get better. They've had a week to, get ready for today's beatdown, or this weekend's beatdown against the Bengals, which is coming. Joe Flacco. What are we doing? Anyway, Packers I still think are very, very good and a little under the radar right now because they haven't been playing, so I'll take them at 5. At 4, how about Tampa? I know you like the Bucs as well. Look, Baker Mayfield right now is the 3rd favorite to win Most Valuable Player. That is unbelievable to think about. Where he goes to Cleveland, he's essentially a bust. He looks like a journeyman. He has gone from an essentially a journeyman quarterback. Browns, Panthers, Rams. Now he's in Tampa playing as good as anyone in the NFL. Bucs are 4-1. They keep finding ways to win. I dropped down the Eagles to 3. I don't want to punish them too much because I don't care about style points. It's all well and fine to watch a team that scores a lot of points. At the end of the day, you're just trying to win football games. And Eagles have still won 20 of their last 22. That is so hard to do in the NFL. I'm not going to punish them for losing last week too much. At number 2, the Lions. The Lions might be number 1. They just need to – I want to see them against Kansas City. And Kansas City is going to come out this weekend, and they're going to play like it's the Super Bowl. Their season isn't on the line, but they cannot drop to 2-4. Also, the Lions have beaten the Bears, Ravens, Browns, and Bengals. So I need to see them hang with a good team. And number 1, I'm still going with the Bills. They're battle-tested. They weren't going to go 17-0. They still hung with New England despite turning over the football 3 times. So I am now, once again, usually they're vacillating between 1 and 2. I'm going with Buffalo.
Yeah, and I can see that. And without looking, I would imagine the Bills are the favorites to win the Super Bowl. Are they not? Like, that's my guess. Yeah.
You got it.
Right.
Nailed it.
So, that's the thing. And even when it comes to, the MVP race, Josh Allen looks like he stands alone, especially because of the process of elimination that we have with big quarterbacks in the AFC. The AFC North is in shambles. Aaron Rodgers, the Steelers are fine, but, Aaron Rodgers is not going to win MVP. And also, I think there is a trust factor with some of these proven commodities when it comes to the postseason. I know these rankings are not based on who we think is, going to win in the postseason, they're regular season rankings. But it's just like I am more apt to trust somebody like Josh Allen as opposed to, somebody a little bit further down the list, like we've been talking about the Colts, as opposed to Daniel Jones. Like, are you going to be shocked if it's similar to what we saw from Sam Darnold last year, where Sam Darnold had this great season, and then I don't want to say he turned into a pumpkin because, like, it's one bad game, but, like, still, it's not going to shock me if we see that type of season from the Colts.
Oh, I would love if Daniel Jones won the MVP. The Giants would look in the mirror and be like, well, Saquon left, and he looked awesome, and Daniel Jones left, and he won the MVP. It's us, isn't it? It's us. Going next on the show. We're the problem. A little bit of everything on the schedule tonight. We'll tell you where we're putting our cash. It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back on a Thursday. The Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Oh, yeah. All right, Chelsea, you get a chance to clarify. We need a chance to tie the bow on this conversation before we came back on the air. You were saying this picture of Laddie Jr. is so cute. We thought it was from last night, but it's him as a kid.
No, because obviously he has a father that played in the major leagues, Vlad Guerrero Sr. So this is the cool thing about kids who are legacies. You have all these like AP photos of them when they were like 5, and they're just so cute. And especially Vladdy Jr. because he's like this chubby little kid that has like the same build that he has now. And he's just sitting there with his hand over his heart, and he's standing with the rest of the team. And it's just one of those really cute things. Like, yeah. I've seen pictures of Patrick Mahomes like this, with his dad when his dad played for the Twins. That's adorable as well. And so, like, the caption on this was, like, from Baseball is Dead, an account on Twitter, is, "This is who is burying the Yankees in the ALDS." And you're just like, oh, what a sweetie. Sweet in both regards.
Oh, I love that. Oh, I didn't ask. It's been a couple days since we're talking baseball. And we're talking kids who love the sport.
Oh, look at him,
my
Jinx.
God, look at that. That's him. Oh, my God, that is cute. All right, you're right.
I told you.
I know you told. Well, you never know. I mean, sometimes you'll see a kid and you're like, that kid's all right. I mean, I know
kids.
Both
kids. MJs.
I'm like,
Michael
this kid's
Jordan
yes.
and Michael Jenkins.
Yes, F them kids. All kids are supposed to be cute, and I love children, but every now and then I'm like, I don't know about that one. It's an exception to the rule. I was going to ask about Blake, sweet Blake, and her baseball journey, because it's Tuesdays and Thursdays. I don't know how she did Tuesday night. How'd it go?
Well, they don't have games because it's fall break. So they follow the same schedule as Sumner County schools, so they don't have games this week. So it's been like me trying to entertain her for a full week. Yesterday we went to the pool, and so I swam laps while she spent an hour in Y play, and then I go get her, and then we work on her swimming. So we did a full swim workout with her yesterday. Her strokes are getting better, but it's just hard to, work on so many different things because I'm trying to work with her on softball. She likes playing soccer. I got to make sure she's reading. So it's like you're pulled in so many different directions, and I understand kids specialize more now than ever.
Yeah.
But like you want them to be good and try a lot of different things. So it's just like trying to divide up all your time to try to help them be good at a lot of things. And it's difficult.
Yeah, and then it helps them eventually pick a path, right? They try different things, and then they're exposed to different things, be it sports, arts, whatever it is. And then they say, oh, I don't like this, but I really like this. So that's a great thing to do. I know it takes a lot of time, though.
Yeah, and I think it's difficult when I'm like, hey, we need to go practice your swing for softball. When she's like, can we read for a little more? I'm like, reading?
Yeah.
You had a game on Tuesday.
Reading.
So maybe I need to
Yes. Let that child
lean into
read.
the school a bit more.
Reading? Look at your TikTok right now. What are you doing? Come on. Look at these dances you can do after you score. Coming up next on Pet Sweats. Pet Sweats. Joe O, Sammy P will have their favorite Major League Baseball plays and Thursday night football plays as well. I was texting with Sammy P yesterday. We're going to be on the right side on the Texas game this weekend, so I'm excited about that. Ian Harditz joins at 10 o'clock, and then Carl Johnson joins at 11:20. That is in Mere Moments with Joe O and Sammy P. All right, cards are locked and loaded. Let's get to it.
Time to place your bets.
Chelsea, where are we going tonight?
All right, play of the day in Thursday night football is going to be Cam Scattaboo, running back for the Giants, over his receiving prop of 13.5 for -115. I feel like this is one of my favorite system plays for Thursday night football. When it's a short week, the short and dumpy passes to the running back feel like a solid play, especially when you have a young quarterback going against a pretty tough defensive line when you're facing the Eagles. Plus, we saw this last week. Since the Giants are struggling at receiver depth, now that Malik Neighbors is out for the season, they have been using Cam Skattebo more in the receiving game. Had 6 catches for 45 yards, even had a longest reception of 15 yards. So if he gets that tonight, we get it boom in one play, and that's what I want to see. I want to see it in the first quarter, and I want to go to bed at halftime. So let's hope he hits this number of 13.5. It is a low number. Cam Skattebo over his receiving prop of 13.5 for minus 115.
Did you say you bring the boom? Is that what you said?
No, I'm not the Rizzler.
That's what I was going for. Thank God the Rizzler. I mean, he had his moment. Are they still making music? Probably. Oh. Then you would know.
The Rizzler's moment lives on forever.
Oh,
there will never not be a moment for the Rizzler. That's a negative boom for Jenks.
We should definitely have booms and negative booms. Negative booms. Yeah. Dylan says 5 big booms for Chelsea's best bet. Oh, should definitely become a thing way after that. 5 big booms. Okay. Here's my 2-boom baseball bet for you. Dodgers money line minus 120. I just don't know if the Phillies can make it back-to-back wins against LA. Yeah, Kyle Schwarber went off yesterday. He was awesome. But you've got Christopher Sanchez going up against Tyler Glasnow today, and Sanchez has faced the Dodgers a lot this season, which I like. Those Dodgers bats are accustomed to seeing him, and he's been okay. 2 runs and 5 2/3 in game 1. Allowed 4 runs in 7 innings back on September 16th. Allowed 4 runs in 5 2/3 back in April. Tyler Glasnow has been terrific in LA this season. A 2.77 ERA. Opponents are batting 177 against him. The Dodgers went 52-29 at home this year. One of the best records in baseball. Also, Roki Sasaki ready to roll in that Dodgers bullpen. And again, the Dodgers have lost back-to-back games only twice this season at home. I think it's a good price on a team that should win this series, and I think they do it tonight. Let's go Dodgers on the money line at minus 120.
If I were to lean towards a side, it would be the Dodgers. In fact, I like both of your baseball plays today.
Thank you, Chelsea. I need the reinforcement. So this is kind of a shot in the dark here. Brewers money line against the Cubs. We don't know who is starting for either team. I'm taking the Brewers on the money line, minus 120. The simple handicap is the Cubs got theirs. You know, that's why we have 162 games in the regular season, why we have a 5 or 7 game series in the playoffs. The underdogs will get theirs, but eventually the better team usually wins. I think that happens tonight in Chicago with the Brewers. I think Freddie Peralta is going to go for Milwaukee. I hope so. 2 runs or less in 10 of his last 11. So Matthew Boyd would potentially go for the Cubs. So this would be a rematch, really, of what we saw in Game 1, where Matthew Boyd went 2/3 of an inning and got pulled. And it was a big Brewers victory. As Sammy P likes to say, are you really going to trust Matthew Boyd? I am not. Now, maybe he won't go tonight. I don't know. But I think the Milwaukee bats are going to be the difference here. And we saw an anomaly yesterday, which is the Cubs getting 4 off of Quinn Priester. That happens in baseball, but I think we revert to the mean, and the Brewers close things out. Let's go Brewers on the money line at minus 120. And we got one more bet. I am going to have a bet tonight for Thursday Night Football, which I don't normally bet a lot of props, but I do like this one. Jackson Dart under 180.5 passing yards. Now, the sabotage factor here is that, okay, the Eagles jump out to a lead. The line tells you that the Eagles should dominate this game, and then the game script is, all right, the Giants have to get back in it. Dart has to go to the air, and then the overhits. But I don't know if the Eagles are going to put up enough points to make that the game script. The Eagles' offense is ranked 30th in the NFL. The number keeps going down as far as the total. I think we're going to see a close game. I think the Giants are probably going to cover. And also, who is Jackson Dart going to throw to? Malik Neighbors out for the season. Darius Slayton is not going to play in this game. So he's got Wan'Dale Robinson, Theo Johnson, Cam Skattebo in the flat. Like, these are guys that don't rack up a lot of yards per catch. So I think he goes under here. Let's go under 180 and a hook for Jackson Dart.
I was looking at pictures of cute sports kids Whatever happened to Riley Curry? Remember when she like had the NBA in a chokehold? Wonder what she's up to.
I don't know. Is she in school now? I don't know how old she is.
You do not want to see what she's up to because it's going to make you feel old AF.
Is she in school?
She looks like she's like a teenager now.
Oh, my God.
I knew it. But that was almost 10 years ago.
That's the thing. Time flies so quickly, and then you're like, oh, yeah, she's getting her degree in biochemistry. You're like, what? That girl? Something like that. Happens all the time. Brutal. I remember yesterday, Vladdy Jr. was just a cute kid, standing right there on the base pass. Here he is, making jokes with Big Poppy on the air. Oh, he's just a doll. He'll knock out the Yankees one day. All right, Dogster, get on in here. We got to get to Joe O.
I love to cook, and when I'm not here, I'm usually in the kitchen.
You being serious right now?
Here's a crockpot recipe that everyone can use. First of all, put on your apron. Clothes optional.
All right, Doctor.
Then grab the cherries and the whipped cream.
It's not a real recipe, Dogster.
Now, pull out something I like to call the slow cooker.
Ugh. All right. What's your play? What is your play?
Giants plus 7.5 against the Eagles.
Okay. What's coming up next in the Bet Sweats? For that, we bring in our guy, Joe Ostrowski. Joe O, good morning.
Good morning. Let it marinate, Donkster.
Let it. There you go. Let it marinate. BetMGM.
Jake's. It sounds like I'm saying it's official, even though it's not official. I feel like we were the only ones that said it right away. Mateer's playing. This number
he's playing right.
He's dropping. He's playing. Like, you said it right away. Like, I've seen this a million times from Oklahoma. It's Red River. He's playing. Look at where they are right now compared to previous years. There's no doubt about it.
Either he's going to play or they're going to pull the whole Dylan Gabriel. Where
see the Heisman odds?
Is he jumping up?
Oh, they keep dropping. It was like 100 last week. Now it's 10-1.
Maybe worth a sprinkle. I also think they might pull him out there and then be like, oh, you're not ready. I don't know. It's always the Sooners trying to pull something. That's going to do it for here. A Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Have a great Thursday.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
It's time to sweat with Joe O and Sammy P. Get ready to fire. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Yelich, a hard hit ball to second. Horner makes the play. And the Cubs survive. The Chicago Cubs stave off elimination and force a Game 4 tomorrow night. Fourth. And now Schwarber, a high towering fly ball. That one is deep. Hernandez will watch it fly. It's another bomb. Kyle Schwarber has done it again. And the Phillies have busted it wide open here in the 8th.
Dale, the Yankee lose. The Yankee lose. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Hey, let's do it again.
It's time to sweat.
This is not.
The Yankees lose. Yankees lose. Let's go, baby.
But you don't take it personal.
One more. The Yankees lose.
Oh my God. I don't think there's anything else left to be said. Vlad, you were awesome. We'll see you in the next round. Go enjoy it, all right?
Llámame. Dale, te llamo de una vez. Gracias.
Okay.
Papi. Gusto en verlo. Gracias.
Vladdy, Poppy, celebrating last night. Good stuff there. Joe O, Sammy P, welcome on in. Good morning on this Thursday. We're going to hang out with you for the next 3 hours. A lot to digest and talk about. We had the 4 MLB playoff games yesterday. We've got week number 6 in the NFL kicking off tonight with a divisional matchup. We'll talk about whether it's going to be worth anything. I don't think it's going to be as chaotic as what we saw last Thursday night, but we shall see. A lot going on. We'll break down Survivor. We haven't talked about that all week. Our favorite college football plays, some of the injury stuff that came out yesterday, along with those line moves. It's a Thursday, 10 toes down. Ian Harditz will drop by on fantasy, and we'll get a book report from Carl Johnson over at BetMGM, find out where all the sharp plays are happening. Sammy, I think we got to start with the very end there. Toronto, New York, you were out and about checking out the game with Yankee fans, hanging on to their playoff lives, and we get 4 games yesterday, and now we have 3 series left.
Gracia. Don't ever think it's not personal between the Red Sox and the Yankees. Yeah. I do think it's interesting because the Yankees eliminated the Red Sox. That should be the end-all, be-all. But at the same time, when the Yankees get bounced, the Red Sox hate flows from every angle. And you saw that from David Ortiz last night. Very funny post-game show. Very funny to watch the acceptance of Yankee fans realizing their season is over. There are several stages to the admission that a season is over. And even at 4-1 Blue Jays, they start to load the bases. Oh, we only need one swing. One swing, Poppy, one swing. And then the swing doesn't happen, and it's, shots. And then, and then it's turning on the umpires. And at one point, when one of the Yankee players dealt with a little fastball around the ear hole, and then the fans start to turn on the Blue Jays. What you gonna do, blood? And then they start turning on the TV, and then they want to shoot the TV with the gun. And there's a lot going on.
Where the hell did you
Can't
go?
tell you. Cannot tell you. Will not kiss and tell. This place was literally up for grabs in the 7th, 8th inning. Up for grabs.
Love it. Yeah, like I was texting with some people during the game, like, I'm on the Dodgers Phillies. That game's over. I'm like, no, I need to see this end. I need that New York pain, and I love it because exactly what you're talking about, what you see, whether it was the Mets having one of the worst collapses, only the way the Mets can collapse to even get in the playoffs, or the way that the Yankees bow out. And I still see morons blaming Judge. Did you watch? Did you watch a game? So this was his fault? Really? I mean, to the bitter end. He's banging one off the outfield wall. Like, he showed up. It's the rest of you that didn't show up. And betting-wise, just it was a slap in the face to people like us. You're You're booking Schlittler like he's Scooball? Like, what was that yesterday? As heavy as a favorite. Oh, well, it's a bullpen day. I don't care. Have you seen how the Blue Jays have been hitting throughout the series? So because you take one game in your do or die spot at home, now they're just going to march on to game 5. It's that simple. Well, the Blue Jays showed that it wasn't, and they close them out in 4 games. So, I mean, it's quick series, man. It's good.
And Schlittler was fine. He goes 6 1/3, gives up 2 earned. Not
like
his
2
fault.
strikeouts,
He finishes.
though. Like, they were talking like
Right.
he's going to dominate them.
I think you nailed it, though. Judge, the only one hitting the ball hard. Judge hits 500 in the series, and a lot of averages, 138, 214, 192, 182, 222, 227. Oh, Volpe just struck out again. Did you see the stat? At one point, they go, Volpe's 0 for his last 12 with 10 strikeouts, and then he strikes out again.
Mm-hmm.
They just couldn't hit. And when your hitters don't do what they're supposed to do, this is what happens. You get bounced in 4 games. Blue Jays with a better team start to finish, period.
Yep. Torpedo bats ain't working. All right, Yanks are done. We've got 2 games today. And the other 3 games yesterday were all extending series. It's the Cubs forcing a game 4. It's Detroit, making us very happy, forcing a game number 5. And the Phillies stay alive. I don't think a lot of people saw that one coming. They force a game number 4. We can hit on the Cubs. I think one of the most, maybe it's because I'm in Chicago, but one of the most talked about betting angles from yesterday was this total over at Wrigley. And it's dropping throughout the day. It closes at a juice 6.5 because of the chatter about the wind in the late afternoon, early evening, and it just squeaks over, Sam. Good number there. We end up getting to 7 runs in the end after the Cubs take a sizable lead early on in that game. 7 runs, the over hits. Cubs and Detroit, both of them were basically pick-ems. You know, just flip a coin on those 2 games, and the home teams end up winning.
Definitely a sweat, though, on the total. 5 runs in the first inning. Cubs scratch 1. Brewers scratch 1. Cubs scratch 4. So it's 5 after 1, and you only need 2 more. And it just ekes over top of the 7th. We had talked about it, but I think you brought it up during one of the breaks. All I'm hearing about is the wind. The wind, the wind, the wind. Nobody's going to score, and then a big old crooked number, bottom of the first. Cubs keep it alive, but definitely a total that you thought was going to fly over. If you had 6.5 and you get 5 in the first inning, you're feeling fine. But then you got to sweat because you only get 1 in the 4th and 1 in the 7th. Lands on 7, total 6.5. The wind was a factor, but not in the first inning.
Scooball, you ready?
Mm-hmm. I'm
you
ready.
Let's go. Game number 5. We're setting it up. You look it up. Every headline, Scooball on tap for game 5. There's no other way to go. This is it. You got to this point, like, just please let us get one. We told Kratz yesterday, like he was talking about, man, Seattle's tough. I was like, Kratzy, but they take today. It's a coin toss game. You go Detroit game 5. He's like, oh yeah, Scooball, yeah, you go game 5. All they needed to do was live another day, and we'll see how it plays out. But they got to here.
Yeah, that's all you need. Give the ball to your best pitcher. And you look at that price, minus 135, BetMGM minus 140. Undoubtedly a thing where Scooble gets the ball, game 5. Tigers are going to be favored. I think there was a lot of doubt creeping in for anybody backing Tigers or rooting Tigers early yesterday, but they find a way. The group thread was on fire. Got a bunch of tiger emojis as I'm landing at Penn Station. The boys were fired up yesterday for the Tigres.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, that was a nice way to start the day. And then last night, what happens is we get the Phillies extending the series a bit. There's life with that offense. Amazing. The top part of the order. I think the camera was on Schwarber for like 2 hours last night. Like they could not get well, he was involved in everything, whether it was coming up with a big hit here or getting picked off, getting thrown out at first base. Like he was in the mix throughout the night. And what do you know? Let's go top of the order. Trey Turner doing nothing all series, 3 hits. Schwarber, 2 hits, 2 bombs. Harper, 2 hits. Bohm, 2 hits. The 4 guys that did nothing, they produced big time offensively. And what do you know? It's the Phillies in a laugher.
And here you go. Series price right now. Got to win 2 more. 2 more. Plus 300. If you're looking at BetMGM, a little bit north of $3. Look, they're not dead. I think a lot of people thought the Phillies were going to lay down and die yesterday. They did not. To come out and put up an 8 spot against the Dodgers. If I would have said before the game, all right, the final score is going to be 8-2, I think most people would have thought, oh, Dodgers. Easy. LA. LA's going to win. Phillies dead. No shot. No reason to try. And the Phillies do finally get that first win of the series. I don't think it's over. I don't. And you're going to see tonight, you're going to see a lot of support, I think, for Sanchez as we get closer to first pitch. Glasnow, naturally the favorite because LA's at home, but a very short favorite. BetMGM minus 130. Other books a little bit shorter than that. I think you're going to see a nice push on Sanchez as a dog. I know that's Jake's guy. We'll see if Jake gets there to the Phillies today. But we got a series now in the NL, no doubt.
Yeah, that's an interesting conversation. Would you say that starting pitching wise, and we probably put too much into it, especially in the playoffs. Like you look at Nola last night, what he lasts like 2-3 innings. Like that's what it is for a lot of these do or die spots. They see anything. Oh, you're out. Because I got 6 guys lined up. I've got it all mapped up, and they're fresh and ready to go. Our lives are on the line in this spot. We probably put a little bit too much into it, but you would say that the Phillies have the pitching advantage, at least with the starting pitching. And then the bullpen, where are the Dodgers iffy? Bullpen. So you have a situation like this. Yeah, we'll see. Sanchez was great in game 1. I mean, you think back to that Saturday night game 1, Sanchez is on the bump. Yes, the Dodgers have the comeback win. He was strong, though, like in all his time. Remember that the Phillies were leading throughout much of that game before the meltdown at the very end, Teoscar Hernandez and all that. So keep that in mind. I think that's a good point. I was actually a little surprised as we checked the updated World Series odds. In a best of 5, you're up 2-1, and they're still only 2-1 for the World Series. Like, it didn't drop that much. We were sitting here yesterday as plus 165 as they're trying to sweep them. They get whipped last night, and the best number you can find is 2-1.
You better win this one because if you go back for game 5, that place is going to be loose. And I think a guy like Paul, who is a little on the fence here, do I want to get excited? Do I not? If they go back to Philly 2-2, banana land in Philly. That place will be up for grabs in game 5.
Yeah, but you better not fall behind early because they will turn on you like that. I mean, there's that factor too. Look, if you're a Phillies fan, if you're the Phillies, you can't be in a better spot considering where you were. You got Sanchez going with a chance to even up the series. There are 2 plays why I stand by that they will not win the World Series, even if they somehow get out of this series. Brandon Marsh diving like a maniac when he has no shot at a ball in the first inning. Mookie Betts goes all the way to the wall, ends up on third with a triple. Can't make that play. Can't dive for that play. You had no shot. You're playing hero ball. You had no chance to make that catch. And the same guy, after an intentional walk, comes up with the bases loaded and lets the pitch clock run out to go behind 0-1.
Unbelievable.
0-2, strike 3. They're such a dumb team. They're such a dumb team. I don't care that they won. They're so dumb.
Paul, every time I see him in the batter's box, I'm like, why is this guy 5th? Why? Why is he batting 5th?
Because they don't have anyone else. Because Castellanos is just as dumb. Because, that's 4th. Like the rest. Who you put there? Kepler? It's
but
so
for him to be 5th, that's bad. It's bad. I mean, he's throughout his career, he's been like a splits guy for the most part. Yeah, and then throughout that entire at bat, like he was pissed about that called strike. Like it impacted. It was done. The at bat was over. Lefty on lefty with that the release from Banda, that was tough to hit. I'm like, he has no chance in this at bat. And it was, he looked at strike 2, strike 3, no chance.
Yeah.
It's like,
clearly
but they won. But they won.
They won.
They won.
They did win. They won. Paul wishes they had lost by 50 last night.
No, you'll see it in 10 toes down. So I thought about this Tuesday and forgot about it yesterday. There's a very good reason why they won last night. And you'll hear about it in 10 toes down.
All right.
So here's a question, Joe. You got 2 dogs that are around the same price, right? And they're both down 2-1. Would you
Yeah.
rather take the Phillies at 3-1 or the Cubs at 3-1? Both around the same price to move on.
Phillies.
You would? You would? You would.
I just
Here
don't
we
see it with
go.
the Cubs. This is not pro Phillies as much as it's just not believing in.
Look at the
Cubs.
pitching. How do you win in the playoffs a lot of times? The pitching and look at the pitching. And the Cubs have the better bullpen probably, but not the starters. Not the starters. All right, we got a lot going on. Including Thursday night football. Speaking of Philly, it's the Eagles at the Giants. We're going to break down how to bet it. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
They got one shot at it. No pressure on the quarterback. He's got time to heave it. There's a whole pack of people there, and it's incomplete. And there's no flag. And the Broncos have their signature win.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
All right, we've got our Survivor conversation, week number 6, coming up in about 20 minutes. Ian Hartitz will joining us for some fantasy, some props convo coming up at the top of the hour, 10 a.m. Eastern time. It's Joe Ostrowski, Sam Paniotovich with you on Bet Sweats. Welcome if you are watching us over on X, bet_sweats. You can find the link right there. Watch the video version of this show. We are there for another hour or so. So chime in on the show. Bet_sweats is how you can tweet us. And we're going to break down some Thursday night football. Sammy, we've got the Eagles and the Giants in NFC East matchup. The Eagles been a strong start record-wise. I don't think any Eagles fans actually watching the games would tell you it's been an overall strong start to the season. Eagles 4-1. The G-Men 2-2-1. They lose at New Orleans last week. That was a turnover game that we can get into. And right now, if you look at the point spread, we are still sitting at 7.5. Oh, where have you heard this before? Thursday night football around 7.5, somewhere in that range, past the touchdown where we were last week with the Rams. That actually closed 8.5. But BetMGM is at 7.5. It is notable that some of the sharper offshores are at 7. So they have it a little bit shorter. It is a low total game. Heard a lot of chatter about the under in this one. BetMGM posting 40.5. Where do we start with handicapping this one?
Well, let's start with a bet we saw yesterday from our friend Ben Fox, who reported a $339,000 bet on the New York Giants. 339,000. That's a big pop on the G-Men. And I actually thought you'd see more public bets on the Eagles and sharper bets on the Giants. I guess we'll find out as we get closer to kickoff. I don't have this feeling that the public is going to line up on the G-Men. And it's hard to say who that bet came from at 6 figures, in the mid 6 figures. But we did sort of hint at this yesterday that the Giants were going to get bet. And there is a world, Joe, where the best unit on the field could be the Giants defense. It's kept them in a ton of games so far. It kept them in the game against the Chargers. It betrayed them in the game against the Saints. But at home, short week, not a ton of rest. Eagles got to travel. I don't love the spot for Philly, and I could get to a bet on the G-Men for sure, especially at plus 7.5.
Turnovers were rough last week. So, I mean, you would think that that's not going to repeat itself, right? You're on the road last week. It's a bad New Orleans team, but you're on the road with a rookie quarterback in just his second start. And your offense has 5 turnovers, 3 of them because of the quarterback, 2 picks and a lost fumble. You have a couple other fumbles on that offense, and they're in a tough spot. And then on the Eagles side of things, the offense feels broken, which is insane. Like if I were to tell you after winning the Super Bowl, hey, you know what? You know what their biggest issue is going to be? It's going to be their offense. It's going to feel broken after the first 5 games. You would have thought I was insane. Oh, well, Saquon's hurt. Hurts is up. Nope. Everybody's healthy. A.J. Brown? No, he's there. It's a problem again a little bit with the off-the-field stuff, but he's there. Like everybody's there. Here we are. They had 5 3-and-outs against Denver. 5. And they're playing this game where in the first few weeks it was, you know what? You know what they're doing? They're bored with the league. They're so good. They're fine. They're bored. They're just kind of going through the motions in the first half. And then, bam, second half comes and they smack you in the face. Last couple of weeks, it's been the opposite. Now they're doing nothing in the second half of games. So that's what we've seen so far. So I understand the concern from Eagles Nation. Like, why isn't this team putting a full game together? It's pretty baffling. And a lot of the blame is being pointed right at the offensive coordinator. And it's hard to blame him. Saquon's not being used. He was the bell cow a year ago. We spent all offseason talking about how, well, look, these guys usually fall off when you have a workload that much. But it's not about the production, right? It's more so about he's just not getting the touches.
Speaking of nothing in the second half, the Giants did not score in half number 2 against the Saints. And I think that was a little surprising because the Saints, as we know, have one of the worst rosters in football. 53-man, you line them up against anybody, they're pretty bad. But that's what you have to deal with when you have a young quarterback. I mean, that's the Jackson Dart roller coaster. You're going to get some good and some bad, some up and some down. And, they get a touchdown in the first quarter, a touchdown in the second, and then don't score. But the Giants did fine. More first downs, more total yards, more plays, not as many yards per play. And they rushed for 136 yards in that game. You just can't, to your point, you can't turn it over. And if you turn the ball over 5 times, you're not going to win many football games. I'm inclined to think that it's not going to be that bad tonight. Because, that's the great equalizer, protecting the football. Saints, no turnovers, Giants, 5. That's why they lost. 26-14, did not cover. Looked good for a while, but then the bottom falls out. You're going to get good dart and bad dart, and in this situation against a division rival, I think you're going to get good dart tonight.
On the injury front, Darius Slayton is out. Malik Neighbors already out. We know that. So you've got a rookie quarterback without his weapons on the outside. Left guard for the Eagles, Dickerson, he is out. And then the all-world defensive tackle, Jalen Carter, is listed as questionable. So we're probably not going to find out about Carter until 90 minutes before the game. We got to talk about Saquon. Revenge. Is that a thing?
Mm-hmm.
He played in one of the games last year. That first game, there's a lot of noise around it. Everybody was betting it. Everybody that bet it got paid. Like, there's no way he wasn't hitting every prop. 17 carries, 176 rushing yards, and a touchdown at the G-Men. That was a big game to him, and he talked about it afterwards. Kind of played it down throughout the week, but of course, afterwards, he let everybody know. Yeah, that was big. So the rushing yards prop is 84.5. The rushing and receiving, 104.5. Sam, every week Saquon's numbers have been going down. 88, 60, 46, 43, and last week, 30 rushing yards on only 6 carries. How? They enter that fourth quarter up 17-3 against Denver. I've got to think they talked about that all damn week. And now you've got Saquon going against his old team, destroyed him last year. I get why it's 84.5, even though he hasn't gone over 84.5 since week 1. And if you look at the total yards number, he hasn't hit 104.5 yet. 0-5.
Right. He looks hurt. And we saw some of those rumblings at the end of the game last week. He's been playing through some stuff, and that's going to happen when you touch the ball, 400 or 500 times last year. It's going to happen. Fatigue is a real thing. And we talked about that all summer. Guys that touch the ball at that volume generally just can't do the same thing the following year. Yet, when you look up, I'm on BetMGM right now. Guess what the first pre-built same-game parlay is? Eagles to cover, Barkley to score a touchdown, Barkley 150 total yards. Yep, come on in. Water's warm, 7-1. They know you're going to bet it, and they know that you know that the Giants are probably going to do everything in their power to try and derail Saquon Barkley. But that's what it is, right? Eagles to cover, Barkley to score, Barkley 150 plus. One of the most popular pre-built same-game parlays all day.
Man. Giants defense, 30th in the league, EPA per rush. So you can get to him on the ground. And you've got the narrative. People are going to bet it. Are you willing to do Saquon under? I'll tell you, I'm thinking a lot about the rushing and receiving under 104.5. Like, he hasn't sniffed it, man. But it is a spot where if they want to do it, he can go over that number. But you're not getting a discount. His poor performance this year isn't helping you out. These are pretty much the numbers that we were seeing much of last season.
I don't think also, speaking to the Giants offense, I don't think they're going to move the ball at will. And the Eagles have proven, especially under Fangio, very formidable at taking away what rookies do well. Yeah. And you're seeing this with the total. This total opened 41.5. We're down a whole point at BetMGM, even lower at Westgate, South Point. We're seeing some 40s out there. And I know it's not a big number, but at the end of the day, divisional game, these teams know each other extremely well. You're probably going to see, the Giants try and play field position. They're going to make Jalen Hurts and company try and go 80 yards, 85 yards, if possible. I don't think the Giants want any part of a shootout. So that move on the under makes sense to me. If I was going to say, all right, close my eyes, final score, 2017, kind of where I'm at. Lean to the Giants, lean to the under.
Lean to the under. What do you think is more likely, Hurts or Saquon touchdown? The odds say Saquon by a little bit. Minus 150 versus minus 130 for Hurts.
Probably Hurts.
Against weaker defenses, he's been getting into the end zone. He has not gotten into the end zone in the last couple weeks, but stronger defenses in Denver and Tampa. Now you're looking at more like the opponents that they were seeing early on, like Dallas, to start the season. I think you're right, and we're getting a better price at $1.30. All right.
You're going to see a lot of this tonight, too. You're going to see a lot of Eagles teaser looks. We're on social all day long. You're going to see a ton of that. People just want a winner, right? Let me take the 7.5, tease it through 7, tease it through 3, down to 1.5. Eagles are going to be a very popular teaser leg and a very popular moneyline parlay leg. We'll talk about Survivor throughout the rest of the show. I think that's another look potentially for some people. Going to just come in and say, all right, the Eagles are going to win. Dart's not going to beat Philly. Fine. I'm not there. Like I said, I think it's a closer game. But the Eagles will definitely be a very popular play in a lot of these exotics. Moneyline parlay, teaser, potentially Survivor. The books would love. I talked to a couple guys yesterday. The books would love the Giants to pull the upset. Would love a Giants moneyline win.
Yeah, of course they would. I would not throw them in a moneyline parlay. Would you?
Eagles, no. I think this could be a weird game, man. Weird game.
Totally agree. Okay, let's look at the quarterbacks that the Giants have faced. Right? I'm sorry, the Eagles have faced, because we're talking about a rookie quarterback. Last week it was Nix. Before that, Baker, Stafford, Mahomes, and Dak. This is a different category than those guys. I would put all of them as, maybe Nix is debatable, but I'd say all of those guys are top 12 quarterbacks in the league. And now you've got Jackson Dart. Now you've got this Vic Fangio defense preparing for a rookie quarterback. So while we say that about moneyline parlays and all that stuff, I also look at it and think, man, the Eagles defense has a pretty big advantage. And I'm looking at this 177.5. He's likely to go under that number.
For Dart? Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Makes sense. I understand it. It's funny. You come into a show thinking, all right, I really like the Giants at plus 7.5. And the more you think about it and the more you talk this out with your partner, I think under might be the play. At 40.5. Yeah, I mean, how many touchdowns do you get? You get a handful from the Eagles. You get a couple from the Giants. Maybe that 2017 is 17-14. I probably end up on the under tonight, especially at 40.5.
Which offense scares you right now? Which offense are you worried about putting up upper 20s, low 30s? Neither.
No.
Yeah. I agree with that. All right. Those are our looks for tonight. We'll give our official plays, and we'll find out where the room is at for sure. Paul mentions he guarantees that Saquon over 2.5 receptions is in the room. I think he might be right. While we talk about the lack of carries, there has been more involvement in the passing game. So, look at what happened most recently. It's going to happen again, only 2.5. And I got to have a Saquon bet. Touchdown is probably going to be in there too for Saquon.
Oh, you're going to see heavy Eagles props. Of the 5 that we're going to do, 4 Philly.
Okay.
4
and a Scattaboo.
Scattaboo, huh?
Yeah, there will be a Scattaboo in there. Some way, somehow. Yeah. I don't think they go dart and these no-name receivers at this point with the top guys out. I think they're going to go with the Scatterboo. Whether it's a touchdown or yardage, they'll do something. The public loves to bet on this guy. They loved him in college. They love that he's producing in the NFL as well. All right, Joe O, Sammy P. We are live on X. We're going to continue to be there. Bet_sweats. Bet_sweats. All right, on the other side, Survivor. We haven't talked about this all week. Our favorite looks. I don't think it's as easy as just plug in the 2-touchdown favorite if you're lucky enough to be alive. We'll talk about it on the other side. This is Bet Sweats, the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. It's another week of trying to stay alive in our survivor pools.
Survivor, man, that's like the beer bong of the contest.
Give me that thing. I'll do one. I'll do one. We gonna do one.
We got knocked out of Survivor in week 1.
I think it's in my rules of Survivor. I think no Jaguars.
Every week, you can be done.
Survive and advance with us right now on Bet Sweats, presented by BetMGM.
We got it. The week of carnage. It finally happened. A lot of people just kind of chilling for a month. All right. And it was the perfect time, Sam, because you know what happens? People get cocky. Like, oh, I can do any of these guys. Not think too much about it. Just take the highest point spread. I'll take one of these favorites. Well, if you did that, you were in big trouble. Now, if you took the biggest on the board, you were okay. You were one of the few people to get through with Detroit. Any of the other ones that were north of a touchdown, they were dicey outside of Indy. The Rams and the Cardinals crushed a lot of people. That's where we're at. So I was actually looking today at all the pools that I'm in. Okay, so where are we at percentage-wise? How much is alive? And, Sam, all of them, the same range, 23 to 29%. Whether it's a big pool, small pool, whatever, all within that range, 23 to 29%. That's how much is left in all the pools that I'm in. So I'm assuming it's the same just about everywhere.
Yeah, for sure. I'm out in every pool, by the way, in case anybody was wondering. Last leg I had was Buffalo. We went with the Bills at home Sunday night, 8-point favorite, Tony Montana jerseys, all that. Dead. You know, if you really think about it, going into Sunday, a lot of the popular money line parlays, I heard this a ton on Sunday. Bills and the Eagles, Bills and the Chiefs on Monday, Bills and this, Bills and that. You know, the Bills were such a huge leg for the sports books to knock out. Not even talking about Survivor, just the money line parlay aspect of it. And, you know, John Murray was on our show after the first couple of weeks of the NFL. None of the favorites are losing outright. A lot of the popular ones lost last week. Again, Broncos beating the Eagles, Chiefs going down to Jacksonville, and Drake May and the Patriots knocking off the Bills. I think that cracked a lot of people. So now your work's cut out for you, no doubt. How many do you have left? You came into the season with like 30 survivors, right?
I'm alive in 9 pools.
All right.
7 of them I have 1 spot. One I have 2, and another one that has 1 million people in it. I have 4 spots. So, yeah, like how much am I going to divvy it up now? Now that we're down to this, because a good thing I put some on Detroit last week. That's what got me through. My other ones were losers, Rams and the Cardinals. Wish I didn't stay out the Colts, but I did. So we have them in with most of my selections. Like I was going over the top spreads of the week, and the only one that I've used is Denver. Like all of these, it's like, nope, you've used 0. You've used 0, so that's really not part of the equation for me. Okay, let's take a look at this week. There are 5 games that have a point spread of at least a touchdown. Now there's one on an island. The island one is Green Bay. We all know that. Some spots have it as high as 15 right now. Green Bay a favorite over Cincinnati, going up against Joe Flacco now. That has certainly changed. Quick week, quick turnaround, learning the playbook, trying to cram like it's high school at the very end of the year when you're just trying to get through. You got to get to that certain mark just to pass. Like that's what's happening with Flacco in Cincinnati. The other large point spreads tonight, Philadelphia, 7.5 against New York Giants, a divisional matchup. Another one, Indy, favored by 7.5 against Arizona. The Rams that smoked people last week, 7.5 against the beat-up Baltimore team. And then London, we've got Denver, a touchdown favorite over the New York Jets. So there are 2 games that I like here. We can throw out other ones if we'd like, but here are the 2 teams I'm on. Green Bay, you can't ignore them. They are going to be the most popular team. They are 14, 15-point favorites for a reason. There is quite the gap. For context, if you go to Moneyline right now, the money line in Green Bay is $12. Okay? The next highest is the game tonight, Philly, it's about $4. That's the kind of a gap we're talking about. Do you want to lay $12 or do you want to lay $4 on the money line? That is pretty big. In Philly's future value, there's a ton of it, which I want to talk about. Sam, just to bottom line it for people, I like the Packers and the Rams this week. Packers.
See, I think
it's obvious. Yeah,
I think the best play would be Denver, but unfortunately, you've used a good amount of Denver, right? So you can't come into this conversation saying Denver because you've already sort of used them. Did you shove Denver against the Titans? Was that what it was early in the season?
Yeah. I think I've got like one spot where I have Denver available, and that's
the
it.
Jets are not winning this game. They're not. I don't want to say no way because I hate people that say no way, but I don't think it's going to happen. Like, there's a chance that this is a bloodbath on Sunday.
Very good chance. I hate London games, so that bothers me a little bit. I would rather use Denver next week against the Giants in Denver. But I could be wrong on that one. Most people have used Denver. But, yeah, I'm not going to use them this week. The one spot that I do have, I will use them next week. Okay, so here's what I think is interesting about Survivor this week. That a lot of times people try to map out the whole season, which is, I mean, how many times we got to go through this? This is dumb. Like, what you thought about Cincinnati before and what you think about them now is completely different. Teams are different. Quarterback injury report, like what you thought about Baltimore before and what you think of them now, completely different. Season changes, right? But I think it's fair to look in a small window. So I'm talking about the window of week 7, 8, 9. Next week, the biggest favorite is going to be the Chiefs. The Chiefs are not in play this week because they're facing Detroit. Okay, fine. But keep that in mind. Kansas City, 10.5-point favorite against Vegas. Week 8, 2 weeks from now, I want Philly. So I don't want to use them tonight. I want Philly because it's the same matchup in Philly. The projected point spread, 13.5 points right now. I don't know that we get there, but they're going to be a double-digit favorite. Week 9, the Rams get the Saints. 13.5. 13.5. Would you rather take the Rams at Baltimore this week or the Rams in week 9 against New Orleans as a double-digit favorite? You're going to want to save some spots for the Rams. Anybody that's taken the Rams, they're probably out because they used them last week. So in a few weeks, you're going to want the Rams. So another reason I keep pointing to Green Bay. That week 9, when the Rams are facing New Orleans, Green Bay gets Carolina. So I think it's interesting. If the spots you use Green Bay, you can use the Rams in week 9, and the spots you use the Rams, you can use Green Bay in week 9.
And some people would not be as planny, I guess. Planny's not really a word, but some people just want a winner right now. And if you look at the injury report for Baltimore, ta-da! Lamar Jackson did not practice yesterday.
He ain't playing.
So I don't think he's going to play. I mean, we've talked about this for a couple days now. Don't expect him to be out there. The market hasn't really moved that much. I think obviously this is priced that Lamar's not going to go. There's one book right now that has an 8. They did see some positive news, though, in the sense that it looks like Kyle Hamilton and Ronnie Stanley are trajecting up. That's good news for them. But how do you love the Baltimore side without Lamar? It's just very hard for a lot of people to get there. So I do think, while I understand your point about saving the Rams, a lot of people are going to look at what Baltimore just did the last couple of weeks, blown out against the Chiefs, blown out against the Texans, and probably out again for Lamar. So I think a lot of people are going to look at this one as a layup, and I don't necessarily disagree.
Yep, I'm using the Packers and the Rams. That's how I'm going to split mine up. That's where I'm at this week. Would you consider Indy against Arizona? There are not a lot of times to use them.
I don't
want
No.
anything to do with that game. I don't want anything to do with it.
And we wanted nothing to do with Arizona last week for the most part. We're like, I don't know.
Yeah.
But it's funny how that works with Arizona. You don't want to pick against Arizona in this spot, we didn't want to play Arizona last week. I'll speak for myself. Like I looked at that game. I'm like, no shot. Arizona is a 7-point favorite. No thanks. Arizona is a 7-point dog. It's weird. I kind of like Zona. This should not be a thing, but I like them more on the money line when they're +7 than when they're -7. That makes no sense, but that's kind of how I feel about Arizona.
That's that team. Yeah, I was with you on that. And then by the end of the week, I ended up taking Arizona because it was one of those situations. There's no other week to take them. And if you're going to win this thing, you're probably going to have to take Arizona because they're a mid team. So I ended up taking Arizona, and I hated myself for it. Outside of the top 5, you've got, in order, highest point spread, Pittsburgh, 5.5 against Cleveland, divisional matchup. Vegas, 5 against Tennessee. Washington, 4.5 Monday night against the Bears. Bills, 4 at Atlanta. Chargers, 4 at Miami. I don't like any of them. Do you?
No, I don't. I would go Rams. I would do Rams shove, I think.
Yep. Rams shove. Woo! McVay against this beat-up defense. Matabuke out for the year. Still, it sounds like no Roquan, right? We'll see about Humphrey. You mentioned Hamilton's trending positive, and you still got Cooper Rush under center. No touchdowns, 3 interceptions last week. Nothing in the run game. They're a disaster. I think they're just going to take – this feels like a scheduled loss. Like they understand we're going to lose this game, but we're going on bye next week, and then we're going to try and get prepared for some sort of a run after that.
Did you consider the Patriots at all? Very small favorite on the road in New Orleans.
Never for a second. I think the Patriots might be on upset alert.
Never for a second. Look, that line has not moved at all. At all. Open 3.5, sitting 3.5. You know what the public's going to bet in that one.
Volleyball playoffs yesterday. Sitting next to a big Patriots fan. I turned to him. I said, "Are you going to be mad?" He's like, "What do you mean?" I said, "Are you going to be mad?" He's like, "With what?" I said, "When the Patriots go from beating the Bills to losing to the Saints." You got pissed.
Oh, buddy.
Joe Sammy P, Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Harrison slot left. Murray to the end zone, reaching up. Harrison has it. Touchdown.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM network.
All right, we got week number 6 starting tonight with an NFC East matchup. We'll get to that. Joe O, Sammy P, thanks for hanging out here on Bet Sweats, a Thursday morning with you. And we bring on our buddy Ian Hartitz from fantasylife.com. Check him out there. Follow him on X at iHartitz. And we were just talking about it a little bit during the break. Of course, we're going to dive into the NFL. But Ian, you live in Columbus. Sam's an Illini guy that never bets on the Illini because he doesn't say, I don't want to say he hates them, but he's just like all the love that they get. Like, all right, this is too much. It's Illinois football, people. 14.5. What do you think about the Buckeyes on the road in this spot going to Champaign?
I actually went to a college in Chicago back in the day, and I can confirm that it's nothing but NDers in that part of the state anyway. So all good. But no, man, I'm feeling great about it. Honestly, Buckeyes against anyone. Yes, sure, a Columbus, Ohio lifer. Very much a homer right here. But, man, you guys have seen that defense very much with Matt Patricia playing faster than ever, and just seems like with 2 linebackers in Averill, Reese, and Sonny Styles, no one is generating big plays against them, and then good luck streaming, 11 or 12 consecutive plays down the field with that offensive line Illinois is working with. So I don't know if the Buckeyes are going to be moving fast enough to put up 63 on them like Indiana did, but man, good luck slowing down Carnell Tater, Jeremiah Smith, and even this freshman RB now, Bo Jackson, guys, no relation, starting to look pretty good too. So I'll go Buckeyes 35-10, and I feel like I'm being generous there.
35-10. All right, that's an under then. 35-10, but just barely.
Oh, yeah.
35-10. Curious, too, your thoughts on what Ohio State's chances are to win this Big Ten, because Oregon and Ohio State feel like they're on a crash course, right, for the Big Ten championship game. Your thoughts about the Ducks and the Buckeyes potentially meeting down the road?
I mean, for my money's worth, again, I'm not exactly grinding every other college football game as much as the NFL or anything like that. But Oregon, Ohio State, and then obviously Miami, they seem like they've kind of separated themselves as the 3 most elite teams in college football. So, hey, as awesome as that Rose Bowl was last year, I do remember the Buckeyes going to Austin and getting humbled a little bit. So I don't want to completely count out Dan Lanning and company. I do think they have, the sort of talent to actually match up with Ohio State, unlike a lot of teams out there. So shout out to Dante Moore. I know I've seen a lot of these kind of way too early mock drafts where he is just a major riser, especially relative to some of these guys like Drew Aller and Arch Manning that, were originally atop that QB totem pole ahead of next season. So again, I still like the Buckeyes' chances against anyone, but at the end of the day, man, that Oregon game, I'm guessing Vegas would have it as more of like a 3-point contest or so. I think deservedly so. So give me the Buckeyes, but man, Oregon, I think number 2 team in the country for good reason.
Ian, how do you play tonight? We've got the Eagles and the Giants, of course. People are going to be loaded up on Saquon props. You understand why with what happened last year and the revenge and all that. But like, what is going on offensively and his usage and how healthy is he? That's just part of the storyline. But we've got a number of 7.5. An Eagles offense that is going through a ton of struggles on the road. They're laying 7.5 in the division. What do you think? Are you expecting low scoring? Are there certain guys you have circled? What's your approach?
It's funny, man, because over these last 2 weeks, maybe it is because of the lack of success running the ball, which I think more so goes to that banged up offensive line more than anything. I mean, you look at Philly, and ever since they did turn the offense over to Jalen Hurts, it's been them and the Ravens just easily leading the league in terms of RB rush yards before contact per carry. And that's what made it such a cheat code last year, adding Saquon and Derrick Henry to those offenses. This year, though, Philly is, I think, 16th or 17th, though, in that metric. Obviously, we have Dickerson sidelined for this game as well. Lane Johnson's been banged up almost every week. So I'm not sure, despite the revenge game narrative, this is exactly when Saquon gets going. I actually think this could be the week that we finally see A.J. Brown fully, blast off here. I know he had the big game against the Rams, but last week and just really over these last 2 weeks, guys, we have seen Philly more willing to throw the ball. In fact, we have a metric at Fantasy Life called drop back rate over expected. The Eagles are number 1 in the NFL over these past 2 weeks, chucking the rock down the field. So I am cool with A.J. Brown's overs. I think over on FanDuel, he's like for 70 plus receiving yards, getting even money on that. So that would be, my more just reasonable one. If you guys want a deep shot, though, Jahan Dotson, okay, speaking of deep shots, he's gotten actually 5 of them this season. Half of his targets have been thrown 20-plus yards downfield. You can get like plus 1,400 odds for Jahan Dotson with 20-plus receiving yards and under 1.5 receptions. So we know he's only going to get a few opportunities anyway. He's going to be matched up in the slot against Drew Phillips, one of the biggest liabilities out there. Jahan Dotson, we just need one and only one, please.
Would you take the points with the Giants?
No, probably not. I just think with Jackson Dart, even though he's been fun to watch scrambling around and everything like that, when you look at the Giants' offensive performance in the first 2 drives, it's been fantastic. The scripted plays have been good for them. He's averaged like 8.6 yards per attempt. EPA looks great. Everything else after that, though, has really been riding the struggle bus. And then obviously you take away Darius Slayton, Malik Neighbors is done for the year. Just so much you can ask for an offense that's going to have to flow through Wan'Dale Robinson and Theo Johnson. So I would say Philly, maybe in an ugly Thursday night sort of game by 10 or 12.
All right, let's jump to the highest total of the week, Sunday Night Football. It's the game of the week. There's no doubt about it. Total of 53 between Detroit and Kansas City. And the line keeps on favoring the Chiefs. Chiefs coming off a Monday night loss, short week, but the bettors are coming in on KC. Where you at on this game?
I get it, man. It is weird to see how well the Lions have played and for Kansas City still to be getting the benefit of the doubt. But just back against the wall at home in the short week narrative, as you mentioned, I can't understand why the bettors are going in on it. But at the same time, man, I think I still will be back in Detroit here. This Chiefs offense, nothing has been easy. And even though Mahomes has looked a little bit better over these past 2 weeks, I do think in large part, thanks to getting Xavier Worthy back, just this run game remains completely broken. And I do think that's a factor of running so many freaking RPOs over the year and just having really no identity on the ground game. So when Patrick Mahomes is, again, basically your only threat on the ground, now 3rd in the NFL in rushing yards among quarterbacks behind only Josh Allen and Justin Fields, I'm just not confident enough, again, in a passing game that really its only source of explosion has been those, periodic deep shots to Tyquan Thornton. So Dan Campbell and the Lions, we know they're going to maximize every single edge they can get going for it on 4th down. And just the way they have been able to run the ball consistently against everyone and the Kansas City Chiefs run game, allowing 100-plus yards in 4 straight games. And I don't think their defense, I should say, not being that same juggernaut that we've seen in the past. I just think we're, again, 1 week away from them getting Rashee Rice and more so resembling that juggernaut. So give me the Lions in this one.
I'm going to guess a guy like you is licking his chops facing Baltimore, right? Given how battered they are defensively, but also they're not going to move the ball on offense. So the defense is probably on the field a ton, right? Any Rams angles, any moves to make there?
It's honestly one of the most predictable offenses in the league, like for good reason for fantasy, nerds like myself. So, again, we have Kyron Williams who, hey, fumble the ball 10, 12 times a game. It's not going to matter. Sean McVay is going to keep feeding the man. And then this is the most condensed passing game in the NFL in terms of looking at, again, who has just been feeding the highest percentage of their team targets to their top 2 wide receivers. So obviously Puka Nacua, the wide receiver 1 on pace for over 2,000 receiving yards. We all get that. But honestly, guys, if you are in some fantasy leagues and you have a chance just to buy high on Devontae Adams, you're not going to get him for free or anything like that. But just some of the trades I have seen floated out there, like he still is available at more so of a wide receiver 2 price. This week, I think he is a top 8 option at the position. Again, going to be more than capable of going off. So we've seen Stafford almost with that, 2018, 2020, like Aaron Rodgers, Tom Brady vibe, where when they get inside the 5-yard line, they're actually throwing the ball more so than handing it off. Devontae Adams and George Pickens lead the NFL in end zone targets. I do think Devontae, anytime touchdown in any of the receiving overs, that would be my angle there.
We all understand that Cincinnati had to do something with Jake Browning. Like, this was not the guy that we've seen in the past fill in for an injured Joe Burrow. And they decided to go with a 40-year-old quarterback. They make a trade in division, go with that quarterback. They're worth discussing because of all the weapons they have on offense. Like, you drafted Chase, you got to plug and play him every week. Most people are probably playing Higgins every week. The Chase Brown owner is very upset with what's happened there. What does this mean going to Flacco? Is this going to be half a bump? Like, what is this?
Real quick on Chase Brown, this is one of my favorite stats I found this week. He has 83 touches this year without a single gain of 15-plus yards. The next closest player has 31, Dylan Sampson. Like, come on, Chase Brown. I know that offensive line is horrible, but you can't bounce one outside or something. Absolutely terrible so far. But with Flacco, I will say, I mean, yeah, that offensive line, again, just mentioned how bad they are, starting to get a little bit healthier. But I think I saw Ben Baldwin out there on X actually posting, just some composite like pass blocking stuff. And literally the bottom two groups in the NFL are the Bengals and also the Browns. So I don't think it's going to be anything that Flacco isn't exactly used to seeing. And I think we can all agree going from Jerry Jeudy and Cedric Tillman to obviously Chase and Higgins is quite the upgrade. So I'm optimistic here, mostly just because of how poor and just horrible it was to watch Jake Browning, and because they're not going to consistently be facing these just horrendous matchups week after week. Vikings, Broncos, Lions, and now the Packers. I mean, that is a brutal 4-game stretch for any offense to deal with, let alone one with this sort of QB turnover and obvious offensive line issues. So yes, Flacco, 40 years old, but hey, 38 and 39-year-old Joe Flacco managed to lead the NFL in passing yards per start during those 2023 and 2024 seasons. So again, hasn't been pretty this year. A lot of stats do paint Joe Flacco as even being worse than Jake Browning. So hardly a guarantee here, but I'm optimistic. I'm with you. I'm starting Jamar Chase. I would start Jamar Chase if Kendall Hinton was back under center, guys. Okay. 25-year-old prime Jamar Chase. Like, come on. We know what that guy can do. I think the big hopeful, again, notes here is that T. Higgins can be booming a bit more as that boom and bust wide receiver 3, and hopefully a few more scoring opportunities down the road for Chase Brown.
You know it's bad when Flacco's been there 24 hours and the coach goes, yep, you're the starter, right? Like, that's how bad it was with Browning. Flacco's barely been there a day, and the coaching staff says, yep, that's our guy. All right, we asked you about a bunch of games and angles and players. Take us through one of your favorite looks that we haven't talked about yet.
Yeah, I think if you guys want to go ahead and wake up early, got another one of these 9:30 kickoffs on Sunday, I'm actually liking the potential for a Troy Franklin big game here. We've actually seen throughout this season when teams have been facing the Jets, the number 2 option on offense has been having a lot of success because Sauce Gardner, unlike earlier in his career, has made more of a habit of following around the opposition's number 1 wide receiver. Honestly, hasn't done that great of a job. Saw the George Pickens touchdown last week, and even DK Metcalf and some of these other guys have found some success against Sauce Gardner. But man, it's also been that number 2 option against the Jets defense, no longer with DJ Reed, and honestly just a bad group overall that has been having some big games. So again, with the Broncos, Sean Payton, as we all know, it's tough to always get a firm grasp on what he's going to do player personnel wise week by week, and we've still seen that for portions of this season. That said, really ever since week 1, Troy Franklin has been established as this 70-80% receiver in terms of routes, so we know he's going to be out there. And honestly, one of the bigger surprises to me, guys, is that Troy Franklin leads the entire NFL in screen targets. That was a role that really was going to Marvin Mims a lot last year. They brought in RJ Harvey and Evan Ingram. I don't even think Troy Franklin that's necessarily best for his skill set, but we're getting these design gadget touches, which gives us a nice floor. And then also, again, the potential for him to boom against, the even worse cornerbacks on the Jets. Really do like the Troy Franklin overs in this spot.
All right. Ian Hartitz, a couple more minutes here, Ian. What about Monday Night Football? It's one of these weeks where they're doing 2 games again, and they're going to overlap a little bit with an hour difference. And it's funny because in the betting world, if you look at it, these 2 games have almost the exact same point spread and total. You've got Buffalo laying about 4.5 on the road in Atlanta, total around 50. And then you've got Washington as a home favorite against Chicago laying 4.5 and about the same total. Do you have a thought or angle on either of these Monday night games?
Hopefully that we just see more and more Bill, baby. I mean, Bill Krosky-Merritt leading the NFL in rushing yards per carry. And the big difference last week, I know Washington, they were down 10 early, but they ended up building that lead, win by 17. Certainly was good game script for him, so I don't want to completely say that this is now his backfield, but it was the first time this season that he actually got to start the game. Previously, it was Chris Rodriguez. Bill will come in after and kind of even things out. Jerry McNichol's been involved as well ever since Austin Eckler got hurt. But man, this dude is just a walking big play, and there has been no defense worse than the Bears this year when it comes to allowing RB rush yards before contact per carry. So I would be down for, again, attacking some of those Bill Krosky-Merritt overs. And then otherwise in that matchup, again, I do think it's a situation where hopefully, guys, we can see the Bears looking a little bit better after that bye, because just personally, like watching Caleb Williams, he can do all the hard things. I mean, that dude's arm talent on the move really is unlike anything we almost see around the league. But when it comes to the easy buttons, the things that Ben Johnson made work so well in Detroit, that really has been the struggle. And you can see that in terms of Caleb's effectiveness when he gets the ball out quick, not very good, versus when he is holding it and in scramble and playmaking mode when things do go better. So I do not trust this Washington secondary at all. I think Marshawn Lattimore is very washed at this point. And having that extra bye week to get ready, I would not be surprised if we see this Bears offense start to really resemble a better overall unit. So with that post-week bye, maybe we start seeing some rookie bumps for guys like Luther Burden and Colson Loveland. So if you guys are out there, maybe have a bench spot that you don't exactly, or you can fill in your fantasy lineup. I do think Loveland and Burden still available in a lot of leagues. This could be the last time to get them low, because hopefully, again, we're going to have a better Bears offense moving forward, and they're finally going to be getting these talented rookies more involved.
We got like a minute left. I also don't think, to your point on the Washington secondary, I think it's a good slope for Odunze. I don't think the market's caught up on how good this kid is for the Bears, Rome Odunze.
Oh, he's absolutely crushing it, man. Just, hey, it's every single year, Shane Waldron, whenever he leaves, we just go ahead and assume that whatever wide receiver he messed up the year before is going to start balling. So hopefully Brian Thomas Jr. and Travis Hunter can get past that before 2026. But no, man, Rome's been absolutely crushing it. I wouldn't completely write off DJ Moore yet. Again, just my eye test, like watching him out there, he still looks very much like the great real-life wide receiver he's been throughout his career. Just don't know quite how to use him yet. There's a lot of weird RB usage. Again, things that you hope would, start to even themselves out as we get deeper into the season.
Ian Hart, it's fantasylife.com. Good stuff. Best of luck with all your plays over the weekend. Our college football looks coming up next here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
the guy can flat out coach ball.
He sure can. And he's a great person. And he's going to have a touchdown from Jam Miller.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Panayotovich on the BetMGM Network.
All right, good stuff. Ian Hartitz there. Let's get to our college football plays. We've found ourselves, because there's a few really big games, like talking about the same games again and again. And we want to branch out and see if anything's changed where we are with the current numbers here on Thursday morning going into Saturday. Don't forget, 10 Toes Down, top of the hour, 11 a.m. Eastern. We do this every Thursday. All right, Sam, where do you want to start? Take us wherever you want. Strongest opinion, something that's maybe adjusted. You found yourself landing on some team, some total, something. Where you at?
I don't think Mateer is going to play. Look who it is. Oh, right on time. Perfect. College football time. Jeff Shorts, you want the earbud?
Yeah,
of course.
Here.
Yeah.
Is Mateer playing or not? What did Pete Thamel say? Do we know yet? Is he in or out? Or maybe is he maybe playing, not playing? We don't know the update.
Pete Thamel? Yeah.
Hear anything.
Pete, oh, man. Damn. Pete Thamel said he's going to take some shots at the bar if he plays. So we'll see.
No, this does not work.
I don't know.
Just one ear works.
Is this what you hear about?
I don't know.
There you go. Talk.
There you go. You hear me now?
There we go. Okay. We're in. What's up?
I think as you were walking in, Sam was about to say that he doesn't think Mateer is going to play.
I don't think he's playing.
I think he's in. Yeah, I don't. Yeah. What do you think?
I would be pretty quick to come back from this injury, and you have to figure out, like, is it worth risking more injury to play this weekend, or just wait as long as possible? You can afford a loss now. I mean, you don't want to lose to Texas, obviously. You can afford to lose a game and still make the playoffs at this point.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Is it worth it? You put yourself in a position where you don't have to, and you had a performance last week. What about your game? That number's been coming down all week. 7.5. Ducks favored. You get Indiana, of course. Monster game. What do you think?
There's some sevens popping up this morning. I just got to say, I would downgrade Oregon because of how Penn State lost to UCLA. That's the way the sport works, right? We downgrade another team because another team lost a game. We're going to win this game, and we're going to cover. I'm not going to bet on it because I don't like to bet on Oregon very often. But we're just better. That's fine. It's okay. Indiana has proven in these spots now, road games against good defenses, they have not done as well, right? Notre Dame last year, Ohio State, even Iowa 2 weeks ago, right? At home against bad teams, they score a ton of points. On the road, it hasn't been quite the same. And we're both off buys. We'll both be well rested. I like our chances.
Quack.
All right, buddy.
Quack. Thank you.
Thanks,
Jeff.
Might not work very well.
It'll be fine. Okay. They're getting ready to talk to Ryan Day, by the way. We'll be on Bear Bets this week. So they're excited for that. I have to miss it. I'd rather be with you, though, Joe. I'd rather hang out with you.
I don't think so.
Oh, maybe I can make it. We'll see.
Oh, man. Yeah, maybe it's right after the show.
Chaos.
Push back. All right.
I don't know anything.
Get into Mateer. It's the biggest story in college football this week, and you seem to have an opinion on it. How'd you get there with Mateer?
I just don't think he's ready to play. And everything that I've heard is sort of that they're holding out hope that because he's got that broken bone on his right throwing thumb, right? So he's wearing a brace all week, and the grip has been the issue. Like last Friday, Saturday, I was told he can't grip the ball. Now, just because he couldn't grip it last Friday, Saturday, doesn't mean he can't grip it this Friday, Saturday. But Venables has definitely been one of those guys where he shuts all the information flow down. And this happened a few years ago with Dylan Gabriel. Gabriel's out there with the ones, taking snaps under center. He's got a concussion, though. And everybody all week is he's not going to play. He's concussed. And then Gabriel's out there taking snaps. The market's getting crashed. People are crushing Oklahoma. And then Gabriel doesn't play, and Texas wins 49-0. Now, that's 3 years ago. This year, and Jenks talked about this too on the morning show, either yesterday or this morning. I can't remember. All my days are running together. But he said he thinks that they're going to try and push this Mateer thing so that Texas prepares for Mateer, and then they pull the rug out and start Hawkins. I tend to agree. If he does play on Saturday, that will only be 17 days since the surgery. for a surgery that was supposed to take a month. I just don't think he's going to play. I know you want him to play, but do you really think he's going to be out there?
Yeah, I do.
Wow. Okay.
I could be wrong. Could very much be wrong. Listen, also by us sitting here on Thursday, one thinks he's going to play, one thinks he doesn't. We don't know. If you tell us how he actually feels on Saturday morning, we don't have the intel. He's got a couple more days, and the point being, by me saying I think he's going to play, they're going to try to get him to play. They're going to try and see if he's good enough to go. If he's saying it, everybody's on board, he's going to be out there. I mean, but we're predicting the health of the player off this surgery after 17 days, as you mentioned. So, I mean, we don't know anything. Does Oklahoma really know? I don't know that they know right now. So for us to say that we know, we're idiots, right?
Well, we're idiots for other reasons, but
this is one of many. Yeah.
So if he gets cleared, let's talk this through. Let's say John Mateer, quarterback at Oklahoma, gets cleared to play. Oklahoma goes off what? -1, -2? I don't know that we get to 3 because this number isn't with him in. This is with him probably like 50-50. Yeah, give or take.
Questionable. Yeah, it would flip though. That would be impressive. Outside of Mateer, what about the other stuff? We should, it's hard to move on to other angles of this game, but you've got to. The Sooners have been the most impressive defense in the nation so far. It hasn't been the toughest schedule. We know Kent State last week. It's been a while since they played a real team. You had Auburn, you had Michigan as well, but those were their toughest tests so far. But I mean, the numbers and the performance has shown that they're as good as anybody defensively. And Arch has been very disappointing this year. So when you talk about that matchup, I certainly lean that the advantage goes to Oklahoma on the defensive side.
Both teams have also struggled to run the football. And when you look at Texas, the biggest issue there is the relationship between Arch Manning and the offensive line. They're not protecting him, which is rushing everything that he does, right? Everything that they do. He can't process these simple reads. And I think that was a lot of the expectation for Arch Manning at Texas. Oh, well, he's going to be like Peyton and Eli. He's going to scan the field. He'll rip through his reads. He'll find the open man. He has not been good under pressure, and he's been awful under duress. So you really think you look at this game, 43 is the total, 43.5 at BetMGM. I don't want to be like an absolutist and say like there's no way this goes over, but doesn't this feel like it's a game predicated on defensive line dominating offensive line on both ends of the field? That's how it feels for me.
Yeah, for sure. That's where this game's going to be won. We should hit both sides, like not just the Mateer in. What about the Mateer out angle? And then what does this number get to with Mateer out? If they're playing it in the middle, like how far does it go? And would you take Oklahoma?
So I like Texas, and I've thought long and hard about laying some one. There are several ones in the market on Texas. I'm going to guess if he's out, this goes to 3.5. That's my guess.
Okay. Do you like Texas if Mateer's in? I know you're going to make your bet before. Okay.
No, I'm gambling on him not playing, and I could be way wrong about that. But just from what I'm hearing and what I've been told, don't think he's going to play. Paul, you said you have some metacarpal intel. Please share with us.
Yeah, so I broke one of these metacarpals diving back into first base in high school. It was never the same after that. Anyway, but like,
are you serious? Was it never the same?
I'm dead serious.
Yeah.
Oh well. Yeah. Basically, yeah.
That's why Paul didn't go to the league.
We know,
right? I mean, that was the bit. Yes.
That's why he dropped the softball. I know.
Yeah, exactly. But tracked it perfectly. Man, I'll never forget. Again, next morning, like trying to had a driver's ed class, could not grip the wheel, and I was in a soft cast for I think at least 3 weeks, maybe a month. I'm just saying, man. And Grant, that's my left hand.
Yeah.
When you bring up gripping the football, 17 days. especially the thumb area, I would have some serious doubts about that.
Yeah.
Take my strong hand. That's all I keep thinking about. Scared
100
backwards
times
hat
too.
Paul on driver's ed the next day. Just really couldn't spin the wheel.
No, he did the backwards hat later in life. He wasn't doing it then, right?
Yo, if you don't think Paul Aspen was in driver's ed with the backwards hat, you're out of your mind.
No, I don't think so.
I did not have a backwards hat at driver's
See?
ed with Mr. What's his name? But he said I was a great driver. He did.
Great?
I'll say that.
Those are
Great.
uncomfortable rides. When you do driver's ed and they're in the passenger side and they got the notebook out.
Slamming the brake on their side.
Yes. Yeah. So weird. So weird.
Believe it or not, I ran the dice game in driver's ed when I was 15. Believe that.
Of course. Unbelievable. All right. Let's keep it moving. Can we talk USC Michigan?
Sure.
Do you have a side on this game? It's USC minus 2.5 at home going up against Michigan. Trojans on the bye. Last time we saw them on the field, they lost that close game last second at the Illini. I'm looking at the home favorite at a short number, Sam. Underwood.
I like the dogs. Damn.
Do you? Okay. Damn,
Yeah.
we're going opposite sides this week. I like it. We usually don't see that. Why do you like Michigan? I have a tough time backing Underwood on the road.
Because USC's soft.
Okay. Games won in the trenches, and you're not as worried about the quarterback?
You notice this hasn't hit 3 all week. It's just been hanging out there
Yep.
at 2.5.
Yep, it has. You're right. Underwood has not thrown a touchdown pass on the road yet. He's completing 45% of his passes. We figured early on he would go through his struggles, but I haven't seen any success yet. He's been throwing for 123 yards per game in the 2 road games, so that's my concern. And I think Maeva's going to get back on track. I trust the offense for USC too much. So I'm backing the offense. You're going to be backing the defense most likely with Michigan.
Yeah, for sure. We're going to be heads up on that one. I also feel like we're going to be heads up on Illinois, Ohio State. I will probably take 14.5 and hate myself when Ohio State's up 31-7. But
yeah,
it has
I'm
to
not
be
there
done.
yet.
I have not backed Illinois one time this season.
Yeah.
Actually, that's not true. I tailed my buddy Rackjack the game they played USC. It was his bet, not mine. I jumped on. They were getting like 6.5 at home. That was when Big Noon Kickoff was there. I'm not an Illinois guy, as you know, even though I went there. I hate their guts. Altmaier to me could get them to 17 points in this game. And that's my magic number. If they get to 17, they cover. I think they get there.
Okay. You like that more than the under?
Yes, I think.
I mean, crap.
Maybe.
You know.
Basically, yes.
Ohio State could get the over by themselves if they wanted to. Like,
Market's betting under, though. Big
Yeah,
time.
that makes
51 to
sense.
49.5.
I don't have a bet on this game right now. I lean Ohio State, but yeah, it's hard. Like, which Illinois team is going to be? Obviously, they're healthier than they were a few weeks ago, but we've seen the worst, and we've probably seen some of the best of Illinois so far. So, which team is going to end up showing up? That's why they're difficult to bet on and difficult to quantify with a number. So, I don't have a play on that game yet. I lean Ohio State, though. Alabama, Missouri, Bama, 3-point favorite. A tough little patch here for Alabama. You win at Georgia. You had a lot of chatter around that game last week. You take care of business against Vandy. You end up covering the spread at the very end. 3 straight Saturdays, impactful games here. Now you go on the road laying 3 against Mizzou, where they've played all of their games so far.
I'd be very impressed if Bama covers. I'm not on the game. I lean to the dog. I know Bear likes Mizzou. He's got him +3. I sort of lean that way, but this would be an impressive win. If they can stack another win and another cover, this time going on the road to Columbia, I'll be very impressed with Alabama, and I just hope that my Ty Simpson Heisman ticket appreciates.
But on the flip side, you'd probably say the same thing about Mizzou. Like, if they pull off the upset and they win this game and they're sitting 6-0, I don't care that all the games have been at home so far. You were a couple games in the SEC play and they're 6-0. Like, people are really going to stand up and take notice when you take down Bama.
No doubt. I'm curious here. Sidetrack. Paul says he has one more for us, and I'm very curious what that means.
First, I'd just like to say I'm really impressed by Mizzou's #1 rush defense that has held Central Arkansas to 6 points, Louisiana to 10 points, and UMass to 6 points. Very impressive stuff, guys. Utah.
You laying it?
Give me 2. Laying it.
Yeah.
Both off a bye. Arizona State luck box. Get out of here.
Are you taking Bama too?
Yes.
Big.
Not like Vandy, where we kind of got backdoor help, but no.
Yeah.
Half.
All right. We'll talk about some NFL injuries on the other side. Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
think about that. I don't even know. I really don't even know. That's how to lose a game 1-on-1. I don't know. That was crazy.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Kyler Murray talking about losing to the Titans. They are probably still in shock. And then we've had a lot of drama going on with the Arizona Cardinals and Gannon getting fined by his own team, all that stuff. But if you want to bring up some line moves, this is worth discussing. Welcome back, Joe Ostrowski, Sam Paniotovich. This is Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network. How about it? Early in the week, it was Indy -6.5. And it felt like, okay, it's going to be tough to find Arizona money. It probably has been, Sam, for the books, tough to find Arizona money this week because they decided to go to 7. And I see some public books that have already gone to 7.5. Others have a juiced 7 so far. So that's where we're at, man. It went through that 7 at some spots, and that is a big move.
I'm a big Colts guy this year, as you know. I kind of jumped in a little bit late after a couple games, but I was happy to do so. At this point, I'm not laying 7 with the Colts in this spot. Just will not happen. You're going to see a lot of people run away from the Arizona side, probably people that were spurned by the Cardinals losing to the Titans. But to keep it a buck, not laying a touchdown in this spot. Ain't happening.
Yeah, no, you can't. It's the dog or you just end up walking away. I'm surprised that Nate Collins is like, give me the Cardinals. It's tough to get there. Like, I could make the case, but am I actually going to make the wager? It's tough to say that you're gonna like Arizona. But you made the point earlier, and it sounded like a joke. I don't think it's a joke. Like, you'd rather back Arizona, even on the money line, when they're a massive underdog, as opposed to being a big favorite at home.
I would much rather take 275 with them than lay 300. That sounds banana land crazy, but I don't risk anything, right? I risk 1 unit. I'd rather risk 1 unit than risk 3 with them because I just don't trust them. Again, when you say that out loud, what do you mean? You like them more as a 7-point dog than a 7-point favorite? Yeah, I do. It sounds crazy to say that, but that's how I feel.
Yep, I get it totally. All right, one number that has come down. I see 1.5, probably a game that's off a lot of people's radars, and I understand why. It's the Dolphins and the Chargers. The Dolphins, a home dog, and they are backing said home dog. This is down to 4. This opened at 5.5. 5.5 with the Chargers as a favorite, but we know the offensive line is in shambles. Herbert's getting hype. He's getting MVP hype. People talking about what the Chargers are going to do. They're going to win this division, all this stuff. And then the injuries started to really pile up with that offensive line. Almost everybody's hurt. Got to keep a close eye on this one. But you're talking about going across the country, and it looks like they're going to be playing in that heat in Miami, dealing with the sunny side of the field. It might be Chargers losing outright again, man.
Fascinating game because the Dolphins are very bad against the run. But when you look at the Chargers and how they're lining up here, you got a battered offensive line with maybe 3 guys out again, definitely 2, Alton, Slater, they're out. Running backs, who's healthy, right? Oh, Hassan Haskins, Kamani Vidal, those are your running backs for the Chargers because you got, obviously, Najee Harris out, Hampton's on injured reserve. You have a team that can't stop the run and a running game that isn't healthy at all. Who do you like? Probably the dog at home.
Yeah, it's Wednesday, so you don't want to do too much with it, but I'm not expecting Alt to play, so you're going to be missing both tackles. The replacement right tackle, Trey Pipkins, he did not practice on Wednesday. We'll wait on that. Mekhi Becton, he was limited. He was another guy that was injured on Sunday, ends up leaving that game. It could be a situation where they're down 4 starting offensive linemen. And then how do you feel about that? We know the Dolphins do nothing defensively, but it's just Herbert by himself. And if you can get pressure, not that the Dolphins get a ton, but if you can get some sort of pressure, which shouldn't be too difficult, It's going to be tough, man. Miami also has no run game. And you have no tie break, but Waddle did get involved a good amount with Tua. Tua, 3 touchdowns, no interceptions last week. Boy, this is a dog or nothing. I'm not considering laying more than a field goal with the Chargers.
No, I'm not either. I don't even like Miami, but it's a number for me. Not a team. You get to there on a number. You get to that Miami side plus 4.5 BetMGM. So there's a chance we get to Sunday and this is like 3.5. I think you're going to see some support for Miami at home catching the points for sure. I mean, the obvious injury, if we're going to talk injury segment, the obvious one is Lamar. And we follow that one, of course. I just wonder, and we sort of hinted at this yesterday, Rams currently a 7.5-point favorite at Baltimore. Obviously, that's with Lamar likely out. But is it done? If they actually rule him out, is this line done moving? I think the answer is no.
How far are we talking?
8.5, 9?
Another, just like last week, right? When they played a decimated San Francisco team where it was 8.5, 9 in that range, and we're in the same spot. Yeah, I get it. I understand it. So, man, the record of 1-4, are they done? They're trying to map this out. Like, look, we'll be in a good spot. Can we get through this week? Then we've got the bye, and maybe half of these guys at the very least are going to be healthy, right? Like maybe they're having that conversation internally. If you look at that decimated defense, because with the cluster situation, this might sound nuts, but I think that conversation you've got to have just as much, right? Hamilton was limited on Wednesday. So limited on Wednesday makes you think, okay, he's got a decent chance that he's going to play. Marlon Humphrey did not practice. The other cornerback, Awuzie, did not practice. You've got Roquan Smith not practicing. Those 3 guys, I'm not sure that they're going to be out there. We know they're all world defensive tackle. He's out for the season. Like, it just might be Kyle Hamilton. Is he going to change that much? Spectacular safety. Is he really going to save this defense? I don't think so. This is a bottom 3, bottom 5 defense in the league right now. And I don't think bringing Hamilton back is going to save your bacon. Boy, I don't see why they play Lamar. I don't see how they're that much better with all these guys out.
Yeah, I agree. And what do we do with this? What do we do with this information? So I said earlier, I think the Broncos win and win big. And I like the Rams. But from a math standpoint, I'm at BetMGM right now. A 2-leg money line parlay, Broncos to win, Rams to win, is minus 178.
Jeez.
Brutal.
Would you rather tease?
I also, though, yes, that's what I was getting at, because I still have some places where I can tease at minus 120. It's a very nice option to have, because a lot of books are minus 135, 40, 50 now, because the teasers have been destroyed by American bookmakers. Not Vegas bookmakers, American bookmakers. That said, if you can find a teaser at $1.20, $1.30, wink, wink, Broncos through the 7-3 from 7.5 to 1.5. And then the other side would be the Rams, 7.5 to 1.5. Assuming, as we just talked about, the Rams close 8.5, 9. You want to put that in now. And that teaser of minus 130 is a lot better math than doing the money line parlay at minus 180.
Do you prefer both of those legs to Detroit plus 8.5?
I think so. I would be stunned if the Jets won. Stunned. Not stunned if the Ravens won, but I don't think they're going to knock off Stafford, Nakua, Devontae Adams, that defensive line, McVay. That's probably my favorite teaser of the season. Not to get all crazy on you on a Thursday, but Denver down and the Rams down. I'd put that in right now if I were you.
Okay, very good. Another mover that I saw this week, 1.5. It's Vegas, and I get it. Like when that was sitting 6, I'm sure a lot of people did a double take. Like, I don't care who the opponent is. How is Geno Smith a 6-point favorite? They've knocked that one down. We're down to 4 at some spots. I see some public shops that are at 3.5, man. From 6 to 3.5. Vegas, now a short-ish favorite going up against the Tennessee Titans after the Titans' first win of the year.
My issue with bad teams, not just Tennessee, any bad team in the NFL, consistency is the toughest thing to maneuver. And a team like that, as well as they played, well, not for 4 quarters, because it wasn't a 4-quarter performance. It was definitely a second half performance. But I don't believe the teams like that can string multiple games together that are impressive. And not that we were impressed by how they started, we were impressed with how they finished. I would never be betting Tennessee after that outright win. Never.
Yeah. Yeah, I understand that for sure. And now I know it's Vegas on the other side, but now it's Tennessee and you're only getting 4. That's the problem. That's kind of where I'm at. But look, man, you're gambling on that one. Boy. I was curious about this Cowboys injury report. It is lengthy, but there are a lot of guys that were limited. Remember, they missed not only Lamb, but 4 offensive linemen last week. Lamb did not practice on Wednesday. We'll see how things progress throughout the week. I'm not expecting to see Lamb, but they were missing 4 offensive linemen. A lot of those linemen are limited. So I find that to be interesting. Carolina's been tough at home. They're a 3-point home dog. You've got Dallas, another monster offensive performance, laying 3 on the road. That number's come down a little bit. They're back in Carolina, and I think for good reason. As bad as Bryce Young has been at times and this team overall, they seem to play to a different level at home.
If one more person tells me about the Rico Dowdle revenge game,
oh, geez,
I'm going to throw up. He's
Rico
everywhere.
Dowdle. Like, what is he going to do? I know the massive game he just had. We understand. But, like, is Hubbard out again?
I'm guessing he's not going to play.
Okay. So, are you in on Carolina?
No.
Warming to it? Thinking about it? Maybe you'll get there by the end of the week? I don't know.
No.
All right. Another hour to go. Joe O, Sammy P. 10 toes down. We take our stand for this upcoming week. Joe O, Sammy P. BetSweats, BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
The stakes are high.
We are 10 toes down.
Are you sure?
Look into the camera and tell everybody, Femi.
We are 10 toes down.
It's time to take a stand.
We are heads up on this one.
I'm standing on business.
All these bets are action. We're 10 toes down on Bet Sweats.
You're heading into the wood chipper, my friend, but I respect you.
Every Thursday, 11 a.m. Eastern, we put our 10 toes down. Our hottest take on the upcoming week in sports. What do you think is going to happen? This is it. Putting reputations on the line. We lay it out there for you every week here on Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network. We're here weekdays, 9 a.m. Stop showing the toes, please. I can't. You people don't see this, but there's a screen where we see different cameras, different angles, different pictures. Okay, what's going to be brought on screen next? And for some reason, Gertz decided, let's scrub right to that still of those nasty toes on the beach. And I'm going to put that there for the boys as they're looking in the camera trying to talk.
It's very, very unattractive.
Yes. All right. 10 toes down. I can't wait for this. Gertz, we saved the best for last because he's got the Blackhawks in the playoffs. Things not off to a good start, catching a big L the other night. We get them against Boston tonight. Maybe there's a 10 toes down involving his Blackhawks or Indiana or the Bears. Sam, let's get things going here. What is your 10 toes down for this week?
I've got two, actually. Number one is that John Mateer is not playing, and Oklahoma is going to get cracked by Texas. I'm sorry, Joe. I know you've got a lot of Mateer Heisman stock. If he plays, I'm going to lose this double dip, but I don't think he's going to play. Don't think he'll be able to grip that football. And I feel like the reason we're hearing about this Mateer progression, if you will, is because they're trying to throw Texas off the scent. They want them to prepare for Mateer, not for Hawkins, because they know if Hawkins plays, they're not going to win. If Mateer's out, Texas wins, and I don't expect Mateer to play. So that's number one. And then number two, I've heard that some people are all in on the Chiefs this weekend. All chips
This
to the
weekend
middle.
or big picture?
Well, I think it's both. I think it's a Chiefs win and then a Chiefs run, I guess. Chiefs win, Chiefs get hot, Chiefs don't look back. Have you looked at their pass rush and how bad it's been? Trevor Lawrence had almost 3.5 seconds per pass. Plenty of time. Their secondary's good, but they can't get to the quarterback. Lawrence completed 72% of his passes and had all day to throw. It was his best passer rating of the entire season against Kansas City. We love Spags. We love Andy Reid. But this has been an issue. Their inability to get to the quarterback has really been a problem. And Baltimore didn't expose it. Other teams have. I think you're going to see the Chiefs come out and lay an egg and lose in prime time. So the Lions will pull the upset over Kansas City.
Oh, I like it. People thinking the chatter about 10-1 Kansas City for Super Bowl, I think it is correlated with them winning this week. I think that's the entire thought process, that the Chiefs are going to win and then that number's going to move and you're going to want to be a part of this right now. But you're saying, no, part of your 10 toes down is the Lions win outright?
Mm-hmm. And Worthy not healthy. Rice not back yet.
Yep.
Let's go.
All right. Woo. AFC West. Let me see those odds if that happens in favor of the Broncos. You're a Broncos guy now. All right. Good stuff there. So those are Sam's 10 toes down. All right. Let's talk more Texas, Oklahoma. Okay.
Let's go.
Let's talk some Red River Cotton Bowl. We've seen some numbers this week. We've seen 2.5. We got to 3 for a short period, and now it's heading back down. You're going to find 1 to 1.5 right now. If Mateer misses this game, he is out of the Heisman race. There are way too many quarterbacks involved. It's one thing about Kent State, doesn't matter. Nobody's going to remember that. It's just padding stats if you're out there for Kent State. Who the hell cares? Nobody missed you. But you're in a tight race with all of these other quarterbacks on top teams. If you miss this game, you're out. Now it's 2 games, and it's the biggest one on the calendar every single year for your school. This is big for the history of Oklahoma. You think about the names at that position that won the Heisman. First name only. That's it. Kyler. Never paying for a meal again over there. Baker. Same deal. Sam. Not you. Bradford. Jason. Maybe one of the worst quarterbacks to ever win the award. You're a first name basis guy. He wants to be John for the rest of his life when he goes to Oklahoma. John Mateer is going to be on this football field, and we are 10 toes down, heads up. Sam says he's out. I say he's in. John Mateer plays on Saturday.
All right. Side bet?
I mean, we put a 10 toes down bet.
Chop a toe?
Chop a toe? Yeah.
Finger bet?
Clearly, you're going to be you're on Texas. How about Oklahoma for this game?
Joe, very animated there. So
finger.
Animated that the camera was shaking as he was saying 10 toes down. Shaking.
I'm trying to will it into existence that this guy is on the field. Do you understand? Like, look,
yes, I do.
Yes. I honestly think they don't know. But I hope he's out there. They're going to do everything that they can to make sure that he's out there. But by the way, the idea of it's about the big picture, it's about the whole season. You think that's the mentality the week of Red River? You think that's what they're saying in there? Like, oh, let's worry about the long term. Those people people are nuts. Texas, Oklahoma. Jenks is one fan, and he's one side of it. And I don't think he's even among the most rabid in that fan base on Texas. And you just bring up Oklahoma, you see how his face turns? Like he's just disgusted. This game still means a lot. All right, those are our 10 toes down. We're going Oppo. Paul, where you at for 10 toes down?
Well, as the original explorer, what do they call them? Conquistador of Chiefs Island at 10-1. I feel like I have to stand my ground. So I'm on the Chiefs, and I will point out there is a waning gibbous moon due for Sunday night in Kansas City. So even the stars are aligned, thinking that the Chiefs' run is over, is waning away. But no, Chiefs will win on Sunday night. I know there's more of a back and forth elsewhere, but I have to stand up for Chiefs Kingdom here as well. But here's my 10 toes down. And this is on me. I should have Tuesday I thought about this and then totally forgot about it yesterday. I obviously got caught up in, the Phillies sucking, for lack of a better word. So, of course the Phillies won yesterday. Because now, tonight, you have Phillies Dodgers at 6:00. And the Dodgers, who have taken money, by the way, it's gone from minus 120 to minus 130. So Philly gets to watch that all fall apart for a couple of hours. And then the Eagles and Giants kick off. And then they get to watch the Eagles lose in prime time to the Giants. So 10 toes down. Dodgers, Giants money line, plus 625 at BetMGM.
Oh, my God.
That's 10 toes down for sure.
Wait, we went from he's standing up for Chiefs Kingdom. So we've got, so far, both of us are going to get Sam and 10 toes down. This is where we're at.
That's
standing
fine.
up for Chiefs Kingdom.
It's a matter of time.
Then yes, he's like, here's the misery today that he is going to endure. We're losing it all. We're losing the Philly season, and then we're kind of losing the Eagles season. They lose back-to-back games, including Giants in prime time. Oh, I can't wait.
And it's Thursday. It's going to permeate throughout the entire weekend, throughout like the next 10 days. It's going to be misery.
WIP will say they're not going to make the playoffs. It'll be awesome.
Yeah.
Joe G will be going off. I can't wait. All right, Jake Hassan, your turn. 10 toes down.
Oh, how badly I wish that the Yankees-Jays game was tonight so I could do the whole spiel again for tonight for 10 toes down. But alas, I'll still take them being exiled from the playoffs and drowning their tears in marinara sauce, as they deserve. But I'll go to the other team that has been my enemy in the American League. 10 toes down, we're getting a Tariq School masterclass tomorrow. Give me everything. Give me over 10.5 Ks at 2-1. Give me the Scooble to get a win is plus 125. I'm betting that instead of the Tigers money line. Like, what are we talking about here? The Mariners, enough. Complete implosion yesterday. The lineup doesn't show up. Their bullpen's a mess. Take that stupid trident that you have in the dugout and impale yourself on it. I'm done with this team. Tigers, Jays, ALCS. I'm ready for the Jays to just go to the World Series, and the Dodgers are just going to win. Mariners, dead tomorrow. Scooble masterclass. They're showing him in the dugout. Scooble couldn't have a care in the world yesterday. Smiling, having a great time in the dugout. Dude's ready, and he's a psycho. I'm Tigers moon tomorrow. Tigres.
Tigers moon. Tigres.
Impale yourself with a trident.
He's going from marinara to the Mariners, just impaling themselves. All right, good 10 toes down. It's Gertch time. What you got, Gertch, this week?
All right, guys. So we are going to go back to the well one more time, and we are fading the Indiana Hoosiers against the Oregon Ducks this week. The biggest alt spread that I could find was Oregon minus 34.5. You get that at 11-1. I also found a winning margin bet. You could get Oregon by 41 points or more at 27-1. So we're all in on the Ducks. 10 toes down. Hoosiers are going to get their first loss of the year.
Oh,
quack,
Sam,
quack.
Go get shorts. Go get shorts so we can hear that.
Yes.
All right.
I will go grab Jeff. Actually, I think he's podcasting right now. I'll let him know though, that Gertz says Oregon by 40. Was it 40 plus?
Well, first you've got to lay out the whole Gertz history though. Like set him up for it. And
he needs the lore.
Yeah. He's doing alt lines of minus 34.5. The highest that he can find. What do we do with this information, guys?
Hoosiers money line, I think.
Hoosiers by 14.5.
I was gonna say Indiana alt spreads.
I don't know if Gertz is doing this on purpose, though. Is he doing this just to get Indiana home? Do you actually want them to win or not?
Of course I want them to win. But, if I lay out the
He's
whole...
got a Hoosiers hat on, Sam.
He's wearing a red hoodie.
Then it will come down. It will come through.
Yeah.
But, huge alt spread. I mean, 11-1, minus 34.5 for the Ducks. Let's go.
Mendoza Heisman right now. This is your last chance.
Heisman-doza to you, sir.
Is it? Is it to you?
You can't do both, Gertz.
Yeah, you got to pick
a
lane.
Look, I'm already down to like 6 toes, so I got to try to save them wherever I can. So we play both sides so that I always come out on top.
There's no chance he has a toe by the end of a football season.
Oregon by 40.
It's October.
Yeah, I was just saying football season. He's not going to make it to Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
Toeless. Oh, man. That's good stuff. Huh. Indiana, money line at the very least. Thank you, Gertz. Nothing on the Blackhawks tonight, I see. You got the Bruins.
No. Blackhawks to make the playoffs is enough embarrassment on that.
He's done after one game. Out.
They're one of the worst teams in the league. It's very funny.
Apparently, they played the Panthers pretty close the other night, all the way till the end, but still lost. I don't know. I didn't watch.
Yeah. I think Jake was there.
Yeah. Panthers down their 2 best players. No big deal.
No big deal.
No big deal. No big deal at all. All right. Good stuff. 10 toes down. Everybody with some strong takes. And I like it because a lot of us, we don't talk about the topics, what we're going to hit on, but we went after the same topics with very different opinions, which I do like. And some of the biggest games of the weekend, Texas, Oklahoma, and of course Sunday Night Football with the Chiefs and the Lions. Really looking forward to that. Everybody is. I want to find out where the money's coming in on these games and the other big games going on this weekend in college football and the NFL. We'll find out from Carl Johnson. He's going to join us from BetMGM. He's terrific on the air, and he's going to let us know where some of that sharp money is coming in on. Sam, what's the one game outside of Texas, Oklahoma, where you're like, I want to know where they are coming in on college-wise?
Ohio State, Illinois, for sure.
Yeah. Yep. Oregon, Indiana, I think we have an idea if you're just following the line movement that's going on with that matchup. So we're going to break it all down. NFL, college football with Carl Johnson on the other side. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich, you've got Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Every week on the show, we get a book report and find out exactly what is happening, especially with some of the sharp money coming in the upcoming week in college football and the NFL. This week, we bring in Carl Johnson, a retired sportsbook manager. He was with BetMGM for a number of years. Now he's involved with this side of things, kind of following everything that's happening in the betting market. You can find him on X at Jack Johnson. And he's got a show. They do spaces every Saturday morning for college football, every Sunday morning covering the NFL at 8:15 a.m. Eastern. Carl, thanks for jumping on the show. How you doing?
Hey, good morning, guys. Good to be here. Love your stuff, and thanks for having us.
So when we ask about things that you're seeing and hearing from your sources around the world and around the country, what's the first thing that jumps off in college football? It's a busy week. John Mateer is certainly probably the biggest star of the weekend, whether he plays or whether he doesn't. What are you hearing? Where do you want to start?
Yeah, so I mean, look, basically for us, what I do is I try to focus on the larger handle games. It's just the way it works out. It's surprisingly how well the books do in the larger handle game. So that's kind of our concept of what we're doing. Is we're trying to fall on the book side of things. We like sharp money working in our favor. So that's what we look for. We look for the higher handle game.
All right. So these shows that you do on the weekend, that is certainly something that you're looking at and you're following late money and you're reacting to that and sharing that information. What means more to you? There's so much sports betting content out there, media-wise, but for a guy that's been doing this forever, understand what is notable stuff where you're going to stand up and take notice. Is it the sharp money with the early moves? Is it when the limits go up in the middle of the week? Or is it the game day stuff that comes in? What stuff do you trust the most?
Yeah, so what we like to do is we like to see where the sharp money played early in the week. But to be honest with you, look, that's one of the things that I've got an advantage for. Is I've throughout the years I've dealt with pretty good sets of sharps that I still have a relationship with today. And look, to be honest with you, the sharp money is. I mean, these guys are playing numbers, okay, and they're on both sides of these things. The biggest misconception is that the casual bettor, they'll hear, oh, they're on Alabama this week, sharp side. Well, that's not necessarily the case because even though they may have taken an early position with, say, like Missouri and grabbed the 4, these guys are going to play these numbers all week long. And you have to know why they're doing such because what happens is that if they get on the game, if the sharp money gets on the game early and that number doesn't pop, it doesn't move the way they want, then you may see them buy out of that position on like Thursday. And to the naked eye, the way it looks is that the sharp money's getting on now. They're getting on Alabama. Well, you got to know the reason. Are they buying out? Are they trying to get out of an earlier position? Are they trying to play a middle? And so that's what I do. I'll give you a perfect example. Last night, some of the sharps that I communicate with, that I dealt with for years, I knew that in that Missouri State game, I knew that they were going to try to buy if that number got to 3. And so, one of the things that we're looking for with our concept is that we want to be on the house side and we want to have sharp money on our side. So I knew that they were going to try to buy if that number got to 3. Sure enough, the number gets to 3. They pop it. They move it down to 2.5. My guys were able to come in, take the plus 2.5, and we win it by a hook. So that's the important stuff is that you have to know why these sharps are moving into some of these positions or moving out. And the only way you're going to do that is in my opinion, is to know someone.
I was a little surprised to see the number on Oregon, Indiana come down as much as it did, Carl. They opened at 10 in Vegas, and now we're seeing 7.5 and 7. Are you surprised by that move? And where do you think this market's going to close on the Ducks and the Hoosiers?
So let me pull that one up for you. What do you know the routing number on that one?
Oregon and Indiana is ... 197, 198.
197, 198. All right, let's look at it. Okay, so I mean, right now, so it looks like in most places, Oregon opened at 9.5. I'm seeing 7.5s across the board. I do see a 7 at the old Westgate. So let's go in there and look. Right, let's see where it's at. So right now, this number's been pretty stale. It looks like on the 6th, it opened at 7.5 overseas with a book that I use. And it looks like they grabbed the 7.5 early. It's a lot of Oregon money in there. So one of the things that we're looking for is that we want to see if that money starts to come on Indiana a little bit. So right now that number's kind of stale there. Let's go to a popular book here. Let's act BetMGM. Let's look at BetMGM. So at BetMGM, it looks like they moved off of 8.5 to 7.5 just recently. And on Oregon's, they're getting 83% of the money, 60% of the ticket count. So that's one of the ones that we'll be watching because it's a big game. And it would not surprise me if you don't see some sharp side money, which they have already. But it wouldn't surprise me if you don't see some more sharp money come in on Indiana here.
All right. What about a couple spots down, Carl? With Carl Johnson, retired sportsbook manager. A couple spots down. It's the talk of college football this week. Is Mateer in, Mateer out? Texas, Oklahoma for Red River. We're sitting Texas as a short favorite, 1.5, as it's a guessing game at this point. Where do you think this moves based on the information that we eventually are likely to get, in or out for Mateer? But you've been around. Sometimes we start these games and we don't know. The camera's on Mateer, and we're not going to know until maybe the first possession for Oklahoma. So just what are all your thoughts on the things that we could see with this game?
Yeah, I just happen to think that right now the way it's been going here to start the season is that Texas is a more public bet team than Oklahoma. but to be honest with you, this week we're seeing kind of just the opposite. I mean, most of the money here is on. I'm looking at BetMGM right now. Most of the money here is on Oklahoma. I do see where Oklahoma had a large chunk of the handle, and then if you know what you're looking at, you can see some sharp money that came in um, into that pile. But personally, I think this number is probably going to keep trickling down a little bit. I mean, just based on what I'm seeing some people playing Oklahoma here.
Yeah, the book's going to definitely root for Texas. I would guess that'd be my best guess for the weekend. Iowa, Wisconsin. You were in the book a long time, and I'm sure you heard people coming into the book saying you got to bet the Iowa under, right? You got to bet the first half under and the full game under. This thing is 35.5, Carl. It makes me laugh at how low it is, but it opened a little bit higher. Opened 37.5 down to 35.5. What did you remember about booking these Iowa games over the years with the total?
Yeah, I mean, the main thing that I can remember was we always needed the over. I mean, because the when you see numbers like that, the Iowa, this Iowa, they're notoriously. It's amazing, the public when they see a total of 35.5. Uh, they've been educated over the last few years with shows like yours, with some of the stuff that Beason does. So they play more unders now than they ever have before. So yeah, I mean, this thing, there's no way in the world that I'm going to make a bet when I see a number at 35.5. No way in the world I'm going to bet over that. I mean, it just looks like too big of a trap, right? So, I think the play here is the under or either a no play. I mean, I personally, if just my opinion, and I don't like to throw my opinion out there too much because that's not what I'm about. But I think this is going to be a very low scoring game.
From a power rating perspective, or just how you view these teams, who's the best team in the SEC?
Wow, man, that's a good question. I look, I'm very impressed with what Georgia's been able to do over the years. I mean, to me, they got the best coach in the business in the SEC right now. I think there are numerous sleepers. I mean, look, I'm really impressed with Florida. I mean, look at Florida's schedule. I mean, now look, Florida don't have a chance to win the national championship. I'm not saying that, but look what the gauntlet that they have run through. So, but to be honest with you, I'm still looking at Georgia. I think Georgia's the class of the SEC. There's a bunch of teams that are vastly improving. With this new money, they're starting to get some players in. But look, until somebody takes Georgia out the picture and they start struggling a whole lot, the way they're coached, I lean towards Georgia. But what do you
How
guys?
about the NFL? Oh, I think Bama's the team to beat, but I mean it could be one of four teams. Ole Miss looks really solid.
Yeah.
What if Missouri wins this weekend, Joe? If Missouri beats
Yeah.
Alabama, we're talking about them as a team that could potentially sneak in and win this thing.
No, that's absolutely 100%. I mean, and so that's teams that we've never talked about before. So to me, they gotta, they're knocking on the door. They got to bust through it. So yeah, we'll see. It's very interesting, very good. The best conference in football, in my opinion.
What stands out in the NFL side of things that you're going to cover on your Sunday morning show? We've seen a number of games that have moved a couple of points. What jumps out?
Yeah. So right now, one of the games that I'm following pretty close is this Arizona Indianapolis game. Um, we'll see what Kyler does, but I mean, this is probably the biggest adjustment of the week is in this game. I mean, this game opened at 3.5, and it's up to 7 now. Indiana getting all the money, all the tickets. What look, what a lot of people don't realize about this NFL. Now it's totally different than college from a power rating perspective, but the top in my power ratings, for example, and I don't have them in front of me right now, but I'll give you an example. The number one team, so I have Buffalo as number one in my rating. The range from number one to rank to the 32nd ranked team, which is in my opinion the Saints. It's a 12-point real difference gap. So there's not a lot of gap here. I mean, people talk about how did this team beat this team. A lot of 12 points is a lot of these NFL games are decided, and these covers are decided by who's got the ball last, who makes the last turnover. Just usually it's just one play. So I'm not surprised by some of these upsets that we've seen. Look, this Colts game, I'll tell you what I'm looking for. I'm looking for this line to jump back down if Kyler's going to play. So that's what I'm watching that for. I think you got several interesting games going on. This Philly Giants game tonight, that's going on. I mean, this morning I seen some sharp money come in on the Giants at 7.5. Now that might not be nothing to it, but it's something that I'm going to watch. And then, I'm really impressed with Tampa Bay this year. I mean, look, I just like the way those guys play. I like the way Baker plays. Just hard-nosed. I mean, he's giving it 110% every week. I mean, that line has moved. It opened at 1.5. It's up to 3. I know San Francisco's banged up, but the public is really starting to get behind Baker and that team. So that might be a sleeper team. And then, you got Detroit, Kansas City, which is our primetime game that night. Look, if Detroit beats Kansas City at Kansas City, do you call it an upset? Me personally, I've got Detroit higher ranked than Kansas City. I know that in this, it's up to 2.5 now, and I know that about 3.4 points of home field advantage for Kansas City is in that number. So that would make Detroit, on a neutral site about 1.5, maybe 2 here. So
great insight.
I don't know if you call it upset.
Yep, for sure. Carl Johnson at Jack Johnson over on X. Check out his shows Saturday and Sunday morning talking about the upcoming slates. Good stuff, Carl. Hope to do it again. Joe O, Sammy P. Lightning Bets next. This is Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
All right, we'll get to our lightning bets coming up in just a few moments. On this Thursday, you've got Thursday night football, some college action, find out where the room is at with Major League Baseball as well. We get 2 games. We had 4 games yesterday. We're down to 2 games today. Did want to mention that, speaking of the 2 Major League Baseball games, swing big on your next bet with an MLB postseason odds boost token. Use your token to net a bigger payout on a winning bet. We bring in our executive producer, Paul Aspen, to find out where is the room.
Where's the room?
Paul, where are we starting? Thursday night football, baseball. Do we have intel for all 3 of these matchups tonight?
We have 2. So we've got the early baseball game, the Phillies and the Dodgers. So let's start there, and then we can get to football. It says Brewers Cubs will be out this afternoon. So number 5, most bet props for Phillies Dodgers game 4 at BetMGM. They're fading Bohm, our guy, who was just swinging because he's not even really sure what happens, and they just swing the bat. Bohm, under 1.5 total hits, runs, and RBI, minus 110.
Okay.
Number 4, fading. So they're picking on 2 guys, 1 on each team. Or, I guess, backing 1 guy, fading the other. So Alex Call, over half total hits, runs, and RBI, minus 105 for the Dodgers.
Okay. Fading Bohm, backing Call. What else?
Yep. Ohtani home run at plus 320. Call over a hit at plus 120. Bohm under a single at even money.
What? Okay, so I'm new to the single bet, which apparently seems to be very popular at BetMGM. Is this enticing to anybody on the show? I don't get it. Like, if you're going to do something positive, negative, go total bases, go home run. Sure, RBI, I get all that stuff, but I don't understand betting singles or no singles.
Yeah, I'm good.
Not my thing.
Yeah. It's somebody's thing, not ours.
Not much to take away from this, yeah?
Why are they, Jake, any guesses on why they're backing Call?
Your guess is as good as mine, Joe.
History? Like, I don't get it. I don't understand why this is the pick here. Like, he's the guy to back in multiple ways too. Like, I never thought we'd sit here and talk about the room and say, it's an Alex Call day. I'm shocked by it. All right. We'll find out.
Yeah.
NFL action.
NFL, Thursday night football. So, interesting mix, but some predictables here. Number 5, most bet prop at BetMGM for Giants and Eagles at the Giants. Daniel Bellinger over 13.5 receiving yards at minus 120. Number 4, Saquon over 83.5 rushing yards at minus 140.
Oh, there it is. There it is. Minus 142, the cherry on top.
All right. Saquon. All right.
Number 3, also Eagles. AJ Brown over 64.5 receiving yards at minus 115.
Really? Okay. Everything you've seen, you're going to back AJ Brown to go over. All right.
All right. And number 2, that dynamic Giants rookie duo. Cam Scatterbo over 13.5 receiving yards at minus 135.
Told you Scatterbo's going to be on the top 5. He's the number 2 overall prop.
You did call it. I was looking for my bell, but I don't have my bell here. You nailed it.
Damn. Need backup bell. Need a New York bell. Just hide it there somewhere. Receiving? So last week he had 45
7.
last week. That's why.
Yeah.
Yeah, 7 for 45. A few weeks before that, 8 for 61. But he also had 11, 12, and 14 in the 3 other games. All right,
Yeah.
Oh, minus 135. Lovely.
Yeah. A lot of tight ends and Scattaboo for Jackson Dart last week, almost at Daniel Jones. All right. Number one most bet prop for tonight. I guess they're thinking Eagles in control ahead. Dart has to throw his way back in. Jackson Dart over 30.5 passing attempts, minus 140.
So Giants
run game.
jump ahead. Giants run the ball. Giants win.
That's what it looks. I've heard worse cases.
Of the
they're
ones
betting
where they're
Dart?
laying a big price.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dart over on pass attempts. Scattaboo over on receiving yards. Barkley over on rushing yards. What is your favorite fade? All of those are $1.35 or higher.
The Barkley one, because I don't think he's healthy.
Yeah.
But
I like
if
the
you want to,
Barkley total.
if you want to, just play this out here, if the room is on Giants passing props and Eagles rushing props, the inverse of that is Giants are in front and Eagles are playing from behind.
People are very scared to go against Saquon. Okay. So do you have the touchdown info on the most popular ones there?
Yeah, should. Let's see. So, yes. Okay. Yep. What do we say? Hurts. Well, they're both on here, I guess. Most bet anytime touchdown scores 5 up through 1. Dallas Goedert at plus 260 anytime. Jalen Hurts minus 135. AJ Brown plus 185. Theo Johnson plus 425. I believe he was the first touchdown scorer last weekend, something like that. And Saquon Barkley minus 160.
Four Eagles. Eagles.
Who's the most popular first touchdown scorer?
Saquon. I would not go there. Plus 350.
Dude, Saquon unders forever.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep. All right. Yep. That's the way to go.
I had a hard time because, again, like the Eagles should be able to run the ball against this defense to a point. But, like, is it A.J. Dillon if it's not Saquon? Like, they're giving Tank Bigsby no run. Like, and we saw him pop a little bit for Jacksonville last year. So, I don't know what they do in the run game. I'm just picturing Theo Vaughn, to be honest. Like, that's all I think of when it's a Theo Johnson.
He got denied during game day. Did you see that the other day?
He shot his shot for sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, really? I saw him on game day.
What's her name? The side host. She's from Peloton.
Who can be sure? But he asked, he goes, "Will I see you again?" And she said, "Hopefully not."
On air.
Live.
That's amazing.
Live on TV.
Yep. Game day. A lot of people watching. All right, Sam, lightning bets. What you got?
I feel even better about the Giants tonight, as Oz Logic is telling me that Matthew Boyd has been named the starter. I always thought that was going to be the case. I didn't really think it was going to be anybody else, but that is official. Matthew Boyd has been named the starter for Thursday's game against Milwaukee. I came into the show looking for reasons to bet the Giants, and I know some guys that took 7.5. A lot of the 7.5s are gone, but you can still find one at BetMGM minus 120. I'm in. Give me the Giants, especially after hearing that the room is betting Giants passing props and Eagles rushing props, predicting sort of a Philly gets ahead, just runs the ball, and the Giants have to play catch up. What if the Giants strike first? What if the Giants have the lead for a lot of this game? I'm going to take the G-Men plus 7.5, and let me put this in now. Texas money line minus 115. I'm not laying the point and a half. It's a cheap money line. Everybody's betting Oklahoma. Everybody thinks Mateer is going to play. I think they're in for a rude awakening.
All right, give me the Cubs Brewers over 7. Some 7.5s out there, but I'm going to take the over 7, especially with Boyd. Boyd again, really? Didn't see enough on Saturday, huh? Not many options. Thanks for that, Jed Hoyer. Good stuff there. And I'm going to go Saquon Barkley. Let's go under on the total yards, rushing and receiving. And where are we at? We're at, I believe, 104.5. Yeah, we're still there. 104.5 over at BetMGM. Taking the under there. Saquon popular every market, as predicted, because of the revenge, even though he's getting less and less usage. Makes sense to me. Saquon under. Paul?
Like the look on Giants plus 7.5. I'll play the Saquon under rushing yards, 84.5, and the Scattaboo under receiving yards, under 13.5 at even money. And so back to 10 toes down if you want to go back and listen to that. But Liberty Bell is going to be breaking everywhere this afternoon and this evening. Dodgers, Giants, moneyline parlay, plus 635.
Ooh, that's a good number, man. I can see it. But it's not, man. The first leg hits, and then you're going to be sitting there rooting for the Giants to win.
Right. Nina 3-1 money line to come through. Yeah.
It's going to suck. All right. I hope you're in that position. Jake Hassan, what you got?
Can't wait to see whatever stupid, clever sign Murphy's Bleachers comes up with when they lose and are exiled from the playoffs today. I think the Brewers win. I think William Contreras over 1.5 total bases too, plus 135. Really good history against Matthew Boyd. I think the Dodgers just win. I'll back Glasnow over 6.5 Ks, plus money there. Alec Boehm told you they have no idea what's going on at the plate. You think Tyler Glasnow is going to help that? So Dodgers, Glasnow over 6.5 Ks, and I think the Brewers win as well.
Your guy.
Surprisingly, they actually looked like they had a plan last night. Like they were going after the first pitch. Can they do it again?
So can't wait for them to abandon all of it tonight.
Yeah. No.
Yep. Go for the end zone without breaking a sweat with a Pro Football No Sweat token. You get your stake back in bonus bets if you don't win. We'll talk about all of it and preview the entire weekend tomorrow. Be here, 9 a.m. Eastern. Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.